Secrets of the Hidden Heritage. Witchlight Magical Mysteries, Book 4, by Heather G. Harris and Ella Stone. Narrated by Elise Gibbs. Chapter 1. The witch's eyes were full of tears, and one of them was sobbing so badly I could hardly hear her. "Oh, come on in," I said hastily. Something had devastated Volga, and I didn't want her to have to discuss it on my doorstep. Evening was drawing in, and I had no intention of leaving my neighbours upset in the night's chill. Helga's lip was trembling too, but she was holding it together by a thread. "Thank you, Beatrix," she said, and pulled Volga with her into my house. I led them into the sitting room, where the flame danced in the grate, casting multicoloured lights across the room. The sight of the legendary eternal flame was enough to pause Volga's tears. "Wow," Helga murmured. "I've never seen it before. Well, it really is something stunning." "It is," I agreed. "It's like the Aurora Borealis, but on steroids," Volga said, wiping her tears away. Her fist clenched after that simple gesture, as if the nails biting into her palms could stop more tears from falling. It had been 2 months since the flame was restored to me, and though it still filled me with awe, it had also become part of my life, my norm, and I would never stop being incredibly grateful for that. Eva leapt down off the sofa so that the 2 women could sit, and she came and lay down on the floor by me, eyes missing nothing. The older women sat together on the vacated sofa, Helga's arm around a trembling Volga. "Tea?" I asked, because tea helped with every ailment. Volga shook her head, and with visible reluctance, Helga copied the gesture. Volga's blue-rinsed hair was cut short, but today it hung in lank, greasy strands around her face. The older woman always took pride in her appearance, so it was odd to see her dishevelled. Helga was similarly distressed. Her blue curls had been thrust into a makeshift bun, but her usual lipstick was missing, leaving her looking paler and washed out. "How can I help you, ladies?" I asked, PI instincts kicking in. My neighbours clearly weren't here because of a boundary dispute. That was all it took to set Volga off again. She started to cry. "You tell her," she managed to say. Helga stroked her partner's hair as she cuddled into her ample bosom. "All right." She pressed a kiss to Volga's forehead and looked at me. "Volga's familiar, Morrigan, is missing." "Not just missing," Volga interjected, her breathing ragged and sawing. "Taken! Stolen! Someone has kidnapped her!" My heart froze at the thought of someone taking Eva from me. The agony of not knowing where she was or whether she was okay, if she was being fed and cuddled, if someone had given her a new cuddly bunny to love. As if thinking the same, Eva rose, padded over to me, and pressed herself into my legs. I reached down and stroked Eva's head, burying my hands in her soft fur. "We don't know that," Helga was saying, trying to reassure her partner. "Not for sure." "I do, I know. She's never been gone this long. Never." With one last pat for Eva, I picked up a notebook from the coffee table and grabbed a pen. "I know this is a distressing time, but I need to ask some questions if that's okay." Volga nodded, sniffing. "Of course." Eva left my side to go to Volga. She laid her head on Volga's lap, offering the scant comfort she could give. Like me, Volga started to stroke the retriever automatically. "I need some basics first," I said. "Let's start with those. What type of animal is Morrigan?" "She's a cat, a ragdoll cat," Helga confirmed, pulling out her phone to show me a picture of a truly stunning feline. "She's beautiful," Volga said, wiping her nose, "but her fur needs extensive brushing to keep her looking her best. Oh, she hates it when she gets dirt and twigs and things in her fur, so she comes home every evening for a good grooming. She likes to start the day looking her best, and she didn't come home last night, and she hasn't come home so far tonight." "When did you last see her?" "Midday. Yesterday. I know it's barely been a day, but I'm telling you, this is not normal for her, and I can't feel her. It's like our bond is shrouded. It's still there, I can feel it there, That's how I know she's not dead. She sobbed on the last word. But I can't feel her, can't reach her. Can't see where she is. Oh, I'm telling you, she's been kidnapped. She could have gone beyond the town's wards, Helga offered. From the way Volga's eyes flashed and she pulled back, I'd say Helga had offered the theory before, and it had been as unwelcome then as it was now. I think the wards would dampen the connection, Helga said. You know, if she was on the other side of them. That's the job of the barrier, right? To keep things out? Not feelings, Volga shot back. People with ill intent. Morgan hasn't got any ill intentions. Even if she had strayed beyond the wards, which she wouldn't, she would have come back by now. Why do you think she might be near the wards? I asked. It was her turn to patrol last night. At my blank look, Helga continued. The Night Moon Coven takes its duty to Witchlight seriously. Each of our familiars takes a turn once or twice a month to patrol the town's borders and to check the wards for issues. Last night was Morrigan's turn. And it can't be a coincidence, Volga snapped. She was patrolling the border and someone snatched her. I presume you've taken this to the sect leader? I asked. Helga's lips pressed into a line. We did. Serafina thought we were worrying unnecessarily at this point. She doesn't give a damn, Volga exploded. She sat there with Crumpet licking her black paws, and she didn't care about Morrigan. She and Crumpet have never got along. Wouldn't surprise me if that darn cat has trapped my Maury somewhere. Volga. Helga's voice was sharp. Don't you dare for 1 second imply that Serafina and Crumpet had anything to do with Morrigan's disappearance. You know neither of them would ever dream of anything nefarious. I suppressed a snort. You'd be surprised, I thought. Witch people dream up nefarious things. Fran, the ice cream seller, came to mind. She'd looked like sweetness and light, right up until the end where her dark soul had been exposed for what it was. She had been a sorceress in training. She'd hoped to impress my grandmother by bringing her the cup of completion and the Codex Tenebrae. I still thank my lucky stars that she got neither, and in the end, she'd left Witchlight in a box, thanks to the stat-strong hands around her neck. I checked my watch surreptitiously. I was due at Ezra's parents' house for dinner shortly. I had maybe 5 minutes before I had to leave. But clients came first. I was still building my PI business in Witchlight, and this was the first hint of a case I'd had in weeks. I didn't want to blow this by hurrying them, so I silently resigned myself to being late. Excuse me 1 moment, I said. I just need to let someone know I'll be a little later than planned. I pulled out my phone and texted Ezra's mum, Alice, to let her know I caught a case and would be there as soon as I could. While I have my phone out, can you send me that picture of Morrigan? I asked. Course, Helga said, pulling out her phone. I gave her my number, and moments later it buzzed with an incoming message. I'm certainly willing to look into her disappearance for you, I said. If this behaviour is out of character for Morrigan and you can't feel her through the bond, that definitely raises alarm bells. See? Volga said to Helga. She agrees with me. Helga sighed. It's not that I don't agree with you, Vol. We just need to be level-headed. See how level-headed you'd feel if Frank disappeared. I know. You're right. Helga's tone was placatory. That's why we're here. Besides Crumpet, is there anyone, animal or human, who took issue with Morrigan? Gosh, no one, Volga said instantly. Helga grimaced. Well, there was the thing with the Fae kid. I raised an eyebrow in silent question. Orion's son, Atlas. Morrigan pissed him off by knocking his school papers off a table. He put an illusion over Morrigan for a couple of hours in retribution. Made her look like a dog. Said it was just a prank, but Morrigan was furious. Helga licked her lips. Then there was the incident with Claude. Volga folded her arms. Well, that was just ridiculous. Claude? I asked. The brownie was famous for his fiery temper. He was as hard-working as any brownie, proud of his shop and his goods, but unlike most of his kind, there was nothing mild about Claude. Claude caught Morrigan in his bakery, Helga explained. He had a strict no familiars inside rule after one of the cats chased his nephew. But Morrigan said, and we explained, that she had seen a mouse inside and she was getting it out for him. She was helping. Did Claude believe that explanation? Not for a second, Volga huffed. Called Morrigan flea-ridden, I ask you. Anything else? Volga bit her lip. She had a little encounter with Mrs. D when she was in her feline form, but I'm sure that all straightened out just fine. Mrs. D forgave her. Murray hadn't meant to pounce on her, she was just territorial. Mrs. D understood, but that's it, honestly. Everyone loves Morrigan. She's everyone's favourite cat in town. Uh-huh. Helga grimaced. Oh, then there's Julieta. Cortez? I asked, checking we were talking of the same woman. Yes. Wonderful. How had the familiar managed to piss off the head of the vampire sect? Morrigan had a fracas with her cat, Freya. Oh, fur flew. Volga waved that away. That's just cats being cats. Was Julieta understanding of the fracas? Oh, not especially, Volga admitted. She told me to tell Morrigan to stay out of her territory. I did. I assumed that was the end of that. I made a note. Okay, great. Do you have an object of hers, something that smells of her? I'll see if Eva and I can track her by scent. Volga brightened and hustled back home. She returned with a blanket that, even to my human nose, smelled distinctly of cat. I'm going to do everything I can to get her back home for you, I promised. Thank you, Volga said, and I could see hope in her eyes. If nothing else, I could give her that. I saved Volga's mobile number for updates and discussed my rates and terms. By the time they left 15 minutes later, I had a case to sink my teeth into, but I was also very, very late for dinner with the Bentleys. Chapter 2. Eva and I dashed through the back door of Ezra's childhood home on Nutwood Lane, straight into the warm kitchen diner where everyone was waiting. I'd done the same thing, with the same greeting, many times growing up. I'd recently returned to my London flat, filled Rosie Rust Bucket to the brim with my personal items, and driven her home to Witchlight. It was useful to have a car again for those emergencies when you were running really late, though Rosie had resisted starting twice and I thought I was going to have to run all the way to the Bentleys. The kitchen was country chic, and the dining room table was a huge slab of oak that Jonah had cut and treated himself. It was large enough to fit half the pack around it, but today Alice had set only half the table for her, Jonah, Ezra, Nor, me and Frasier. It looked like Frasier was running later than me, as there was no sign of my mate. My mate. Made me smile to call him that. To accept it, to mean it, to welcome it. Beatrix, Alice greeted, blonde hair loose around her face which bore only a hint of makeup. Alice was a natural beauty, even in her late 50s. It's so lovely to see you, and of course, lovely Eva. She bent down to give my dog some strokes, which my retriever received joyously, tail wagging. To my surprise, Jonah stood from the table to give me a quick hug hello, and then he too bent to fuss over Eva. The werewolves were dog people. Go figure. Sorry I'm late, I said. Alice beamed at me. Oh gosh, don't apologise, Beatrix. I'm sure it was something important. New case, I replied. Poor Volga can't find a familiar, Morrigan. Oh no. The matriarch looked dismayed. Oh, poor Volga, I know she adores that cat. You often see them walking out around the village together. She's devastated, I admitted. She went missing when she was doing a patrol around the barrier's wards. Jonah snorted, a disgruntled sentiment echoed by Ezra. What am I missing? I asked. Nor rolled her eyes. The werewolves take turns doing daily barrier checks. They find it insulting that the witches do it too. Not the witches, Jonah interrupted. They're familiars. The witches are too lazy to do it themselves, to look after the barrier properly. It's one of the most important assets of this town. And will Seraphina send her witches out? No, she sends cats. And rats. His disdain was clear. Eva let out an agreeing sniff, and Jonah petted her again. Of course, you're right, he said conspiratorially to Eva, as if she could be understood. It would be different if they sent out dogs, he mock agreed, but birds, rats and cats aren't suited to tracking or defending, not the way canines are. Eva wagged at the implicit compliment that she would be trusted to defend the barrier.
That's ridiculous,
Ezra groused. Jonah, wash your hands after petting Eva and then be seated, Alice instructed. Jonah might be the alpha werewolf and head of all the packs in Witchlight, but it was clear who ran the home. Here, Eva, Alice said as he washed up. Oh, something special for you? She looked at me. Dog biscuits mixed with plenty of mincemeat and vegetables. No onion. Is that okay? Course, thank you. She'll love that. Alice set down a bowl for Eva, which she inhaled, as if worried it would be taken away. Alice set down fresh water for Eva, washed her hands, and grabbed me a glass of wine. Since I was driving, she made it a small one. As we all sat down at the table to wait for Frasier, Nor spoke up. Serafina has her own way of doing things, she said, defending the sect leader. I'm sure she has her reasons for patrolling with familiars only. It's not just laziness.
Oh, neither of us is accusing you or your family of being lazy, Ezra said, realizing he might have put his foot into it.
He kicked his father under the table.
No. Jonah agreed. Not at all. It's not the witch community as a whole we blame. Just Serafina. She's the witch sect leader. It is her decision what safety measures are taken. But when I raised the fact that we'd seen some weird fluctuations, she dismissed it out of hand. Said I couldn't possibly tell.
His jaw worked, that comment still clearly rankling. But it was the word fluctuations that made me worry. Wait, what? What weird fluctuations? My pulse quickened. Ezra winced.
I did mean to mention it to you earlier, but Dad said it's only been happening for what?
He looked at the alpha werewolf.
A week? At most.
Jonah agreed. I tried to hide the sting that comment caused. Something was potentially wrong with the barrier, the one the eternal flame powered, and neither Ezra nor Jonah had thought to mention it to me, the Guardian. Did they think so little of me? I hadn't been around for a long time, I reasoned, talking myself off the emotional cliff. They were out of practice with consulting with the Guardian of the Eternal Flame. I automatically braced myself for the wave of guilt to rise and swamp me, the one that always rose within me whenever I thought of my decade away. But it didn't come, stolen away by the flame. I was grateful for it and somehow surprised by its absence. Living swamped in guilt hadn't been healthy or fun. Still, that sting persisted. They hadn't thought to consult with me. Clearly I didn't hide it well because Alice said softly, I'm sorry, Beatrix, we're just getting used to having you home. She bumped my shoulder gently with hers. The men didn't mean anything by their omission. She flashed them a scolding look for failing to tell me about the issues. Eva's head shot up, and she paused in devouring her food to bark pointedly. A moment later, the doorbell chimed. Frasier was here. Unlike me, the last guest was not rude enough to barrel right in. Alice went to get the door and opened it to a delicious-looking Frasier. He kicked off his shoes and walked into the kitchen diner, wearing a charcoal suit with a crisp white shirt, his brown hair windswept and his strong jawline adorned with designer stubble. His stormy blue eyes warmed when they met my gaze, and I grinned straight away. The suit was at odds with his bare feet, but one way or another, Frasier always found an excuse to remove his shoes as quickly as possible.
I'm sorry I'm late, he said to the room. There was an incident at the Smuggler's Rest. Nothing too serious, I hope, Jonah rumbled. A couple of vampires had a bit too much to drink. I had to call Giulietta in the end. They were being obnoxious, but I didn't want to strong-arm them out and escalate things.
Jonah nodded.
Good call. They leave all right when Giulietta arrived?
Frasier grinned.
Turned meek as baby lambs.
All the men chuckled. Frasier sat down next to me and kissed me on the cheek, making my heart stutter. Hey, I said.
Hi,
he replied, eyes softening as he gazed at me lovingly. I smiled dopily back as my tummy warmed. It didn't grow old, this thing between us. I hoped it never would. Oh, Alice said. Young love. Ezra Nor, you and Frasier. Oh, it makes his old heart glad.
Less of the old,
Jonah said, reaching out and pulling her into his muscular arms.
You're so young filly.
He kissed her deeply, making Ezra groan while the rest of us averted our eyes.
Dad, he scolded. Not at the dinner table.
He sounded like a petulant teen, and it made me grin and exchange glances with Noor. So often these days, Ezra was grooming himself to be the next alpha, big, bad, and strong. It was nice to see him let go and be himself, even if that self had a hint of whiny teen about it. Alice leapt off Jonah with warm cheeks and a glint in her eye. Well, now that everyone's here, I'll serve. She moved to her large green traditional aga and pulled out 2 lasagna trays and several garlic breads. Jonah rose to help her, reaching around to help cut the bread and making her giggle like a girl as he nuzzled her. Oh, they're so embarrassing, Ezra muttered. I think it's sweet, Noor replied, smiling at her potential in-laws. Their love shines so brightly. Oh, I wish you could see it.
My love for you shines brighter,
Ezra replied. Smooth, I replied, giving him a thumbs up. He winked.
I thought so.
Dinner is served, Alice announced, laying down the heavy trays of lasagna. Help yourselves. We don't stand on formality here. Now that Frasier was here, Eva turned back to the remains of her dinner. She polished it off, and the metal bowl clanged as she licked it around the kitchen. Well, thanks so much for feeding Eva, I said again. I was going to feed her later when we were home, but this is a real treat for her. It's no problem. I didn't want her to feel left out. She's such a beautiful dog. Alice beamed at my golden retriever. She is a good girl, I agreed, and Eva wagged her tail harder, her whole bum getting in on the wagging. Everyone, dig in, Alice ordered. In a nice display of male chivalry, Ezra started serving from one dish, while Frasier began the other. Frasier served me up a good portion, knowing lasagna was one of my favourites. Jonah shared out the garlic bread, and we all dug into the delicious, home-cooked meal. For a few minutes, there was total silence, barring a few rumbled comments about how good the food was. After lasagna came some delicious homemade apple crumble and custard, one of my all-time favourite desserts, and I went back for a second helping of that too. By the time we were finished eating, I was stuffed to the brim and utterly satisfied. Thanks so much for having us, I said to Alice, and thanks for making my favourite dishes. Well, you're welcome, Beatrix. It's so wonderful having you home. And Ez said you're here to stay? I looked at Frasier. Yeah, I'm here to stay. Under the table, Frasier laced his fingers through mine, and my heart soared. Chapter 3. After a wonderful dinner at the Bentleys, Frasier accompanied me home. We tumbled into bed full and content, happy in each other's arms. At some point in the night, I awoke, thinking about Morrigan, wondering if she was safe. As I turned what little I knew of her around in my head, it occurred to me that I knew next to nothing about familiars. Mum had been an earth witch, but due to her connection with the flame, she'd never developed a familiar bond. And Dad had called himself a knowledge witch and said he was bound to his books. He'd made that designation up himself, but either way, he hadn't had a familiar either. I realized I had no idea how a familiar bond worked, save for the fact that there was an element of mental communication. That's how I knew Eva, though wonderful, was only my four-legged best friend as opposed to my familiar. She communicated through barks and reproachful looks, but I'd never felt her in my head. Unable to stop thinking about it, I slipped out of bed, leaving Frasier snoring, and tiptoed down to my dad's library. There'd never been much room to move in there, what with all the bookshelves, the big desk, and the comfy chair, not to mention all the various artifacts he had dotted around on little side tables. Despite all that, the room had never felt crowded, but cozy, homey. It was a place that would forever remind me of my father, no matter how much time passed. It was mad to think he'd been gone for over a decade. In so many ways, it felt like it was only yesterday. Yet there were so many aspects of my life that he would never know. With part of Mum's soul in the flame, I consoled myself that some part of her could stay up to date with my life, could know Frasier and Eva and all the other people I loved. I didn't have that bond with Dad. He was dead and gone, and some days that hurt so badly that tears sprang into my eyes, even over 10 years later. Eva had woken as I'd crept through the lounge, and with a stretch she'd abandoned her cuddly bunny to follow me into the library. Yawning, she collapsed to the floor and sprawled across the small floor space, I love that you want to hang out, I muttered, as I struggled not to trip over her. But this is the opposite of helping. I started to get books off the shelves. I've been meaning to rearrange the books in here, and I might as well do it as I poured through the books looking for information on familiars. The stacks of books soon started to pile precariously around Eva. Did she sit up and give me more space? No, she did not. Instead, she started to snore with a low rumble that sounded more like an impending avalanche than a deep sleep. The library could normally comfortably fit one person and a dog. Now that I got half the contents of the shelves on the floor and the other half scattered about on the side tables and chairs, it was a distinct squeeze. I disappeared into the work, occasionally flicking through books about witches and familiars as I stacked them. "What's going on?" Frasier asked amusedly from the doorway. He was an early riser, and today was no exception. "I can hardly see you for the forest of books." "I'm building a book fort," I lied with a cheeky wink. He grinned. "Well, have fun with that. I missed you when I woke up this morning." He climbed in carefully around the book towers, squeezing in close to me so that our bodies touched in a way that sent a little zing through me. He lowered his mouth to mine and gave me a slow, thorough kiss hello that made me want to drag him right back to bed. His eyes were heated as he pulled away. "I know what you're thinking, but sadly, I have to go to work. Leon left another eel on Mrs. D's step again." I wrinkled my nose. Ugh, gross. The eel wasn't too happy either, though Leon did at least put him in a bucket this time. Leon was a water shifter under Frasier's control as head of the sect. His mum, Ciara, was a chef at Smuggler's Rest. Like his mum, Leon was part siren, and he used his heritage to capture local fish and play pranks on the residents. "That's something," I said. "He's improving his system." "Not really. The bucket was balanced precariously so that when Mrs. Drakefield walked through her front door, the bucket and the eel would tip onto her. It was pure luck that she left her house via the back door. She saw the whole setup and called me." "So you were off to rescue the eel?" I batted my eyelashes at him. My hero. He leaned in to kiss me again over a tower of books. "You better watch it," I warned, "or you won't be leaving to deal with Leon at all." He grabbed the front of my shirt and pulled me closer. "You don't know how tempting that is." He gave me another deep kiss before pulling back reluctantly. "Have a great day. Hope you find the cat." "Thanks. Me too. Do you know anything about familiars?" I asked. "Not a whole lot. I know they can communicate with their witches, and a familiar has a heightened level of intelligence as a result. Almost like Eva." "Well, she's not my familiar, though," I pointed out. "No, but she's not far from it." "Do you know anything else about familiars?" He frowned. "I heard once that they can't be separated from their witch for too long or they die, but I don't know how long, and I don't know where I heard that from." Well, that seemed important. I'd have to call Volga as soon as the hour was more decent to check that. "Don't forget I'm going to London this afternoon," Frasier reminded me, as he stepped away from the leaning tower of books. "As if I could forget," I huffed. He and all the sect leaders of Witchlight Cove were going up to London for a conference to meet with the leaders of other magical communities. He would be gone for 4 days and 3 nights. It felt like we'd be apart for way too long. And yes, I was well aware how pathetic that was. "It's only once every 3 years, Frasier consoled me, "and I have to go. I haven't attended a conference since I became head of sect. People need to know who I am." "I know," I said, ignoring the pang of upset in my chest. "No, I would miss him. Not just a little, but a lot. I would miss him in the kind of way that hollowed out your ribs and made a home there." We'd never been an ordinary couple. We hadn't had a bunch of romantic dates while gradually coming to know each other. Instead, the attraction had been there instantly, and he claimed me as his mate the night he laid his pelt over my body. The night I should have bled out on cold ground with a bullet in my chest. His sulky magic had wrapped around me, stubborn and wild and refusing to let me die. The bond had been survival, necessary. Now it was something else. Now I chose Frasier. He wasn't just the man who'd saved my life. He was my lover, my mate, the man I could picture beside me in 10 years, arguing about paint colours and whether we needed another dog. I could see children with his smile and my temper, a garden that never quite behaved, And yes, the ridiculous white picket fence. We were still being careful, sensible, taking our time instead of charging straight into a bonding ceremony just because fate had nudged us together. So the mating bond still leaned more his way than mine, a current that ran strongest from him to me. That didn't mean my heart wasn't all in or that I wouldn't miss him in an embarrassing amount. I bit my lip. You'll come and say goodbye later, won't you? Before you go?
Of course I will. Julieta has arranged a minivan for all of us. She knows to pick me up from your house. We're supposed to be heading out at 6, so I'll come by earlier so we can have a proper goodbye, say 4 o'clock.
I grinned. Now that does sound like a proper goodbye. 4 o'clock it is. I looped my arms around his neck, pulled him to me, and gave him a thorough kiss goodbye. One I'd repeat later. In our ardour, we accidentally knocked down the pile of books, and one landed on Eva's tail. Oh, sorry, I said. The retriever sat up and glared. Then she lay back down, pointedly wrapping her tail as close to her body as possible. As Frasier left, I restacked the pile of books. I better get my shit together if I was going to start the hunt for Morrigan and be back in time to give Frasier a proper goodbye. Chapter 4. I looked at the mess in the library and sighed in despair. If you didn't know what I was doing, you might have assumed all I'd managed was to create one enormous disaster. It's organized chaos, I told my dog defiantly. She opened her eyes, tapped her tail twice, and went back to sleep. She thought I was full of shit. Yeah, her and me both. This library was a disaster. I needed to put my own stamp on the house. I've been here for months, and it still felt like Maddie's and like Mum and Dad's. Now that I'd decided to stay in Witchlight and I had returned the flame to its rightful place, Mum had been urging me to make this cottage my own. I've been putting it off, but maybe after I'd done the library, I could start on the kitchen. That definitely needed an overhaul. It was in desperate need of some modernizing. And the living room could do with a lick of paint. Then there was that one room I'd barely set foot in since my return. My parents' bedroom. Still, the library was a great place to start. It was small, and I could tick it off with a sense of accomplishment and fulfillment, with the bonus that I would hopefully find some useful and interesting books as I went, including ones on familiars. Maybe I should arrange the books by genre, I suggested to my dog, rather than alphabetizing. Eva gave me a look of total exasperation. Then she got up and walked out. Apparently, organizing by genre had been the last straw. Thank goodness I hadn't offered to organize it by spine color. She might never have forgiven me. Grinning, I set aside any books that looked helpful and skimmed a few useful chapters as I worked. Like Frasier had said, familiars were magically bonded animal companions that were specifically associated with individual witches or sometimes entire covens. Unlike standard pets, a familiar was born into the role. While cats were the most common species for this role, familiars were not limited to felines, and one book told of bird familiars, hedgehog familiars, and even rodent familiars. Familiars were said to possess exceptional intuition and above-average intelligence, so it was no wonder Eva was often mistaken as one. A familiar bond was a two-way street, allowing a witch to sense their familiar and vice versa. I found nothing on a bond being shrouded like Volga had described, only on a bond being severed upon death. I had to hope that Volga knew the difference, and that poor Morrigan was indeed fine somewhere, albeit potentially trapped. Or, yes, potentially snatched. The thought of someone snatching Eva filled me with righteous rage, and I channeled it into helping me get through a few more stacks. "What'd you do to piss Eva off?" Maddie asked. I looked up at the doorway to see Maddie, still dressed in her pajamas, gazing around the messy space with a disdainful expression that wasn't all that dissimilar to Eva's, though Maddie's expression held a touch more confusion, which a lack of morning coffee could easily explain. "I suggested sorting books by genre," I explained. Mads laughed. "Eva's something else." She looked around the library. "What on earth are you doing to the poor room? And why are you doing it so early?" "It's not early," I said, with a glance at my phone. "It's just gone 10. "What?" Maddie's eyes widened. "What time did you get up and start this?" I yawned.
Early,
I admitted.
What's going on? You hate early mornings, or at least you used to.
Yeah, I caught a case. Volga's familiar Morrigan is missing. I was just reading up on familiars before I dug in. I looked around at the mess I created, and I thought I'd sort things as I went. Oh, poor Volga. I hope you can help find Maury soon. She's dedicated to that cat. Yeah, she was really upset. Do you know anything about familiars? I find I'm woefully lacking in knowledge on that subject, and the books I've found so far haven't been very helpful. A wistful expression stole over Maddie's face. Oh, I used to dream of having a familiar of my own. What do you want to know? Anything. Well, they communicate with their witches with flashes of images or feelings, not words. They're smart, they're intuitive, and they act like a backup battery for a witch. If their magic is running low, their familiar can funnel some into them. Isn't that black magic? She grimaced. She had inadvertently used black magic herself, after the eternal flame had disappeared on her. No, it's not stealing life force. A familiar is inherently magical. They can lend their magic to their witch. It's not detrimental to them in any way. Frasier mentioned they need to be near their witch regularly. Yeah, that's right. What time frame can they be apart for? Well, that depends on the witch and the familiar. It's unique to each pairing. She winced. Oh, I hope you find Maury soon, before it's too late. So did I. You'll find her, my best friend said a beat later, her faith in me absolute. Anyway, I can't believe you're changing the library. She picked up one of the dusty tomes and blew a plume of dust into the air. It's been this way since, I know. I looked around the space, whimsy and warmth filling me. Felt like time, you know, to make this house my home, not just theirs. I'd grown up in this cottage, just like my mother had, and her mother and grandmother before that, though I doubted it had looked anything like the house Maddie and I were standing in. Imbued with the power of the flame, the cottage changed and transformed to meet the needs and desires of each witch who lived in it. But when my parents died, or rather were murdered by my malevolent grandmother, the sorceress with a god complex, I hadn't wanted it to change or move on. Consciously and subconsciously, I hadn't wanted to change a single thing about the place, from the worn rugs on the floor to the chipped mugs in the cupboard, because they reminded me of my parents. Each inanimate object was tied to a plethora of memories that part of me believed would disappear if they did. Change had felt disrespectful toward them, like I was moving on with my life when theirs had been cut short to save me. But now that I bonded with the flame and it had taken the part of my soul soaked in guilt over their death, I was beginning to feel ready to move on. Of course, it helped that Mum had more than given her blessing for me to do so too. Finally, I could breathe. I felt lighter than I had in years. The guilt was gone. I was bonded with the flame, and I wasn't the magical failure I believed myself to be for years. I had a home. I had Eva. I had Frasier. I had a purpose. I was happier than I could recall being in years. The main source of my ongoing worry and discontent was picking her nails as she avoided looking directly at me. Something was up with Maddie, but I didn't know what. Can you pass me that green book? I asked Maddie, as she covered her mouth in a yawn. With an arch of her eyebrow, she offered me a withering glare. Just do your thing. She waved her hand impatiently at my blank stare. You know, your telekinesis. I flushed. Maybe it was the early start, but it had not once occurred to me to use my telekinesis to move books around. She laughed. You forgot again, huh? I groaned. It's hard to remember sometimes that I'm not a magical dud, you know? She sobered. Not really. I'm as much of a dud as I ever was. Her tone was bitter, and I winced at my insensitivity. Maddie, I began. She held up a hand and forced a smile. No, it's fine. With a flick of my wrist, the book I wanted rose from the table, drifted over to me, and landed securely in my palm. After another few twists of my hand, I cleared a dozen books off an armchair and onto the shelves, at which point Maddie flopped down and let out yet another yawn, this one longer than the last. That's a big yawn. What time did you get to sleep last night? Did you stay over at Lestat's? I asked casually. Maddie and Lestat had been seeing each other for nearly 2 months, which, in Maddie terms, counted as a long-term commitment. The only relationship she'd had longer was with her manicurist. To be fair, her nails were exceptional. At first, she'd been dating him full throttle, but lately she'd been coming home instead of staying at his place. I wasn't sure if the relationship was on the rocks. Every time I tried to raise the subject, she changed it or left the room, so I'd learned not to push too hard. Lestat used to belong to the Vampire Assassins Guild, the Deadly Nightshades. We got off to a rocky start after I witnessed him snapping Fran's neck. She'd been trying to kill me, so I couldn't complain too loudly, but the reminder that he was a deadly assassin, albeit a retired one, still made me wary around him. Still, if being with Lestat was what Maddie needed, I wasn't going to say anything. Not after everything she'd been through recently. Maddie yawned again. "No, I didn't stay at his. I came back around 10, she said. "I was snuggled in bed with a book by the time you and Frasier got in." "That's a shame," I said mildly, trying to work out if their relationship was in jeopardy. She shrugged. "He had to meet a couple of other vampires. Business associates, apparently, so I came back here." Business associates. I wondered if they were the vamps causing trouble at the smugglers, but I didn't say anything. "I'm just going to go sit in the living room," she said, tone a shade too breezy. "There's no room here." I swallowed my objections and nodded, watching her go with unease. After my parents' deaths, I'd run away to London, tried to forget my roots, my heritage. I turned my back on everything, including Maddie. She stepped into the breach and in doing so, had become addicted to the eternal flame. When it appeared to snuff out, she'd come and got me, and we worked together to restore it, but in the interim, she'd used dark magic to fuel her magic. She hadn't meant to, any more than she'd meant to fall in an addiction. But here we were, all the same. Ernie, the grandfather I hadn't known existed, moved to Witchlight after my parents' death to be close to the memory of his son. He was a powerful witch and was trying to help Maddie find other ways to harness her magic. But it was tough for her. Everything about being a witch had been tough for her. Her heritage was mostly shifter, so she'd been an aberration since she was young. And when she was old enough, none of the covens had welcomed her. As the guardian of the eternal flame, I was never expected to join a coven. Mum always said it could ruin impartiality, not to mention dilute our focus if other members of the coven had their own problems. But normally witches always join covens or form their own. That's how they got guidance, support, how they become the best and strongest magical versions of themselves. But normal covens hadn't wanted Maddie before her dalliance with dark magic, what with her father being a criminal and a witch line coming from such a distant heritage that it shouldn't have been present at all. Now they wouldn't touch her with a barge pole. As good as the White Wine Coven was in principle, it was currently focused solely on its name. Drinking wine. I knew at some point we had to refocus that and get our shit together, but it was easier said than done. Hearing the longing in Maddie's voice as she went to watch the flame, though, I knew I had to do better. Chapter 5. I belatedly showered and dressed, then brushed my teeth. The first port of call for Eva and me was a walk to the border barrier, while Eva's nose was full of Morrigan's scent. I went into the sitting room to pick up the cat blanket, only to find Maddie in front of the eternal flame, legs crossed, sitting so close to it that her nose should be burning. "Maddie!" She jerked back, startled, and offered me a shaky smile. "It's just so pretty. You were way too close. Bloody hell, Mads, you'll get burned." I took a deep breath, guilt and anxiety churning in my gut. This wasn't the first time I'd found her all but worshipping the flame, and I feared it wouldn't be the last. No matter how much we tried to deny it, it was clear Maddie had a real problem here. I'd hoped the return of the flame would ease the symptoms of her addiction, but if anything, it had made them worse. "Listen, Maddie, I know it's tough, but remember what Ernie said. You have to wean yourself off the flame. You think I don't remember?" She bit back sharply enough to make me flinch. "Of course I remember, but I needed to see it, because it's always here. I didn't do anything, I just looked at it." Eva let out a low whine and padded over to Maddie. Automatically, Mads reached out to stroke her, and as she did, tension left her little by little. As silence threatened to take hold, my bestie let out a low sigh. She shook her head and looked at me apologetically. I'm sorry, I'm tired and it's tough. It's like the more I don't use it, the more it's begging me to. And Nana's been pestering me about moving out of here so I'm not tempted by the flame, but without my tattoo magic to earn a decent wage, my only option is to move in with her. And I can't bear the thought of that. This was all news to me, and that stung. Maddie's Nana, Yanni, was a chief police officer in Witchlight Cove, and while she was a grandmother by blood to Maddie, she was as good as family to me too, especially now that she was dating my granddad. Given how often I saw her and how tight I thought we were, I had assumed she would have floated something as big as the idea of Maddie moving out with me before suggesting it outright to Mads. Unless she thought I disagreed with the idea. Did I? I didn't know how I felt about it. Since moving back to Witchlight, my friendship with Maddie had been the most grounding and uplifting thing for me. Rediscovering our friendship had been indescribably precious, and living with her after feeling alone for so long had been a key part of my life. The thought of her leaving me felt terrifying and raw. I'd be alone here. Not to mention I didn't feel like I could ever ask her to leave. She'd lived here for a decade without me, looking after this place while I'd been in my flat in London. Making her leave felt inexcusable. But none of this was about me and what I needed. It was about what Maddie needed. I couldn't deny that lately she'd been looking worse than ever. Sadness swelled within me. Any form of addiction was tough enough to break in normal circumstances, but when you had to see that thing day in and day out, I couldn't imagine how hard it must be for Maddie to live with magic that was somehow still hurting her. Not only that, but unbeknownst to Maddie, I'd been upping my training with the flame more and more. At some point she was bound to walk in and see me working with it, and that would be so damned hard on her. You've gone quiet, Maddie said, drawing me out of my thoughts. She offered a wan smile. Look, I'm sorry I snapped. Just because I'm tired, that's all. Oh no, it wasn't that, I assured her. Just thinking about you moving out, it's kind of a big deal, you know? I know. I tried to think about it logically. I couldn't deny that her leaving would make training far easier. I'd been training while Maddie was out and doing a pretty good job, mainly by having Eva stand by the window and bark if Maddie approached. That way I could finish the magic I was doing and make the flame return to normal size. But Maddie was smart. She knew that I not only wanted, but needed to train with the flame. With all the time I was spending with Frasier these days, it hadn't left much time for Maddie. My limbs felt laden with sudden guilt. My face felt warm, and I flushed, embarrassed that I prioritized a new love over an old one. I owed Maddie a lot. She'd helped me time and time again. Thinking of time, my eyes widened. Hey, how come you're not at work? When Maddie first persuaded me to come back to Witchlight to help her with the missing flame problem, she got me a job with Yanni at the police station answering the phones. It wasn't a bad job, but it did require early mornings, which, back then, were not one of my fortes. It had also interfered with my PI work, which I wanted to keep doing. Maddie, on the other hand, used to have no issue waking at the crack of dawn, and given she couldn't continue making her charm tattoos without the eternal flame, she'd needed work. Her taking my place had seemed like the perfect solution. She'd maintain an income, and I wouldn't leave Yanni in the lurch. Yet, as I asked her the question, Maddie crinkled her nose. Nana doesn't need me in first thing, she said. I just sit around doing nothing. Honestly, it's such a pity job. Screen the telephone numbers and log the same crazies ringing in with the same complaints every day. I get maybe one call a week that I actually have to forward to her and Dove. I cocked my head curiously. When I was there, Yanni had desperately needed help. Stacks of paper had been piled up everywhere, with the phone ringing off the hook. Sure, a few of those calls had been from the usual characters, claiming they'd had a vision that someone was going to break through the barrier, or that the cat that kept sneaking in through their cat flap and stealing their cat's food was a shifter casing the joint. So yeah, you dealt with a few crazies. And I got that it wasn't the most rewarding feeling, taking the same calls over and over again. But it had been really busy while I was there. Had it changed that much in 2 months? I should shower anyway. said Maddie, standing. Right. Before you go, how would you feel about it? I asked. About what? Moving in with Yanni. Maddie offered me her most withering look, summing up exactly how she felt about the idea. Okay, I said, filling the hard silence quickly. Not moving in with Yanni per se, but being away from the flame. Not that I want you to go, I added hastily. You know that, right? But it might help as a temporary solution. As silence gripped us, I braced for another sharp snap. But instead, Maddie let out a long sigh. I get that it might help, I really do, but move back in with Nana. I haven't lived with her since I was 17. It would feel like going backward. Then there's the whole her and Ernie thing. God knows where they've done it in their place. She shuddered with horror. It might have been months, but I didn't know if, or when, Maddie would ever get over walking in on her grandmother and my grandfather on our sofa, playing hide the salami together. I just don't want to feel like I'm going backward in life, you know? She said quietly, only for me to be hit by a wave of sadness, so strong I almost gasped. I warded myself the best I could against my friend's emotions. The last thing they needed was for me to be sensing every flicker of sadness or annoyance that radiated from them, especially on the off chance that the annoyance was directed at me. But recently it had been impossible for me to block out Maddie's emotions. I didn't know if it was because they were stronger or I was. You know, there is a way you could help me, Maddie began tentatively. As she met my gaze, I was struck by a wave of hope, and I knew what she was going to ask of me. She wanted me to use my telepathy on her, a power usually considered dark. I could not only feel people's emotions, but I could also alter them. That was what she was obliquely asking of me. She wanted me to alter her emotions. After sending Kaz into a magical coma, I promised myself that I wouldn't fiddle around in someone's mind like that. How about I make us an early lunch? I said, forcing my voice into a bright tone and drawing her attention back to me, before I head out for my case. Fine, Maddie said. But her disappointment struck me like a fist. Chapter 6. I made us lunch while she showered, and then we ate outside, as had become our habit over the last few weeks. Given that working with the flame meant being stuck inside the house until I learned how to access its magic from a greater distance, any spare time I had, I headed outside. Normally with Eva at my side. The September warmth lingered in the air, but soon, sitting outside would be taken from us by the autumn weather. Still, I could feel it wasn't just me who felt better surrounded by nature. Maddie's mood picked up too. I've been thinking, I began, that we should have Noah over for a coven meeting. You mean watch a film and drink wine, right? Maddie responded. No, I mean an actual coven meeting. We've been talking about it for ages. I think it's time we got started. Even if we just look at the coven rules and decide where we go next. Really? Maddie looked at me skeptically, though I could feel her flare of excitement, which was almost instantly extinguished by a wave of self-doubt. You want me in a coven with you in the state I'm in at the minute? I want you in a coven in any state, and I would pick you for my coven over every other witch in the world. I reached out and squeezed her hand. I know this is hard, but we won't stop until you're over this rough patch. I promise. I wish I had your confidence that this is just a patch. She slid me a look, reminiscent of her usual cheekiness. Can I borrow it? My confidence? I laughed. You'll build your own eventually, but sure, you can borrow mine in the meantime. As silence fell again, I could feel the tugs coming from Maddie, as if they were pulling at my own heartstrings. The desperation to believe me. The inability to do so. It was heartbreaking. My chest tightened and I was on the verge of making a promise I shouldn't, one that would involve a quiet nudge of telepathy, when she stood up. I should get going, she said. Last thing I need is another lecture from Nana about being late again. Her lips lifted in a smile that didn't touch her eyes. Sure, are you planning on seeing Lestat tonight, or will you be home for dinner? Do I actually get you to myself now that Frasier's gone for the rest of the week? Her tone was teasing, but the edge of truth made me wince. And rightly so. She deserved more. I'm sorry, I'll do better. But yes, absolutely. I'd love to spend time with you tonight, okay? Have a great day, Mads. I stood and squeezed her tightly in a hug. Love you. I followed her back into the house, carrying my plates and dropping them into the sink. I tried not to notice the way she looked longingly at the flame as she headed to the front door. Thinking of the information Maddie had given me, I gave Volga a quick call. She answered instantly and hopefully. You found her? I grimaced, hating that I had to crush her hopes. Sorry, no. I just needed to check something I learned about familiars. Oh. Disappointment heavy in her voice, she continued. What do you need to know? I ran down everything Maddie had told me. Is that right? Yes. Okay, so you and Morrigan. How long can you be apart before she dies? Volga completed, voice cracking. I don't know. We've never been apart for more than a couple of days. 3 days, I think, but we felt no strain then. We both felt sure we could have been apart longer, but we had no desire to play roulette with her life. 5 days then, at least. Yes, I'd say so. Maybe even a week, but longer than that. Okay, thanks. I know this is hard to discuss or think about, but every piece of information helps me. In that vein, is there anything else I need to know about familiars? Anything at all? There was a pause while she considered it. No, she said. I can't think of anything else. Sorry. That's all right, I'm on it. I'll update you when I've learned something new. Take care. I rang off. Morrigan had been missing for 2 days now. In as few as 3 more days, the familiar could be dead from the separation alone. The clock was ticking. Having been a bit derailed by Maddie in the conversation with Volga, I realized I'd forgotten to get Eva to sniff Morrigan's blanket. So we headed back into the living room to remedy that. The flame danced higher than ever as I walked in, then gutted. An apology, in flame speak. I reached out to it, or more accurately, to the quarrelsome fractured pieces of souls that formed it. Mum, I called, and being the most familiar piece of soul in the eternal flame, bar the bit of my own, she instantly came to the front. Hello, Beatrix. I pictured my best friend. Nose so close to the fire, she should have been in agony. Isn't there anything you can do to help Maddie? She's in a bad way, Mum. I'm scared for her. I felt my mum's sadness wash over me, and no small amount of guilt. She was the first to teach Maddie how to work with the flame. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do, she said, voice drenched in regret. Will getting her away from the flame help? At this point, I don't know, Mum admitted. I'm sorry, darling. I wish there was more I could say, more I could do. I sighed. All right, I'm heading out. Speak soon. Love you. Love you, Bumblebee. I disconnected from the flame, grateful that the various other female relatives living within it had decided to pipe down so we could have 2 minutes for a private chat. It was a rare privilege. I handed out Morrigan's blanket to Eva, and she snuffled all around it before barking to let me know she had the scent and was ready to go. Rather than climbing into Rosie, a mission in and of itself with her broken door, I decided to set off on foot and give Eva plenty of opportunities to snag Morrigan's scent. I might as well get my step count in for the day too. I'd been feeling antsy lately, wanting to start running self-defense classes again, but I wasn't sure there was a demand in our tiny village. Still, I could always teach Ezra's cousins. There were enough of them that it'd be a full-time job if they wanted lessons. Maybe I should teach some for free. It wasn't so much the money as the enjoyment of teaching that I was missing. I was considering my options when Eva froze and pointed, with one paw raised. What is it? I asked, excitement fizzing in my gut. If we found Morrigan trapped somewhere in the undergrowth, I'd count that as a huge win. Eva turned and gave me such a flat look I swore I could almost hear her tell me that obviously she'd found the cat's scent in a well, duh, tone of voice. You got the scent? I asked excitedly. Already? That's great. Let's see where it leads. She put her nose to the ground and started weaving through the grassland, close to the boundary. Eva didn't pause or lift her nose from the earth. She just snuffled forward, and I followed. We entered the small wood at the edge of the village's border. Autumn leaves had started to turn, and the wood was a riot of green, yellow, orange, and golden brown. A soft wind blew, and a few trees relinquished some leaves. I worried as they danced on the wind because one of Eva's favourite things to do was chase falling leaves. Although she twitched, she was a dog on a mission. With effort, she ignored the tantalising leaves and kept sniffing the ground. She led the way, and I noticed that the woods were unusually quiet. The hair on my neck rose as I realised the birds were totally silent. "Eva," I hissed, "stay close." I jogged to join her. I spotted a squirrel in the trees and relaxed. Maybe the birds were on a coffee break. Nothing sinister to see here. Still, I was hyper-aware as we swept through the woods. We reached the road into Witchlight and Eva began to whine. She walked to the edge of the barrier, sniffed here and there, then sat down pointedly, and looked back at me. "You lost the trail?" I asked, stomach sinking. I wouldn't be calling Volga with good news tonight. Eva stared dully at me in response. If she still had the scent, she'd be nose to the ground as she'd been this whole time. That she had her nose in the air told me plenty. The trail from Morrigan had led her here, to a road, where it stopped. Fuck. I bit my lip and searched the area thoroughly, but there was no sign that the cat had been involved in a traffic accident. There was no sign of the cat at all. She had been at the barrier by a road, and my gut told me someone or something had snatched her. But why? Who would want to steal a familiar that was already bonded? I thought of Atlas and his prank, and Claude and his purported vendetta. I could see the teen taking an opportunity to steal the cat, but not the brownie. Still, I chased down the meager leads Helga had given me all the same. Because if it wasn't them, then who the heck had Morrigan? Chapter 7. I returned home and popped next door to update Helga and Volga on my findings. Volga had sagged into her partner's arms with a wail, her despair so deep that tears had leapt into my eyes. I assured them I would keep digging, this wasn't the end, only the beginning. But I had to be honest about my initial assessment. It appeared something nefarious had happened to the cat. Her trail had stopped so abruptly. The obvious answer was she'd been put in a car. Hands wringing and lip trembling, Volga said Morrigan would never get in a car. She hated the sensation. If she'd been moved by car, then she'd been taken unwillingly. I often found in PI work that the most obvious answer was often the correct one. She'd been kidnapped. It made my skin go cold. The thought of someone snatching my Eva from me and not being greeted every morning with mild enthusiasm. Every day she loved me with all of her being. Losing her would destroy me, so I sympathized fully with how Volga was feeling. Now that I had ruled out Morrigan wandering off, I had to consider who would take the familiar. The majority of people in town had the means and the opportunity to take her, but what was the motive? That brought me back to my paltry list of suspects. I decided against questioning anyone further now. Time was running away from me. Frasier would soon be home to say goodbye, and I wanted to give him my full attention for those couple of hours. When he was gone, Morrigan would have 100% of my efforts. Eva and I walked home together. I changed into some pretty matching underwear and made some effort with my bright red hair. I was contemplating adding a little makeup when Eva barked happily. Frasier was here. My heart leapt, and we made our way downstairs, a smile already on my face as Eva bounded to the door, tail wagging as she raced to get to him first. I like to think that her fierce loyalty was mine alone, and she only acted that way because he bribed her with better treats, including the occasional breakfast with eggs, softly scrambled, which, according to him, was her favourite way of having them. But, in truth, their easy love warmed my heart every time I saw them together. One day soon, she would be as much his dog as she was mine. Eva beat me to the door as Frasier walked in. She filled the hallway with her exuberant spins of joy, and it was clear she was in the grasp of the zoomies. She played-bowed to Frasier, then leapt back a few steps, looking at him expectantly. When he didn't start to play, she did it again. "He's not playing just now," I said to her. "Go and play by yourself." She gave me a cheeky look, but darted out of the hallway to dive into the living room and roll all over the sofa. Finally, we were alone. Before I could so much as say hi, he was on me, standing in front of me, his hands on my hips, his lips pressing on mine. They really were the most kissable pair of lips, and the fact that I was the one who got to kiss them whenever I wanted felt like waking up on Christmas morning every day. Frasier Banks did something to me that no other man had ever done before, and that none would ever do again. I was his mate, and as the days ran on, I accepted that he was mine. Truly. What we had was a fairy tale, one I hoped I never stopped living. 3 nights, I groaned, as we pulled apart, my body heated from his electric kisses. How am I going to get through 3 nights without you? My chest was heaving, and his eyes were glued to the rise and fall of my cleavage, eyes dark with a swirl of desire that made my stomach roar.
"About as well as I am,"
he murmured, devouring my lips again. We were both breathing heavily as he said,
"Well, Kiri, I hate the idea of being apart from you for too long. 4 days will be the longest we've been apart for months."
It was true. We spent every waking moment together while travelling around Scotland hunting for the eternal flame, and when we returned to Witchlight, we barely varied that routine. We almost always saw each other, one way or another, and while I was aware it was pathetic to be so needy, it didn't stop my heart from quavering at the thought of what very much felt like protracted absence. "Do you think it's a bond thing?" I asked, "this fire between us. It has to be a bond thing, right?" He tucked a strand of hair around my ear.
"I think it's because I'm totally and utterly in love with you," he replied. "But we can call it a bond thing if that makes you happy."
"No, I think I prefer your explanation," I admitted, smiling, as I planted my lips back on his. Frasier had a duffel bag slung over his shoulder.
"Let me put this in your bedroom."
He winked.
"I've got some things in it for later."
My stomach heated as I wondered what he had in store for me. He jogged back upstairs while I sat and wondered what was in that damn bag.
"At least you'll be here with your friends,"
Frasier said, resuming our conversation as he rejoined me.
"I've got to spend my time with water shifter leaders. Lots and lots of water shifter leaders. And before that, I have a 5-hour journey with the sect leaders from here. I've got to spend 5 hours with Alistister, Julieta, and Serafina." He ended with a scowl.
"Oh, you'll have fun. It's not just them going," I reminded him. "You'll have Jonah, too, and the land shifter leader."
"Kevin, yeah, I wouldn't exactly pick him as a drinking buddy, but you're right. At least I'll have Jonah."
"How's it going to work with the bond, do you think?" I asked, changing the subject. He was bound to me, well and truly, and though I'd accepted he was my mate, we hadn't taken that final step of formally cementing what was between us. I didn't know enough about Selkies to know how it would affect him to be away from me. Would it hurt him? Be less effective? He could normally tell my emotions, often calling me throughout the day if he felt some turbulence from me. If he couldn't feel me the same, I'd miss those thoughtful check-ins. My voice was unnaturally quiet, as I was struck with a sudden bout of nervousness, which was well and truly my own. "Will you be able to feel me less from far apart?"
"I don't know,"
he admitted, and then in a clear push for levity, he winked.
"But maybe I'll actually be able to go to a bar without buying an extra glass of Oyster Bay, too."
I laughed at his teasing tone. "Was that right?" He grinned fleetingly before turning serious again.
"Distance shouldn't make any difference, at least that's what I've been told. But obviously I've never experienced it myself, so I can't be sure. I'll admit to feeling nervous myself. I love the feel of you, that part of you humming in my mind. It's reassuring. But everything I've heard says that the bond is made from incredibly strong magic. We should be okay. Theoretically, you could be on the other side of the world and I'd be able to feel you.
Good. That made me feel better. I liked the thought that our bond would be there, even if our physical bodies were apart. I tugged Frasier into the living room, and we sat on the sofa, snuggling together opposite the beautiful flame dancing in the grate. There's something else I need your opinion on, I said, before we kiss too much and I get distracted. I need to talk to you about Maddie. Yanni suggested she should move back in with her.
She did, he replied. And how did Maddie take that?
She said it would feel like going backward in life. I recited. The last thing she wants is to feel like she's regressing to her teen years when everyone else is moving forward. People are growing up, buying houses, marrying, having kids. She feels left behind, even if she isn't. The only one who thinks Maddie is a failure is Maddie. I wish she could see herself the way I see her. Bright, courageous, wild and free. I'd envied her at least as often as she'd envied me. Just showed that the grass wasn't always greener on the other side. Frasier pressed his lips together and hummed slightly as he thought about Maddie. When he spoke, I could tell he was choosing his words carefully.
I've been thinking about how much time I've been spending here at Stonehaven Cottage. It's practically every night.
It was hard not to feel insecurity rise. Is that not what you want? He squeezed my hand.
Of course it is,
he reassured me.
But the only reason I go back to mine is to grab fresh clothes and water Brad Pitt and the others. Stuff like that.
Frasier named all of his plants after celebrities. After I brought all of my plants home from London, he'd started to name them too. It made me smile. A young elf named Orla Oakenfeld had saved the plants from near death. I'd found her parents for her, and in return she'd made the plants in my apartment thrive. It was nice to bring that greenery home to Witchlight, a little piece of my London life. And little by little I was turning Stonehaven Cottage into my home rather than my parents'. Maybe, if I was following his train of thought correctly, Frasier's too. What are you saying? I asked, heart thundering, desperate not to misinterpret where he was leading with this because I was hoping hard.
Just thinking things through,
he said slowly.
I don't want to pressure you.
Not long ago, the thought of moving in with somebody would have brought me out in a rash, but now it made my heart thunder with excitement.
I understand why Maddie doesn't want to move in with Yanni,
Frasier continued,
but I also think it would do her good to be away from the flame. She's not out of the woods with her addiction, and living every day with it is a big ask. So, what if I moved in here, and she moved into my property instead? She can water Catherine Zeta-Jones and the others, and I don't need to worry about the property being empty and getting broken into. She'd be in a nice property and away from temptation. It's win-win.
It's the perfect solution, I admitted. Maddie would be away from the flame but living in an amazing place, and you... My heart was pounding against my ribs. You're moving permanently with me.
Yeah, does that sound all right?
He asked carefully. I grinned. I think it sounds better than all right. I grabbed him by the collar and pulled him closer. This was the best day ever. The thought of him living with me, waking up with me, falling asleep with me. My heart was so light it felt as if I might float right out of my chest. As my lips pressed into his, I shifted my body, ready to straddle him, ready to devour him. Yet before I could, the doorbell rang. No, I said grumpily. Whoever it is, they can wait. I determinedly pressed my lips to his again, but the doorbell rang again. Then again, and again. Then somebody began pounding on the door. For fuck's sake, I muttered. The hammering was really hampering the romantic mood. Frasier sighed.
I'm sorry, Maria, but looks like we'll have to take a rain check. Let's go and see what's so damned important.
I was glad to hear the edge of frustration in his voice, too. We just decided to take a huge step in our relationship, and I wanted to celebrate it horizontal mambo style. The interloper better have a damn good reason for interrupting us. Chapter 8. With reluctance, I pulled myself away from Frasier and stood, ready to move towards the door. Eva was at the front door, emitting a low, rumbling growl.
I don't think I've ever seen her do that,
Frasier commented, frowning.
Get behind me.
I glared. Listen, buddy, we may be moving in together, but of the two of us, I'm the expert on hand-to-hand combat and self-defense, and I'm the guardian of the flame. You can be the big bad protector around the sea, and I'll be the one on the land. I'm no damsel in distress. He grimaced. I know you're right, but protecting my mate is as ingrained in my instincts as breathing. Well, uningrain them. I frowned at Eva, who was still growling viciously. It is rare for her to growl. Despite my machismo, I couldn't help but imagine it was Granny on the other side of the door. Fran, the ice cream seller / wannabe sorceress, had confirmed that grandmother dear was indeed alive and kicking out there. Knowing that, I was more on edge than normal, especially with Eva's unusual reaction. Nerves churned within me. Eva might look like an average golden retriever, but she was more than that. Far more. Eva had a sixth sense for danger, a love of key theft, and the ability to get into locked buildings. I would say it was a skill she had learned from watching me pick locks, but given her lack of opposable thumbs, I couldn't imagine that was the case. Just stay behind me, I ordered Frasier, as I edged towards the door. I was gratified when he did let me take point. I glanced back towards the flame. The fire flickered with bright purple tones, ready to defend. Well, that wasn't reassuring. I turned back to the door, which was still being rudely hammered upon. Whoever was there would get 2 seconds. 2 seconds for me to recognize them, or else I'd hurl them across the front room with my telekinesis. I gathered my powers. It probably wasn't Granny. After all, the wards around Witchlight stopped anyone with ill intent from coming in. Then again, she'd bypassed them before, and all it had taken was a little murder. With my pulse pounding from both adrenaline and magic, I pulled open the door, hand raised, ready to punch with fist or magic. Giulietta Cortez stared at my raised fist. Manners these days are absurdly lacking. Is that how you greet everyone who rings your doorbell? Or is that vitriol reserved for vampires alone? She sniffed disdainfully. You didn't just ring the doorbell, did you? I shot back, lowering my fist. You pounded on it repeatedly. Given the circumstances, I'm not sure I'm the one whose manners should be questioned. Giulietta was the head of the vampire sect, and an intimidating figure. Tall and angular, with a fiery gaze that could bore a hole through metal. Every time I saw her, it was like a chokehold chill swept into the room. And now it was no different. What are you doing here so early, Giulietta? Frasier asked, as I relaxed my stance. What do you think I'm doing? She responded curtly. I've come to get you. She gestured to the large black people carrier parked a little way away. We moved the meeting time forward. Oh, for goodness sake, Banks, we were all ready to go 5 minutes ago. Haven't you seen the messages? I've arranged to meet some acquaintances earlier. It's the only time they were free. It's important, so we all need to leave now. Now? Disappointment surged in Frasier's voice, but he glanced back at the waiting people carrier. Okay, I'll just be a minute. Let me grab my things. Frasier disappeared inside. Disappointment swam through me, hot and heady. He was going to fetch the bag. The bag that had things he planned for us to use tonight. Well, that sucked. Not only was he leaving, but he was going early, and without any phenomenal farewell sex. I folded my arms and glared at Giulietta a bit more. Cock-blocking bitch that she was. Do you always leave people standing on the doorstep? Giulietta snapped. Ugh. As if she was once again questioning my manners. Fine. Do you want to come in while you wait? The rumours of vampires needing an invitation to enter a residential home were vastly exaggerated. They could get into any property, same as any witch or fae or human, through the front door. So it cost me nothing to show her a bit of politeness, and given she was working closely with Frasier, offering some civility seemed in order. Besides, she was nowhere near as scary as Candace, the vampire who was the head of the deadly nightshades. Next to Candace, Giulietta was a veritable pussycat. Not that I was in a hurry to say that to her face, of course. I wasn't an idiot. Besides, I had some questions about a certain familiar. The vampire offered me a fang-filled smile. Oh, look, you do have some basic manners, she said, before promptly pushing past me into the hallway. As Giulietta entered the living room, Eva offered her a further low growl. The woman blithely ignored my dog, captivated by the fireplace. "The eternal flame," she said, her eyes glinting. "It's good to see it. No one had seen it in such a long time that I'd begun to think." She offered a tight smile. "Well, never mind what I thought. It really is magnificent. The power radiating from it." "You can feel the power?" I asked, taken aback. "I didn't think vampires read magic that way." She shot me a glance, looking down her nose at me. "Clearly you know it all at the ripe old age of what? 25? 28, I corrected, but thank you. It wasn't a compliment. She moved closer to the flame. By Hecate, the power. The things that could be done with this in the wrong hands. It's no wonder there are plenty of people who want to possess the eternal flame. This time, Eva's growl was less than subtle. It was a full-on teeth-bared snarl, though if the vampire was the slightest bit concerned, she didn't show it. Instead, she looked increasingly weird. Her gaze on the flame was almost adoring, and eerily similar to the way I sometimes caught Maddie staring at the flame. I didn't like it one bit. "Fortunately, I'm here to make sure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands," I said loudly into the silence. I reached out, connected with the flame, and placed a visible, shimmering ward between her and the flame. It was similar to the type that guarded Witchlight, but on a far smaller scale. Unlike the border barrier, where it was only children and people of ill intent it wouldn't let through, this one was impassable. There was no chance of anyone, including Giulietta, getting through. Giulietta tilted her head to the side and arched a perfectly plucked eyebrow. "Your magic is getting stronger," she noted, tapping a long-nailed finger against a plump lip. "Interesting. Let's talk about other interesting things," I began. "Vulgus familiar. Morrigan. You had an issue with her." She looked at me like I had shat on her shoe. "What on earth are you talking about?" "Your cat had an incident with Morrigan." She blinked. "That was ages ago. A year or more. Candy and Morrigan got into it. Fur flew. That was it. I took Candy to the vet because that little bitch broke her skin with a vicious bite. She had to have an injection. Volga paid for it." "Why are you asking about Morrigan?" "She's missing." A plucked eyebrow arched, and a smirk stole onto her face. "Is she? How tragic." Her tone was downright gleeful. What a total bitch. "How would you feel if Candy got snatched?" I asked. She shrugged. "She's a cat. I get a new one." She genuinely looked utterly blasé at the thought. I suppose as a vampire, life and death were constant companions. "How old are you?" I asked. Giulietta glared. "That is incredibly rude. Honestly, you have the manners of a pig." "You're questioning my manners?" I began, anger skittering in. "When you barge into my home." Eva barked, but this time she wasn't facing Giulietta, but towards the entrance hall. I turned, and a moment later, the head of the Fae, Alistister, walked in. The dark-haired Fae often glamoured his wings to disguise himself as human, but right now the black wings hung from his back, like he was a fallen angel. He should have been handsome, but there was a cruel twist to his lips, and a hardness to his eyes that always belied that. My own tension increased, and I fortified the ward and shifted my weight to the balls of my feet, ready to attack if necessary. His body language was tense.
"What is the delay?" he snapped. "Is Frasier growing a new head of hair?"
"He's just getting ready," I snapped back. "He didn't get any notice of the time change." I glared back at Giulietta for good measure. I didn't want to take my eyes off the woman who was gazing so covetously at my flame. My mother had drilled me for years on the importance of protecting the flame, no matter what, And now that the eternal flame finally blazed in the grate again, all of those hours, days, months of lessons came screaming back. And my instincts told me I was in the presence of predators.
I didn't realize fetching banks would take you quite so long, Cortez.
Alistair spat at the vampire leader.
I'd have come myself had I known you'd drag matters out. What on the seven suns is going on?
Like Giulietta, his hard black gaze focused on the flame, and the light in it was covetous. You can both go, I said curtly. Frasier will meet you outside. Just then, Frasier appeared in the doorway, with his bag that he had grabbed from my bedroom slung on his shoulder. Alistair looked at him, upper lip peeled back in a sneer that I wanted to punch off his face. He was looking at Frasier like something he'd scraped off his shoe, disgusting and beneath him. Eva growled louder, and I wanted to join in. The Fae sniffed.
You're making us late, Banks.
Frasier's jaw locked. It wasn't an expression I was used to seeing on him, but I could feel the anger buzzing off him.
Official changes in time to scheduled leader events should be submitted 24 hours in advance, he snapped.
He squared up to Alistair, moving in closer.
You're lucky I'm agreeing to come earlier at all, especially after the way you have barged into my mate's home like this. Now, I'll meet you outside when I am done here. Get out.
He stepped forward again, and Alistair automatically took a step back. A burst of pride buzzed through me. Obviously, I knew Frasier was a powerful man, but it was a whole different thing seeing him in action. It made me wish again that he and his bag of tricks weren't going. The vampire and the Fae both turned and walked out. Only when they'd left the cottage did he turn to me, eyes soft with regret and longing. I gave him a bittersweet smile back. At least we were both as clearly affected by the idea of our separation. Still, there was something about the way he'd said mate that had turned my insides into jelly. I wasn't just a fling or just a girlfriend. I was his, and he was mine. Frasier's hands cupped my cheeks.
I had such lovely things planned,
he mourned regretfully.
You have no idea how much I'm going to miss you.
I know exactly how much, I said ruefully, because I feel the same, even if I do feel sappy for it. He pulled me into one last passionate kiss, and I lost myself in the scent and taste of him. I could have stayed there all day, but he pulled back. He brushed his lips one last time against mine, like he couldn't resist one more taste. Then he left, taking my heart with him. Chapter 9. So I guess it's just you and me, I said to Eva, giving her a full-body cuddle we both needed. I want to speak to the flame. Can you keep a lookout for Mads, please? It probably wasn't necessary given that Maddie had not long left for work, but I didn't want to risk her having an unexpected sick day and coming home to find me communing with the flame. With a single bark, Eva jumped up onto the armchair and perched her legs on the back, her eyes locked on the front window. She was on high alert, which meant I could relax. Thanks, girl. I sat cross-legged in front of the flame and opened my senses, reaching out to the maelstrom of colour and magic. Even now, after communing with the eternal flame and its soul denizens dozens of times, a sense of awe and wonder filled me. Nowadays, my mind, and magic, linked effortlessly with the eternal flame. In the beginning, even that had been hard. So now I felt a flicker of pride when the link came easily. My mother's voice filtered into my mind from the flame, and it was her voice. Not magic spelled to sound like her, it was her, truly. Not all of her, but I'd take a slice. I'd take anything. Hello, Bee, she said warmly. Hi, Mum. Like me, she'd given part of her soul to the eternal flame, and now that I was the guardian, we could speak again. It still felt like a miracle. My mum couldn't hug me, couldn't dry my tears or see me get married, but I could talk to her, and we had spoken often about a million things. about life, about Frasier, about my magic. We'd clashed a little over my parents' decision to buy my magic. They had known, had seen, how hard that had been for me. But Mum was unapologetic about their decision. In fact, she was convinced they'd done the right thing. After all, my grandmother had come for me as they'd feared. In her mind, they'd been justified in the steps that they took. I'd argued that it wasn't their decision that had hurt so much as the fact that they had never spoken to me about it. It was the type of decision I should have given my consent to. Regardless, that was the one thing we agreed to disagree on. For the main, it was the most wonderful thing in the world to be able to disagree with her on something. Unfortunately, hers wasn't the only soul that could speak to me. A plethora of great-great-aunties and great-great-grandmothers stretching back through my family tree also loved to voice their, often unasked for, opinions. "You're late this morning. When I was training, I had to start at dawn and not finish until dusk." I now recognized my great-great-great-aunt Hyacinth's strident tones without effort, mostly because she was always harping on about this generation's weak work ethic. She also thought it was absurd for a woman to be a private investigator. I tried to ignore her. We were all products of the times we were raised in, and she'd been born in the Victorian era where showing your elbows was scandalous, let alone wearing trousers and conducting surveillance alone late at night. Apparently, she'd only been a guardian for less than a year before a nasty accident involving a broomstick and a bull had ended her term and life abruptly. "Give the girl a break. She's in love. Can't you feel it?" My maternal grandmother, Nellie, who I'd never met, was always full of support and pride. She and Mum were my most vocal defenders. "She had a whole decade as a break," Hyacinth sniffed. "Now she needs to get to work. Make up for lost time." Given that there were centuries' worth of guardian souls within the flame, and most of them talked constantly over one another, there were still a couple of voices I couldn't yet distinguish. But it felt as if Hyacinth was loud enough for most of them. Mum's voice broke in. "What do you want to work on this morning, Bumblebee?" "Wards." Again. Her voice was somewhat resigned. We worked a great deal on warding and on my telekinesis, but the flame had been pushing me for weeks to explore my telepathy. I didn't want to have dark magic. Didn't want to use it to manipulate people's feelings. It felt inherently wrong. Yet I couldn't get Maddie's request out of my mind. If I could somehow cure her of her addiction by simply removing the need, the obsession for the flame, well, that didn't feel dark at all. Then there was Kaz, the vampire who'd murdered Lawrence and whose mind I'd accidentally trampled through like a herd of elephants, putting her into a magical coma. She was a murderer, and I certainly didn't feel the crippling guilt that I felt before. But I still felt remorse. I wanted to heal her, wanted her to be in her right mind while she went to jail for what she had done, but the fear of accidentally doing it to Maddie, whose mind already felt precarious these days, it felt like too much to risk. She had her whole life before, and if I put my best friend into a coma, I'd never recover from it. The thought of harming Maddie made me physically sick. No, I couldn't contemplate it. I pushed all thoughts of telepathy down. I'd rather have Maddie upset with me than hurt by me. I'd come up with another way to help her. I had to. "Yes," I replied aloud. "Warding. In particular, warding people. If Granny comes back, I want to know that I can protect my loved ones." "And the village," Hyacinth added, like that wasn't a given. "We don't just protect the ones we love, but all who fall within the protection of the Witchlight." Witchlight was an old English term for the eternal flame. But she wasn't wrong. Of course, I'd protect anyone from Dahlia Bleakman. A collective shudder rolled through the souls at the mention of my grandmother's name, and I tried to push my own anxiety aside. I couldn't think about what could happen if she returned here. What I needed was to make sure that if she did, it would be a one-time thing and no one else would get hurt. Not like last time. It was strange to think that only a matter of months ago I'd had next to no magic, other than my embarrassingly weak empathy skills. The thought of being able to do anything beyond, well, feeling, had seemed out of reach. Now, though, there were so many things I could do. My telekinesis had come on in leaps and bounds, to the point that I could easily move large living creatures around, much to Eva's dismay. My training had progressed in logical stages. I'd started making wards around small inanimate objects, then physically throwing items at them to check that they worked. After that, I increased the size of my wards, and when I was comfortable that I got that down, I started using my telekinesis to throw things at them, rather than using my hands. Wielding the two types of magic simultaneously had been a steep learning curve, and on the days when I'd been honing the skill, I'd spend the evening crashed out on the sofa, unable to do anything more than crawl to the fridge for my glass of wine or shovel in my next slice of pizza. Then I'd moved on to warding living things, namely, Eva. I'd warded my dog countless times, both while she was stationary and while moving, though the first couple of attempts at throwing things at her had presented unexpected issues. Not wanting to use something that could actually hurt her, I picked her normal tennis balls to throw at her, the type she would spend hours chasing and catching when we went on walks. But with the ward in place, she couldn't catch them. She'd been less than impressed. She had assumed, incorrectly, that I'd done it as some sort of punishment. To get her own back, she'd found every single ball in the house and garden and put them in my bed, complete with woodlice, grass, and whatever else she picked up along the way. And she hid my keys that night so thoroughly that it had taken Frasier, Maddie, and me hours to find them the next day. Still, when it came to warding and telekinesis, I was pretty confident I had the basics down, but I had to work on improving my competence and skill. For one thing, I had no idea how long I could hold a ward for, or at what distance I could cast one, or how wide I could stretch it. Currently, the biggest group I'd managed to ward was 4, Ezra, Noor, Frasier, and Eva. But if Granny Dearest came back with vengeance in her heart, I would need to do a lot more than that. Staring at the flame, I drew in a long breath, letting the energy fill my lungs, only for a pointed cough to interrupt from somewhere inside my mind. "Is there a problem?" I asked. She might not have spoken, but I was certain the cough was of the hyacinth variety. "What is it?" I questioned. "Am I doing something wrong?" Nerves tingled within me. I needed to follow certain steps to make the wards before. Intentions I had to set, visualizations and focus. But now that I got the hang of it, I'd stopped needing those crutches. But maybe I was doing it wrong. Apprehension and imposter syndrome swooped in. I'd been a dud for so long that failing seemed like second nature. Yet I pulled myself out of that negative mindset when I started teaching self-defense and rediscovered a sense of self-worth. Being back here, back home, had all those teenage feelings of inadequacy racing back. A pause followed before the throat cleared a second time. "No one's going to say anything, are they? You're going to leave it to me to be the bad guy?" It was Hyacinth again, and by the way the rest of them remained silent, it seemed like she was right. Whatever it was, they didn't want to tell me. It was going to fall on her to spill the beans. "You need to work on your telepathy, Beatrix Stonehaven." Hyacinth's voice was firm. "You've worked on warding long enough. The telepathy is a great gift you've been given. Not honing it would be an insult to the flame. To all of us. To your heritage." My back teeth ground. "Really? You're saying every witch must use all their powers? Because there's a witch Noor told me about who could always tell when people were lying, but people hated her for it because she'd expose every little white lie. Not every power is a gift, Auntie Hyacinth." Aunt Hyacinth despised being called Auntie, but it was the least she deserved when she was deliberately needling me. No one responded, and silence rolled out. The souls were there to guide me, but there was one whose opinion I valued more than the others. "Mum," I asked, "do you agree? Do you think I should work on this? You get it, it feels wrong to manipulate people's emotions. You understand where I'm coming from, right?" It took a moment before her voice came through, as if she was considering her words. "Magic isn't bad. Skills aren't bad. It's like a gun, Bumblebee. Yes, it can do deadly, terrible things, but the gun is not to blame for the bullets it fires. The person wielding it is. A gun can be used to protect, to hunt for food. It is not inherently wrong. And yet I hurt Kaz. Badly. Oh, that was an accident, B. Accidents happen when people don't know what they're doing. That wasn't your fault. But if you choose not to train your powers, and you accidentally hurt someone else... A chill prickled over my skin. She was right. If I willfully ignored the magic within me, if it rose up and hurt someone, if I lost control, it'd be on me. Mum continued, voice soft. If you're not in control of the power, then the power will always have control over you. I hated it. From the pit of my stomach to every other part of my body, I hated the idea of learning to manipulate emotions. But I couldn't stop thinking about Maddie's request. Had I been wrong to dismiss it out of hand? Think of it this way, Mum said. Think of your grandmother. What if your strength and skill became so powerful that it didn't even come down to a fight? That you could simply manipulate her feelings so that she no longer wanted to harm people, no longer wanted to rip magic from the earth. Wouldn't you do that? It was a question that didn't need any thought. Of course I would, without a doubt. More people than my parents had died that night, when my grandmother tried to steal me from Witchlight. I never wanted that to happen again. Not if I could prevent it. The flame's anticipation buzzed through me. It wanted me to do this. Desperately. All of them did. Not one single dissenting voice. That had to tell me something. Okay, I said slowly, as an idea formed. Here's the deal. I'll learn to train my telepathy. If you teach me how to cure Kaz, and how to help Maddie. Chapter 10. I awaited their decision in the silence, my heart drumming as I held my breath. My great-grandmother Laurel spoke first. Deal, you practice this skill properly, hone it so we all agree you're using it to the best of your ability, and we will teach you how to free the bind you put on the vampire's mind, and we'll see what can be done to help young Madeline. We'll put our collective minds on the issue. Together, we can come up with a solution. Hope and excitement rippled through me. If I could help Maddie and Kaz, then whatever moral compromise I made would have to be worth it. I'd do anything for Maddie. Anything. Even this. Okay, I'm in. I sat up straight and I rubbed my hands together. Let's start telepathy training. Well, it's great that you're finally enthusiastic about your magic. There is one slight issue, Hyacinth groused. A pause followed before Mum's voice came through the flame. You need a willing test subject. Well, hell. Who would want a rookie telepathist playing with their mind? I knew I wouldn't. Anxiety rose. I didn't want to hurt my friends. The thought of using my skills on Dahlia made total sense. But training on friends, manipulating their emotions, was abhorrent. It is only abhorrent if it's done without their knowledge and consent, Mum said. Honestly, Bumblebee, this is no different from how you used to practice your empathy on Ezra and Maddie. We'll guide you through it, same as I did then. I guarantee no harm will come to one of your test subjects. Okay, I said aloud, blowing out a long breath. I felt better for her assurances. No harm would come to them. The flame would see to it. Okay. I took a couple of minutes to think through my options for a willing test subject. I had plenty of friends in Witchlight now. Truly, they were more than friends. They were people I loved like family. I had no doubt that if I told Maddie or Yanni or Ezra that I needed to borrow them for a couple of hours of emotional manipulation to learn about my powers, they would say yes. They trusted me utterly. They knew I would never abuse my powers. Still, Maddie was the first choice I dismissed, almost before her name had crossed my mind. She needed my help. She was the endgame, not my training wheels. Besides, it would be too much for her to aid me while I was training with the flame. It would be torture. There was no way I was putting her through that. As for Ezra and Yanni, they were both maniacally busy, what with Ezra taking the role of werewolf leader while his father was away, and Yanni no doubt dealing with the inevitable fallout of those who thought they could take advantage of the sect leader's absence. As I considered my options, a comforting warmth bloomed through me. I didn't need someone as good as family when I had actual family right on the other side of town. "I'll be a minute," I said to the flame, before standing up and grabbing my phone.
"Bee, is everything all right?"
Ernie asked, picking up my call on the first ring. "Hey, Ernie, yeah, everything's fine." Gone were the days when I wouldn't even refer to my father's father by his first name. Old Jacobson, that was what I'd known him as until he told me the truth about his relationship with my grandmother, and how she'd taken my father away from him before he knew she was pregnant. Since then, we'd grown closer and closer, and I even thought of him as my granddad. "I wonder if you could help me."
"Is Maddie okay?"
he asked, instantly worrying. "She's fine," I assured him, although I wasn't entirely sure that was true. "I was hoping you might be free to help me with a bit of training with the flame."
"Absolutely."
I could hear the excitement in his voice as he stretched every syllable in the word to double its normal length. Ernie had offered to help train me countless times. He'd even forged a link between us when the bind my parents had placed on me began to crack and weaken, leaving me unable to control the sudden surges of power that tore through me. Ingesting a potion with my grandfather's hair in it had been gross, but it also meant I could draw on his control and power if I felt like I was losing control of mine. And since I caused a minor landslide while up in Scotland, not to mention blown out a fair few red lights in frustration, that seemed sensible. But with the flame and me now bonded, I rarely thought about the link between Ernie and me anymore. We'd agreed to leave it in place until the soul said I was fine to go at it alone, and I felt reassured knowing that he was ready to step into the breach, should my magic have a wild flare-up, like the time I accidentally started an avalanche. "Thank you for agreeing, but you might want to wait until you hear what I need you for," I said wryly. "Apparently, I need to work on my telepathy." There was a pause.
"You want to manipulate my emotions?"
He didn't need the word telepathy explained the way some would. "Yeah, if you'll let me." I blew out a breath. "Mum promised it'll be safe, that they'll help me. They'll make sure no harm comes to you. The flame thinks it's a good idea for me to master all elements of my magic, especially my telepathy. If I could manipulate Dahlia's emotions..." I trailed off.
"You could appeal to her better nature,"
he said. His tone hardened.
"Or force her to have one."
"Exactly. I know I'm asking a lot, but will you help me? I can't do this without a test subject, and I can't be ready for Granny if I don't train." Silence filtered down from his end of the line. I knew he was thinking about Dahlia. Back when he was young, he had loved her with all his heart, never realizing she was only using him to have the strongest witch offspring she could. I couldn't imagine what that betrayal must have been like, how it must have broken him. The thought of Frasier doing something like that to me, it wasn't something I could bear to imagine. If his feelings were nothing more than a hoax, it would crush me. "Grandad?" I prompted after the long silence had stretched into uncomfortable territory. "Are you still there?" There was a gasp on the other end, and I realized that was the first time I'd ever called him by that moniker aloud.
"Yes,"
he said warmly.
"I'm here, Bee. I'll always be here."
The promise hit me right in the heart, and tears welled. "Thank you," I said, voice thick.
"You're welcome,"
he replied, his own voice sounding suspiciously thick too. He cleared his throat.
"I have to finish up a potion, but I can be over in an hour or so."
"That would be perfect. Thank you so much."
"Do you need me to bring anything?"
"Let me check with the souls. 1 second." Given that the souls in the flame were entirely metaphysical, I assumed they were not the types of hosts who expected you to turn up with a nice bottle of red. However, since Ernie had asked, it seemed only right to check with them before I replied. As it turned out, he did need to bring something, though it certainly wasn't anything I would have envisioned in a million years. Chapter 11. I had an hour to kill before Ernie arrived, and it was nearing 5 p.m. The perfect time to do a little more legwork on Morrigan's case. Sorry, Eva, I said to my dog. I need to go and speak to Claude, and you know how he feels about animals. You best stay here. She looked at me flatly. Besides, I added, I need someone to guard the eternal flame for me, and I know you're the best for the job. Eva stared at me for a beat, and I thought she hadn't bought it, but then she wagged her tail, happy to prove she was the best flame guard ever. Since time was of the essence, I decided I'd drive. I searched for my set of keys but couldn't find my main set. I thought about asking Eva where she'd hidden them, but since she was already in a bad mood, due to being left at home, I grabbed a spare set, which had Rosie's spare key on, and marched out. It was a later me problem. I unlocked my rust bucket and climbed in through the passenger side door, dignity still clearly intact. I started the car, and as usual, the fuel gauge stayed completely flat. I'd given her a good refill recently, though, so I was probably fine, and I always had a can of petrol in the boot of the car in case I guessed wrong. I motored into the village and snagged an excellent parking space in front of Claude's bakery. I climbed out again, clambering across the seats. Alice saw me and smiled. That's an interesting way to exit your vehicle, she teased. Yeah, I don't even bother to lock her. At this point, if anyone wants to steal Rosie, they're welcome to her, I joked. Alice laughed, but I patted Rosie's bonnet to let her know I was joking. But also a little bit not. Ezra's mum had her blonde hair in a chignon today, and she looked neat and presentable, as always. Her arms were full of bags from the bakery. Feeling peckish? I asked. Ezra's hosting a pack night at ours, a movie night. He tasked me with snacks to get me out from underfoot. Her eyes glimmered with laughter, making it clear she was not bothered in the slightest. Nora's coming to hang out with the pack too, and he wants it to be perfect. Well, that's lovely. She beamed. It is. Young love is such a beautiful thing. She looked at me critically. And how are you going to cope with the dashing Mr. Banks going away? Terribly, I admitted grumpily. Julie had to change the time, and we didn't have time for a proper goodbye. Alice frowned. I thought it was Alistister who changed the time. Her expression cleared. Well, either way, it's annoying, isn't it? The trick I've found over the years is to keep yourself busy. If you're home alone, you have time to mope. Fill your days with good company and you'll hardly notice their absence, though you'll be more than ready when they return to you. We haven't been apart for more than a few hours in months, I admitted. Since our Scottish road trip, you know. I do know. Ezra and Nora the same, utterly inseparable. Oh, I'm glad. I was devastated when they broke up. They're truly perfect for each other. Nora seems all sweetness and light, but she has a tough core. She's perfect for Ez. I grinned. She really is. He's goofy in love with her. It's adorable. Jonah and I are blessed to see all our kids find their partners and settle down. Her eyes softened, even our half-adoptive ones. Arms still full of pastries and treats. She leaned forward to kiss my forehead. I'm so happy you're home, Bee. Me too. Well, I best be going. If the wolves don't have cookies, they get cranky. She winked and set off on foot towards home. I was still smiling when I stepped into the bakery. Claude's expression wiped it off me right away. He was sweeping up around a few tables inside, but he set down the broom to pour his full efforts into glaring at me. Hey, Claude, what's wrong? I asked, at the thundercloud expression on the short brownie's wizened face. What's wrong? He groused. It is 2 minutes to close, and in you wander. Oh, I'm not here to buy anything. He folded his arms. Well, that's worse. Okay, how about I buy something? I looked at the paltry remains of his daily offerings. I'll grab 3 donuts. How about that? He grunted and ran it through for me. Oh, what else do you come for then? He asked. Spit it out, Stonehaven. Well, I'm here about Vulgus Familiar. Morrigan. That damned beast, he exploded, waving his arms around. She has some cheek. She knows full well she's not allowed in here. Familiars are smart. They know the rules. And she marched in anyway. Sent tables flying. Customers left. Paying customers. Vulgus said she was chasing a mouse, but I do not have rodents in here. It was nonsense. Cat was here to be a menace.
and I bet to pick up some crumbs. Oh, she loves my croissants.
Well, that's a good thing, surely.
Don't be absurd. He stamped his foot. She's a cat. She's not supposed to eat croissants.
I didn't know what to say to that, so I changed tack. She's missing. He faltered.
What?
Morrigan. She was patrolling the barrier 2 nights ago, and we lost her trail at the road into town. He blinked rapidly.
All right, he said. What do you want me to do about it? You're the detective.
Private investigator, I corrected, and yes, I am. Whereabouts were you 2 nights ago?
He gaped. I'm a suspect. Me? Just don't even look at me. I can't even drive a car. My feet don't reach the pedals. If someone snatched a cat off the road, I'm not your man.
That seemed like a valid point. All the same, I lowered my mental shields and pressed the issue. Where were you on the night in question?
What night?
2 days ago. He frowned.
I think I watched a film. Alone. It's hard to remember. The days and nights blur together when you're a small business owner.
He did feel nervous, but I didn't get the sense that he was lying to me. And most people felt nervous when questioned in connection with a crime. You live above the bakery, right?
Yeah. So?
He answered pugnaciously. So, would you mind if I checked upstairs? Outrage flared, and his mouth dropped open.
Of course I'd mind. My home is designed for a brownie, not a huge human giant. You'd wreck the place.
You're refusing me entry? He glared.
Damn right I am.
No alibi, and he wasn't letting me search the place. But there was the car issue. If Claude couldn't drive, and the scent had ended abruptly by the road, well, that pushed him way down the suspect list. Still, Morrigan could have been transported away by means other than a vehicle. But I'd be damned if I knew what it was. Claude stayed on my suspect list, but he was near the bottom. For now. Chapter 12. I ate 1 donut on the way back, and shared another with Eva. The custard-filled treat was probably not the best thing for the dog, but it was a one-time thing, so I rolled with it. We were scarfing down the last remnants of our treat when the doorbell rang. I opened the door to Ernie, and could instantly smell what the souls had told him to bring with him. Something he hated to eat. In Ernie's case, Stilton cheese. I wrinkled my nose at the unpleasant sock-like odour. Come on in. I stepped back to let him into the house and led him into the living room. Stilton is your least favourite food in the world. How funny, I'm not a fan, and Dad wasn't either. I told him. Stinky, mouldy cheese was only fit for the bin in my book. He smiled.
That's weirdly nice to know. I've always hated Stilton. It tastes like mold.
Right.
Yanni adores it,
Ernie said with a she's so crazy gesture.
That's why I had some in my fridge. Ugh, revolting stuff.
He had the offending cheese wrapped in a plastic shopping bag in a vain attempt to contain its stench. He set it down on the coffee table and sat down. I grabbed a plate from the kitchen, unwrapped the offending cheese, and placed it on the plate. We both grimaced as the smell permeated the room, like the world's stinkiest air freshener.
It tastes like mold because it is mold. Ugh, who wants to eat mold?
He shuddered.
I've never liked it. Horrible stuff. And don't tell me it's a delicacy because I have travelled the world. Blue cheese in France, blue cheese in Spain. Whoa, all smells the same, tastes the same. Vile.
The souls had set my first task in telepathy. Change Ernie's feelings about an item of food he hated. His distaste was evident. Frankly, making him love Stilton did indeed feel evil. I'm sorry, I said in all seriousness. For what I'm about to do? He flashed me a sudden grin.
That's why I picked Stilton. With Yanni loving this stuff, it would be great if you could get me to not mind it. She gets annoyed when I gag at the smell, and then she refuses to kiss me.
I winced at the unwanted visual. My stomach was churning with nerves. It was my first dive into telepathy, and even though the souls were here to guide me, I couldn't help but think of Kaz in a coma. I turned to the flame and listened to the instructions, reassured by my mum's promise that she'd be there the whole time. I smiled at my grandfather and hoped the nerves didn't show. I relayed the flame's instructions. Okay, let's see what I can do. Focus on your feelings about Stilton, please. With a deep, sock-smelling breath in, I dropped my guard so I could sense the full spectrum of Ernie's emotions. A wall of disgust hit me so hard that I gasped. I didn't like Stilton, but he hated it. It was worse than the feeling I got when I pulled a mat of hair out of the shower plug, oily and greasy from conditioner, and weeks sitting there collecting grime. That was always enough to make me gag. The feeling from Ernie was worse than that, and I had to swallow hard a couple of times to stop my upchuck reflux. Okay, Mum was talking to me again. You can feel how he feels about the blue cheese. Yeah, I really don't need my skills for that, I said aloud for Ernie's benefit. Ernie was eyeing the lump of cheese with unwavering suspicion, as if it might jump off the plate and into his mouth without his consent. Latch onto his feelings of distaste and then replace them with the thoughts you have of something you love. Mum coached. You've got to transmute the negative energy and shift it into something more positive. It'll be easier if the positive feeling comes from a similar place. You mean something culinary? Exactly. She sounded pleased that I grasped the concept so easily. Luckily for all of us, I was a total foodie, and it wasn't hard for me to access a feeling of culinary love. All I had to do was think of takeout pizza, the meal of the gods. Frasier and I might be mates, but my romance with the Italian staple had been around for a lot longer, and I didn't care how magical that pelt of his was. If he ever told me pizza was banned in our household, I wasn't sure who would win, him or pizza. Thankfully, he'd never give me such a foolish ultimatum. You need to visualize your emotion and Ernie's emotion, my mum said. It can help if you imagine the emotions as colours. Or sensations, added Laurel. You can make one slimy in your mind and the other silky. Whatever works best for you. I was more visual than tactile. I'll stick with colours, I said quickly, sensing that the souls were ready to descend into an argument over how I was supposed to visualize things. Colours work for me. Blue cheese, blue. Pizza, red. Easy. Great, Mum said, remaining in charge. Now you need to see how his emotion is extending from him and slowly extend yours to meet it. I did as she said, visualizing my red light pushing towards him, thin tendrils of colour interweaving and wrapping around one another. As I tried to move my mind deeper, I felt the pushback, his mind resisting the change. We'd only just started, but sweat beaded on the back of my neck as my pulse pounded in my ears. The anxiety was back at full throttle. It had eased while we were chatting about cheese, but with the levity gone, I was terrified I'd go too far. I didn't want to hurt him. You won't, Nellie reassured me softly. Trust yourself. You're in control here. You see those red tendrils? Red for pizza, for love. Push them towards the blue. You can do it, Beatrix. Pushing away the fears trying to hold me back, I offered one last push forward with my red-coloured love. The yield was instantaneous. The shift in Ernie's blue feelings was marked. It wasn't red, but the disgust had dissipated, and his feelings towards the cheese had changed. Now the feeling emanating from him was more indigo in colour. That was how it felt, almost the edge of purple, as if I had softened the emotion of hatred, lessening it from absolute disgust to a mild dislike. Trembling, I severed the link between us, aware of the tributaries of sweat weaving down my spine. Has she done it? A voice I didn't recognize asked. Does he like Stilton now? I wanted to know too, so I asked urgently, How are you feeling, Ernie? I'm good, he reassured me. You don't need to worry. Tension eased. And how do you feel about the cheese? My granddad looked down at the plate and tilted his head as he took a sniff. And then another. A thick crease formed on his already wrinkled brow. It's a bit strong, he said slowly. But you know, with a piece of chunky bread and some strong chutney, it could be palatable. I think I could choke it down. I grinned. That was definitely progress. I take it. And from the whoop of delight that came out of the souls, so would they. Chapter 13. For the next couple of hours, I continued to manipulate Ernie's emotions, as well as working on the Stilton, which he was eventually happy to eat without bread or chutney. I helped him increase his fondness for several other foods, and worked on his phobia of spiders, which I hadn't known existed until one crawled out from under the grate and he recoiled like he'd been shot.
It's not the legs I don't like,
he insisted.
It's the eyes. You know some species have 12 eyes? They don't even use them all. Not properly, it's just for effect. They want to freak us out.
After an hour of working with my manipulation, he was able to pick up a spider and put it outside the front door. Although he looked far from happy doing it, it was a huge improvement. The only downside was that the process was frustratingly slow. It's not like Dahlia's going to give me an hour to manipulate how she feels about attacking us, I said to Ernie afterward. I need it to be instant. He looked amused.
Beatrix, don't berate yourself for not being able to run when you've only taken your first steps today. Your magic has come along leaps and bounds over the last couple of months. Not just because of the return of the flame, but also because of your increase in confidence.
He looked at me affectionately.
It's been beautiful to behold, you finally holding the magic you should have had all these years.
I thought of Maddie, who was struggling so much with hers. Thanks. It's been amazing, honestly, to have my magic the way I always should have done. I cleared my throat. Listen, I know you've been working with her, but I have to say, I'm really worried about Maddie.
You and me both,
he murmured.
She hasn't turned up to any of our sessions with me in weeks. At first I thought she was just head over heels with the vampire, but now I'm not so sure.
I think our issues with the flame are getting worse, I said, not better. I thought things would improve when the flame returned, but it hasn't.
No,
he agreed, mouth turning down. Now we were in delicate territory. I know Yanni suggested that Maddie move in with her, but I don't think that's the right move for her. She said she feels like she's regressing, and I can totally understand that.
Yeah, so can I. And I don't think she should go cold turkey on the flame either. She needs to be weaned off it, gradually, carefully.
If she did move into Frasier's, she'd surely visit me daily anyway, so we probably didn't need to worry too much about the cold turkey thing. With our session over, I was exhausted and trying to hide quite how much. Thanks so much for coming, for trusting me to use my magic on you. It means a lot.
You're welcome. I can see you're getting tired, so I think that's my cue to leave.
He gave Eva some belly rubs and snagged his stinky Stilton to take home for Yanni. I walked Ernie to the front door, and he stepped out before hesitating and turning back to me.
I liked it, when you called me Grandad.
I smiled. Me too. I'll try to do it more. He beamed.
I'd like that.
My granddad waved goodbye and disappeared into the night. I closed the front door and leaned against it. I was exhausted. The temptation was high to fall into bed, but I wanted to be awake when Maddie returned from her shift. We should be finishing any minute now. I turned my mind to Morrigan. Volga would be beside herself with worry, so I gave her a quick ring to update her on today's progress. I'd spoken to both Claude and Giulietta in the end, and my gut said neither of them had snatched the cat. They weren't off the suspect list, but they were at the bottom. Volga had nothing new to report. There'd been no sightings of the cat, and the bond between them remained present, but somehow hidden. She knew Morrigan was alive, but that was all. I remembered Maddie's rundown on familiars and how they communicated. Do you feel anything at all from Morrie? No, she sighed. I'm getting nothing from the bond. No emotions. Nothing. You can't get a sense of proximity. If you walk around the village, you can't tell if you're nearer or farther from her. Normally, absolutely. Now, no. Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Keep in touch and let me know if any of the other familiars spot her. I will, Volga said, her voice small and defeated. I've still got avenues to pursue, I reassured her. We're far from done. We said goodbye, and I weighed my options. It was early evening, so interviewing suspects was probably out. Not to mention I was too tired. I drained a significant amount of magic, and if I tried to question someone now, I might miss a shift in their emotions. Instead, I needed to find a menial task that let my brain tick over while my hands stayed busy. I hadn't finished tidying the library, and given how immaculate Dad had kept it, it felt wrong to leave it in such a state. That was a perfect job. Eva followed me into the small nook and collapsed once more into the sole stretch of carpet she could find. The room felt cluttered despite all my rearranging. It was all the knickknacks, I realized. Dad had so many on every surface, mementos of trips I didn't remember or hadn't taken. I swallowed past a sudden rock in my throat. I had to live here, and figurines of things I'd never seen were all reminders of my loss. Quietly, I gathered up the little bits and pieces of Dad's life and put them in a box. I'd give them to Ernie, I thought. Though, of course, I keep one or two for myself. With the surfaces far clearer, some tension left my shoulders. There was a spot by the windowsill that would be perfect for a bit of greenery. I went up to my bedroom and picked one of the many plants there to relocate to the library. I settled it on the windowsill and smiled. The peace lily looked perfect nestled in a room of books. Bit by bit, this house was becoming home. It was hard to imagine Maddie not living here, but I had to, for her sake. And I'd have to find the right time to talk to her about Frasier's suggestion. Thinking about him made my heart pang. He was probably still on the train with the others, chattering away in first class, annoying the silently working travellers. It would be another hour or so before he reached London. Hopefully he'd call when he was settled at the hotel. Battling a yawn, I decided to go and have a shower to keep myself awake. Magical exhaustion wasn't funny. The hot water helped, and I dressed in my jammies afterwards and used the hairdryer to blast my hair dry. Ready for a cup of tea and some toast, I wandered downstairs. Before I'd even set foot in the living room, my gut sank. Maddie was sitting cross-legged on the floor, smack bang in front of the flame. "Bea!" Maddie jumped guiltily to her feet. "I wasn't doing anything," she protested before I could get a word out. "I was just looking at it. I haven't been in that long, a couple of minutes at most." Guilt cascaded from her, and a lump lodged in my throat. I hated that she felt that way, that she would rather hide the truth from me than let me know how much she was suffering, how badly she was battling her addiction. "Everything all right at work?" I tried to steer the conversation elsewhere as quickly as possible, though, by the way she huffed, it wasn't a subject she was any keener to discuss. "It's fine." She let out a long sigh as she shifted across to sit on the sofa, her eyes flicking more than once to the flame. "Nana wants me in early in the morning, even no one calls then. The way she keeps changing my shifts is annoying. I honestly wouldn't say no to a flat above the police station at this point." A glimmer of hope ignited within me. It sounded like Maddie might not be completely opposed to a move, which meant Frasier's suggestion wasn't dead in the water. "What is it?" she asked, a shade pugnaciously, breaking into my stream of thoughts. "You're picking at your nails." She gestured to my hands. "You want to tell me something? What is it? Because I told you I only just got in. I wasn't with the flame that long." The phrase, "Methinks the lady doth protest too much," came to mind. Still, I let it lie. I had to pick my battles. Maddie was so defensive about her problems with the flame that I couldn't make it the focus of the pitch. She had to think this was about me and Frasier. "Well," my throat was unusually tight. I didn't want her to take this the wrong way. "You know that Frasier's been staying here a lot recently," I began, very aware of how fast my heart was drumming. Maddie rolled her eyes. "Obviously. Well, we've really enjoyed practically living together, and we'd like to take the next step." When Maddie's face remained blank, I elucidated. "We'd like to move in together. Permanently." "Move in together?" She frowned. "But you can't leave the cottage. Not with the flame." Her eyes widened as she connected the dots. "You mean he's going to move in here? What a downgrade." She winced. "Not that I don't love it here, Bea, but he literally has the most amazing house in the entirety of Witchlight Cove." Her eyes widened. He's not seriously going to sell it, is he? Oh my God, he'd get a fortune if he did. You could buy a second home, somewhere tropical and hot. Not that he couldn't buy a place abroad already if he wanted to, I guess. He's totally loaded. Well, he doesn't want to sell it, but he doesn't want it to be vacant either. Oh, he's going to rent it out, she asked. Tricky in this area. No commuters here, really. I was pretty sure my heart was going to crack a rib if I didn't spit it out soon. Steeling myself with the type of bravery I normally use when chasing down murderous vampires, I looked my best friend in the eye. He's got someone in mind, actually. We thought maybe you might want to move into his house. Her jaw dropped as she stared at me in stunned silence. I tried not to read my friend's emotions on purpose, but I was sorely tempted to do so, as her blank, slack-jawed expression revealed nothing other than her shock. Her jaw clattered shut as she realized she was gaping. Me? You want me to move into Frasier's? For a split second, the silence was so complete that I could hear my heart drumming in my ears. But before I could ask her what she thought of the idea, her jaw locked with such ferocity that a vein bulged in her forehead. Oh my God! You're kicking me out! Chapter 14. My stomach plummeted. It was the one reaction I didn't want her to have. The clamp around my throat tightened, yet I forced words out. Of course you don't have to move out. It's just because you were talking about Yanni and... Maddie's face lit up with a massive smile. I'm winding you up, Bea. You're too easy, honestly. It's the perfect solution. That house. Oh my God, it's incredible. Even nicer than Lestat's. And Ernie says that being in nature, particularly water, should help with the flame issues. And the house is right by the sea. I can go swimming every day. Her eyes gleamed. I could hold fancy dinner parties. Oh my God. This is a solution to everything. I can feel it. You're not upset? I asked, keeping the relief that wanted to rush in at bay. No! She threw her arms around me and squeezed so tightly that my shoulder clicked. This is amazing for you. I'm so happy for you and Frasier. You deserve this. As she let me go, she dropped her hands to hold mine. This is a fresh start I need. I can feel it. No more tiptoeing around the eternal flame. No more seeing the flame at all. A clean break. That's what I need. A chill of uncertainty twisted within me. Ernie had mentioned that she couldn't go cold turkey, that she needed to keep using magic from the flame in small, controlled doses until she could wean herself off it. I decided not to mention that now. We'd have time to talk about it later, and I didn't want to be a Debbie Downer when Maddie was beaming for the first time in weeks. My best friend jumped up onto her feet, rubbing her hands in anticipation. Boy, I assume Frasier will want to move straight in here, right? After London, I feel I can sleep in the guest bedroom at his place anyway. Have you seen the size of the walk-in shower in there? As it happened, I had, but I didn't get a chance to say that as she raced upstairs to start packing despite the late hour. It was good to see her happy and excited, but deciding to pack at nearly 10 p.m. was another symptom of her erratic behaviour lately. I had to hope that things would get easier for her away from the flame. All the same, I wished, selfishly, that she had been less delighted to leave me. Feeling suddenly alone, I looked at Eva. My retriever wagged her tail, picked up a stuffed bunny toy, and came and laid it on my lap. Thanks, I said, snuggling into the stinky toy. Come on, let's go to bed. I could hardly keep my eyes open. I checked the time. Frasier should be off the train and into a hotel by now. I called him after I brushed my teeth, and he was pleased that Maddie was more than willing to move into his place. It felt right to both of us to have him move into Stonehaven Cottage, and I felt excited about this new chapter in our lives. Though I would miss Maddie sorely, I'd have to make more of an effort to see her every day, but I could do that. I fell asleep with the sound of his smooth baritone voice echoing in my ear. The next morning, rather than having to drag Maddie out of bed the way I'd had to for weeks, my best friend was already down in the kitchen, bouncing with energy I hadn't seen from her in too long. She was hastily packing things into cardboard boxes. You know Frasier's place has crockery, right? I said, peering into the box to see a mixture of utensils, from frying pans to sieves and some ramekins I hadn't been aware we had. Yeah, but these are some of my favourites. This pan makes the best omelette. I didn't know if he'd be funny about me using his stuff. I didn't want to assume. He really won't be, I assured her. I glanced into one of her boxes, and a familiar item peeked out at me. A large coffee mug that said witch and a bitch before coffee. Hey, I objected, this one is mine. It was one of the last gifts Mum and Dad had ever given me. Maddie gave me a sheepish glance. Sorry, I knew that. I just used to drink from it a lot in the early days when you were gone. It became a favourite. Holy guilt trip. I sighed and settled it back into the box. You can keep it. No! She pulled it back out. It's yours. I know it's too painful for you to take to London before, but now, well, it's yours. She put it back in the cupboard. I can use it when I visit. Visit. A lump suddenly took up residence in my throat. It would be so hard to have her visit. You'll never be a guest, you hear me? You let yourself in and make yourself a coffee in this mug. This will always be your home. Her eyes went watery, and she jerked a nod. I know it. Good. I blinked away the heat in my eyes and cleared my throat. I was thinking that tonight we could have a little moving out thing here, I said. Just pizza and hot chocolate, stick on a movie. You can choose which brand of schmaltzy romance you want to throw on. Normally, letting Maddie have free rein over the film choice was usually enough to elicit instant agreement. But this time, she crinkled her nose. Actually, I thought I might have a housewarming thing at mine, if that's okay with you. Her eyes said it all. No time like the present to get away from the eternal flame. And she needed that. The speed at which she'd adopted the word mine for Frasier's place was slightly alarming. I smiled and pushed the disappointment down. I didn't want a crazy party tonight, I just wanted her and me. But for her, I'd suck it up and socialise. Okay, sure. Well, then, I guess we're at Frasier's, yours, tonight then. She grinned. Thank you so much for this, and Frasier too, obviously. You know how much it means to me. It's going to be the start of something amazing. I can feel it. We only want what's best for you. Come on, Eva and I will walk you to work. We could do with a stretch. Eva pointedly bowed her back in a long stretch, just so it was entirely clear that she agreed. I happily sucked the cool, crisp air into my lungs as we moved. The autumn air had a special hint of something woody and fresh. Considering how quickly Maddie was moving out of the cottage, this could well be one of our last early morning walks together, and that made my heart pinch. When we reached the police station, the door opened, and Yanni stepped outside. Hey, girl, she said to my dog, going straight to give Eva some fuss before looking up at me. This is a nice surprise, Beatrix. I was just heading to Sonny's to get coffees for the crew if you fancy sticking around for a caffeine hit. Her tone was friendly and hopeful, but I didn't miss a surreptitious glance towards Maddie, telling me she wanted to get me on my own. Sounds good, I replied lightly. You know I need my caffeine. I'll come with you. Yanni grinned. I was hoping you'd say that. No doubt, since I'd saved Sonny after he'd been framed for murder, he wouldn't let me spend a penny in his shop, and that extended to anyone I was with. Come on, the police chief said. Let's go get caffeinated so we're ready to face the day. That was the kind of suggestion I could get behind. Chapter 15. Yanni and I started to walk companionably to the coffee shop, and when we were far enough away from the office, I broke the silence. Why didn't you tell me you'd asked Maddie to move in with you? I asked, trying to hide my hurt. With a sigh, Yanni reached out and squeezed my hand in a soft apology that told me I hadn't managed to hide the hurt at all, probably because I didn't think she'd say yes. I didn't want you to agree and put pressure on her. I didn't want it to feel like I was trying to get you on my side, that we were ganging up on her. That makes sense, I said quietly, but I still would have liked a bit of a heads up. For what it's worth, I think her not living with the flame is a good idea, which is why Frasier suggested she move into his place. I paused. And she agreed. Yanni stopped dead and tilted her head to look at me. Her breath left her in a rush of relief. He did. She did. The hard tension in her shoulders drained, and they slumped. Yep. She placed a hand on her heart. Oh my God, he's a good man, your Frasier. I could kiss him, but I won't, she promised hastily, as we started to walk once more to Sonny's. He is, I replied, grinning. But if you kiss him, I'll tell my granddad. She paused mid-step. Granddad? I shrugged. We're trying it on for size. Yanni smiled. He'll be loving that. Yeah, me too. It's nice. It sure is. The usually stoic bear shifter gave me a quick squeeze. Her smile dropped. I'm glad Maddie's moving away from the flame, but I'm worried about her living all alone out there. Frasier's is a little remote. It's not that far, I assured her. No, I suppose not. I just worry. She hasn't been herself lately. She's bitter and dark, and she's sleeping badly. I know, she has huge bags under her eyes, and shadows in them, Yanni murmured. So rare to see a real smile from her these days rather than a forced one. She'll pick up now, I said confidently. I'm sure of it. Besides, she won't be alone all that much. She spends a lot of time with Lestat. Yanni bristled, and her lips pressed together in sharp disapproval. Your granddad was saying how much yesterday meant to him. Yanni's sudden change of subject was less than subtle, but I didn't mind. He was thrilled to be able to help you, and I'm pretty pleased too. I love broccoli and Stilton soup. Now I can get him to whip up some big batches this winter. We shared grins before she sobered. So it's going well for you, Bea, using the flame? I think so, I replied. It was hard to know since I should have been training my magic since I was a child, but I certainly didn't feel like we were taking things slowly. Telepathy's still new, but I'm actively working on it now. I can see its value in that not all of its uses need to be inherently evil, despite its frequent classification as dark magic. Of course it's not. I've seen darkness and this isn't that. Sounds fascinating, Yanni said. And you can hear all the different voices of the flame in your head. Iris's? Nellie's? Given how my grandmother had passed away, and my mum had become guardian of the flame before I was born, I had not thought about Yanni knowing that grandmother too. But they were around the same age, and it wasn't like Witchlight was a big place. Yeah, I replied. Unfortunately, I'm not great at blocking them out, I said with a wry smile, as we approached Insomnia Coffee, known locally as Sonny's. My relatives love to chatter all at once. It's like a family reunion from hell. But I'll get there with practice. As always, Sonny's had a massive queue, but rightly or wrongly, he never let me join it. 10 minutes later, Yanni and I were walking back to the station, with enough coffees and pastries to set us up for the day without a penny spent. At some point, Sonny would have to get accused of murder again. Otherwise, I would start to feel like I was taking advantage of his generosity. So, I began, Volga hired me on a new case. Yanni frowned. Oh, is Morrigan still missing? I told her to come back to me after 24 hours had passed. When she didn't, I assumed her familiar had made her way home. No, she's still missing. Even I tracked her scent to the village's border, but it stopped at the road inn and out of town. Yanni sighed. Well, that's not good. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again. What? I pressed. Familiars can be used in dark magic. Their connection with their witch can be corrupted for dark purposes. Yanni's mouth was tight. If that's what's happened here, we've got a real problem on our hands. I honestly thought Morrigan had just lost track of time chasing a mouse or something, like she did at Claude's. Yeah, I spoke to him about that, but he pointed out that he can't drive, so he couldn't have snatched Morrigan. The police chief snorted. He was lying. Claude can drive. He has a specially adapted vehicle. I arrested him for drunk driving last month, but he was only a little over the limit, so I let him go in the end. Why, that lying little brownie. I hadn't had my shields lowered the whole time I'd been speaking to him, I remembered. I had when I'd asked him about his whereabouts, and though he'd been telling the truth about watching a movie alone, that didn't mean he hadn't done something else that night. I moved the brownie back up the suspect list. How come you let the brownie go? I pried. I rattled his cage, told him next time I throw the book at him. But truth is, I miss his pan of raisins too much. I snorted with laughter. What? A bear's got to have a vice. Yours is Amdram, I shot back. Yanni loved her amateur dramatics. Please, Amdram isn't a vice. It's a calling. Raised voices cut across our conversation. "Calm down," someone was shouting, which I thought was likely to have the opposite effect. I'd never known anyone to calm down after being hollered at. "Hold on a minute, will you be?" Yanni murmured, pulling us to a stop as her attention drifted to the other side of the road, where the ruckus was happening. Two Fae were deep in spirited discussion. While my last case had involved working directly with the Fae community, in particular a goblin called Gwen, the Fae were generally one of the sects I had very little to do with, especially on a social level, but I recognized one of the pair, Orion. Orion worked at the Watchtower Hotel, and it was his son Atlas who'd supposedly cast an illusion spell on Morrigan. The Fae made a commanding sight with his silver wings and tall stature, but his bowed shoulders undercut the image, making him come across as weak-willed and timid. "Alistair just named Orion as his second," Yanni murmured to me. "Orion's in charge while Alistair is at the conference. Funny choice if you ask me. Poor Fae seems scared of his own shadow." "What do you mean, just named?" I questioned. "Surely Alistair had to have a second designated before now." Yanni scoffed. "Well, this is Alistair we're talking about. Thinks he can do everything better than everyone else in Witchlight. He only put a second in place now because the other sect leaders insisted." I didn't know much about Alistair. Frasier wasn't his biggest fan, and considering how easygoing Frasier was, that was a definite red flag. Still, I'd make my own judgment. We continued to watch on discreetly. Whoever Orion was talking to clearly had a bee in their bonnet about something, and by the looks of it, Orion was making notes on his phone as he tried to placate them. Finally, after a couple of minutes, the other Fae marched off, leaving Orion to hang his head. "I suspect I'll get a call from him later," Yanni said with a sigh. "Excuse me for 1 minute, I'm just going to speak to Orion," I said, shoving my coffee into her hands as I hurried across the street. "Hey, Orion!" The handsome Fae turned to stare at me. "Miss Stonehaven." "Hi." The Fae were weird about surnames, so I didn't have the first clue as to Orion's. "I need to speak to your son," I said. "Atlas?" A frown flickered across his handsome features. "What about?" Now there was a hint of backbone showing. I was glad to see it. He glamoured a cat, made it look like a dog. Orion waved a hand dismissively. "All Fae kids do that. A harmless prank." "Right, but now the cat is missing and I need to check he hasn't made it into a bird or something, and that's why we can't find her." Orion sighed, and his resistance crumbled. "Fine, you can speak to him at the Watchtower Hotel at 4 p.m. after school. With me present." "Thank you, that works. Speak to you later." He nodded stiffly and walked away. I rejoined Yanni and we continued back to the station. When the building came into view, she stopped for a second time and asked quietly, "You will still keep an eye on Maddie, won't you? Even though she's not living with you, even though she'll be away from the flame, you won't just forget about her?" A rare flare of guilt rose inside me, burning through my chest. "I never ever simply forgot about her," I replied. "About any of you, I just needed time and space to get my head sorted." I rested my hand on the older woman's shoulder. "She's my best friend, Yanni. I promise I will never let her down again." With a weak attempt at a smile, Yanni moved to hug me, only to discover with all the cups and paper bags that there was no way of making it happen without spilling one. "Okay then." Her eyes gleamed with a wicked light, and a cheeky smirk lit up her features. "Now, it might be a bit too much to ask, but when you're next working with your granddad, maybe you could increase his fondness for handcuffs." I groaned. "Oh, Yanni!" She cackled, all the way into the police station. Chapter 16. I walked back to the cottage trying to block all images of Yanni, Ernie, and handcuffs from my head. I told myself she'd only said it to wind me up, but there was no way I was keeping it to myself. If I had to suffer the visions, so did Maddie. I wasted no time sending a text to my bestie. "Take that out of my mind now," her reply came through all but instantly. "Not until I learn how to take it out of mine," I fired back. "We can suffer together. Solidarity." I just let myself into the cottage when Nor knocked at the door. "Hey," I greeted happily. "You okay?" Her expression was set to not happy. "I've been better," she confessed. "I had to get away from Ezra." she explained as she walked into my home. He is so stressed. I think he thought it would be fun trying on leadership for size, but so far, he isn't enjoying being in charge. Jonah's only been gone a day, I pointed out. Oh, I know. With a groan, she kicked off her shoes and hung up her coat. But Ed was not only determined that nothing will go wrong, but also that everything will be in a better state than when his father left. I led her into the kitchen and flicked on the kettle. She was sorely in need of a brew. He's being ridiculous, Nor continued. He's checking on all the wolf packs, compiling a list of everything they want, and of course they're taking the piss with ridiculous requests about boundary rights and divisions of hunting space. I just couldn't cope anymore. Seeing him running around like a madman trying to achieve the impossible was giving me anxiety. I know he wants to be alpha someday, but I keep thinking about what it might be like for us if this is foreshadowing the rest of our lives. I'm sorry, that does suck. It does. She turned determined eyes on me. So, I think it is the perfect time to practice your telepathy. She lifted a hand to forestall the objection she knew was going to spill from my lips. Hear me out. I know you think this power is dark and evil, but truth is, it can be used to help. You could help people with trauma and phobias and... I cut her off. I agree. That's why I used my telepathy on Ernie yesterday, to help with his dislike of Stilton cheese. She blinked. She'd come here ready for a fight, and my sudden capitulation had pulled the rug out from under her. You did? I did. Do you want me to see if I can make you feel a bit more relaxed? I offered. Nor gave me a relieved smile. Well, that would be amazing. I'd like to help you, of course I would, but I'm not sure how easy it'll be, I warned her. I'll get the flame to guide me, but this is all new. Of course, she said. I'll be delighted with any improvement, and if you can't help, well, I'm in no worse situation than when I arrived. Except I already feel a little better just for talking about it. I'm glad. Okay, come and sit by the fire. If the endgame was helping Maddie tackle her addiction, then I certainly needed more practice, and helping Nor with her anxiety would be great. We sat together on the floor in front of the flame, much like I'd done with Ernie the day before, with the souls firing out instructions to me. This time, we were focusing purely on feelings, rather than on feelings for something, like food. It was intrinsically harder. Rather than forcing my feelings onto her, I was working with her own emotions, pulling the positive ones forward, and letting the anxiety drop back. I couldn't get rid of it entirely. Being a conscientious warrior was part of who Nor was. But I could push it back so it wasn't at the forefront of her mind, making her feel agitated. It was more of a rewiring than a complete change, and somehow that was significantly more exhausting than my work with my granddad. When I was done, I felt like I'd been hit by a car, and Nor looked at me in wonder. Tears filled her eyes. Oh my God, this is amazing. Thank you, B. I can't tell you what it means to not have stress and anxiety dictating my life. I've had quite a few periods in life where I've medicated my anxiety away, but this is... that you can help me with no side effects is a real gift. She gave me a huge squeeze. So nice to feel like my mind won't leap into worst-case scenarios each time. Like it's choosing to see some of the potential positive outcomes instead. I don't know how long the effects will last, I admitted, so keep me updated if anything feels like it's changing. I'm more than happy to help you again. If you help me again, I'll pay you, she said fiercely. What? No. Beatrix Stonehaven. Nor put her hands on her hips, jutting her chin in what I was coming to think of as her stubborn pose. You are offering a magical service that people would pay an arm and a leg for, and I'm no exception. This could be huge for you. I chewed my lip in thought. Maybe, I admitted, but if I advertised those services, I could attract unsavory elements who could try to use me for bad things. Force a relative to give their inheritance to them rather than to their kids, you know? That sort of thing? Nor frowned. True, but even if you only offered your services to Witchlight, there are plenty of people who'd love your help. I smiled, but didn't say that even here, we had unsavory types. It was hard not to think of Kaz, Fran, and Gilbert Storecrest. Nor left with a veritable bounce in her step, and, thinking of unsavory types, I turned my mind back to Morrigan's case. I'd spoken to Julietta, albeit briefly, and I'd already got a time to see Atlas later on today. Seraphina and her familiar crumpet were in London with the love of my life. So that left Mrs. D to dig into. The idea of Amara Drakefield doing anything to harm or snatch Morrigan away was frankly ludicrous. But Volga was paying for my time, and she'd listed her as a suspect, so I had no choice but to actively cross her off the list. It was close to lunchtime, so Eva and I meandered down to the school, hoping to catch the teacher on her lunch break. The receptionist bustled inside to find Mrs. D for me, and moments later she returned, with my former teacher in tow. The diminutive woman barely came up to the receptionist's shoulders, yet there was always an air of command about her. As always, Mrs. D was dressed in a tweed suit, with her silvery blonde hair tied back neatly at the nape of her neck. Despite her short stature, she wore comfy flats. A wide smile spread across her face at the sight of me. "Beatrix, lovely to see you, dear." The warm greeting made me feel bad about the questions I needed to ask her, but I figured they were mostly a formality. "Do you have time for a quick walk and talk?" I asked. "Of course, I've already guzzled down my sandwiches. I have—" She checked her watch. "About 20 minutes left of my break." "I won't need more than that," I assured her. Mrs. D bent and gave Eva some much-appreciated attention. When Eva was happy, we took to the streets around the school, walking and talking, out of sight of her nosy pupils. "Well," Mrs. D began, "you're not here to chit-chat?" She eyed me critically. "You look tired, so just spit it out, Beatrix." I grinned. "You know me so well." The smile faded. "Actually, I'm here because Morrigan, Volga's familiar, is missing. And Volga told me you and Morrigan had an altercation?" Mrs. D's cheeks coloured. "Well, this is embarrassing, but yes, we did have a rough and tumble. Truth is, she strayed, quite knowingly, onto my territory. That kind of thing is a deliberate challenge in the feline world, so I took umbrage, given I was in feline form at the time. I pounced on her, there was some yowling, and I won't deny some fur flew too, but I made my point and Morrigan slunk away to lick her wounds. She hasn't been back on my territory since." "When was that?" "Well, it must have been 6 months ago or more. It was springtime. Morrigan made out to Volga like she had pounced on you." The teacher snorted. "No doubt. She's a prideful thing, Morrigan. Admitting I got the jump on her would be humiliating to her. She couldn't hide the fact that she'd been in a scrap and spun it so she was the victor." "And you haven't seen her since?" "Oh, I've seen her, but she hasn't been back to my territory. She gives me a wide berth now." Mrs. D smiled with dry amusement. "She's learned her lesson." "Do you know of anyone else having a problem with her?" "Well, Claude certainly isn't a fan of hers," she said. "Morrigan came into his bakery, and you know how he feels about animals. Morrigan claimed to Volga that she'd been chasing a mouse." Mrs. D snorted. "There was no mouse. Morrigan likes to test boundaries. Claude chased her out with a broom. She hasn't been back there yet, either." I grimaced. I'd have to circle back to Claude now that I knew he'd lied about driving. Still, I had to admit that Morrigan sounded a bit like a douche. It seemed likely there would be other people she deliberately pissed off. Any one of them could have snatched her off the road, but I couldn't think why anyone would, aside from Yanni's muttered warnings about dark magic, which were not comforting in the slightest. I lowered my mental shields and reached out to Mrs. D. "Any idea who would snatch Morrigan?" "None," she replied. And I could sense no duplicity from her, no nerves. All I could feel was a faint concern. Despite her bravado, she was a little concerned about the familiar. "Okay, thanks for your time." "You're welcome. No, for all her faults, Volga dotes on Morrigan and she on Volga. Everyone deserves that devotion from someone in their lives. I hope you find her soon." "Yeah," I agreed. "Me too." I'd struck out on Mrs. D. I didn't believe for a second she had anything to do with the cat's disappearance. Things weren't looking good for the missing rag-doll cat. Chapter 17. From the school I went straight to the bakery, but it was heaving at the lunchtime rush, so I cut out of there. I'd have to see Claude when it was a bit calmer. Instead, Eva and I took another walk around the barrier. I could feel its solid presence beside me. It was powered by the eternal flame, and that was how I'd always known that, even when it wasn't visible in my fireplace, it was still present somewhere in Witchlight Cove, because the border barrier hadn't budged an inch. I could detect the souls in it now. Could feel a hint of Mum, Hyacinth and Nellie. I lowered my magical shields and looked at the barrier with something other than my eyes. The barrier's kaleidoscope of colours burst into my eyes, and I gasped in pure wonder. It was as stunning as the flame itself, and it pulsed and danced in the same way the fire did. A patch of grey in the barrier caught my eye. It was like that section had been drained of the vibrant colour the rest of the barrier enjoyed. Before I could step closer to look at it, though, my phone flared to life. I didn't recognise the number, but I swiped up to answer all the same. Hello? There was a pause. It's Scarlet. Scarlet Briar? I blinked. Why in God's name would the witch be calling me? Last time we'd spoken, she'd lured me in to be killed by Fran. Admittedly, Scarlet had been in a tight spot. Her mum had been terminally ill, and Fran had used the cup of completion to save her life. In return, Fran had forced Scarlet to lure me into a trap. She'd done her job admirably and then run away. As far as I knew, her mother's miraculous recovery had been put down to remission, and she still lived in the same residential home, but now with far less pain and discomfort. I understood Scarlet's position, truly I did. There was nothing I wouldn't do to save either of my parents, and it was a boon to be able to speak to Mum again, despite her death. But the soul fragment wasn't wholly my mother, just a piece. A precious piece, but it was hard sometimes to remember that Mum was still very much dead and gone. I would never hug my mum again. Scarlet could. I felt jealous. A little petty. Hard not to. Only those who had suffered loss could understand how mad you sometimes felt at the living. Scarlet, I said, impressed by how even my voice sounded, why are you calling? She didn't get a how are you or how can I help you. It turned out that trying to lure me to my death stripped me of some of my manners. My Edgar is gone. I frowned. I didn't remember an Edgar in her life. She briefly dated Archer Arden, a werewolf thief currently in jail for his many thefts from grimoires and goblets, the shop that Scarlet worked in. But no Edgar. Edgar? I asked. My familiar, she said hysterically. He's gone. Well, fuck. I thought you didn't like pets, I asked inanely. I don't, but Edgar isn't a pet. He's my familiar. Besides, he lives outside. He prefers the freedom and I prefer no poop in my house. It's a win-win. Right, and he's missing? Yes, she wailed. I'll come and meet you. Where are you? I'm at home. Gable's End. I'll come straight to you. I paused. I have my dog with me. Fine, she said, and hung up. I looked at Eva. You're going to have to wipe your paws before you go in. Scarlet's a neat freak and not a fan of animals in her home. Eva huffed but wagged her tail. Begrudging agreement. I looked back at the barrier. The patch of grey had gone, and I wondered if it had been no more than a shadow. Come on, I said to Eva. Let's hustle. We jogged all the way to Scarlet Street, lightly enough that I didn't break a sweat in the autumn cool. The houses here were painted and neat, with large gardens and genuine white picket fences. The cottage Scarlet lived in, Gable's End, was no less delightful. I knocked on the ornate door, and it swung open to reveal a red-eyed Scarlet. Her red hair matched her eyes, as did her bright red lippy. She looked colour-coordinated and utterly miserable. Even with all she'd done to me, sympathy stirred. Nobody deserved to have their pet, familiar, go missing. Scarlet cast one look at Eva, who pointedly started wiping her paws. She's well trained, Scarlet said faintly. Come on in. She led us into the living room. Tea? She offered, half-heartedly in the way that told you she didn't want you to say yes. No, I'm fine. Tell me about Edgar. He's a Cornish chuff, she said with understandable pride. A bird familiar? That tracked. Scarlet was a keen ornithologist, so it made sense that she had bonded with the rare bird. Cornish chuffs had been all but extinct a few years ago, so their return to the area had been a delight to local conservationists. The species still had a low population, so the fact that one of them had been born a familiar was wonderful. "Can I see a photograph of Edgar?" I asked. "Of course." She pulled out her phone and showed me a shot of the bird. To my untrained eye, Edgar looked like any Cornish chough. Black feathers, red bill, red legs and feet. "When did you notice he'd gone missing?" Her mouth turned down. "Edgar and I, we keep things loose between us. It's why it works. I keep him and his family in food." She gestured to the bird table in her garden. "And he keeps me sane. The link to him is reassuring, but we don't have a set routine. He has his own family, his own life. He comes and visits when he's free, and we spend a couple of hours together. It's perfect. But I realized I hadn't seen him in a good few days, and Volga was telling me about Morrigan going missing, and it clicked." She started chewing on her thumbnail. "I reached out to my bond while I was with Volga, and that's when I panicked. I couldn't feel him. I can feel the bond, but it's like I can't reach him. Can't feel him. Oh, it's awful. Volga said it was the same for her. She told me to call you, and, well, here we are." 2 familiars taken, and the bonds muffled in the same way. With Edgar taken too, it felt less about an issue with the familiars themselves, and more about the magic of their bonds. The realization was a grim one. Nobody would be doing something innocent with a stolen familiar. "Did Edgar have any enemies?" I asked, for completeness. She gave me an incredulous look. "He's a bird." "Right. Natural predators?" I asked instead. "No, choughs are near the top of the food chain. You might have an issue when they're in the nest, but once they're fully grown, you think they're safe." "What about birds of prey?" She shook her head. "Technically, there are peregrine falcons around, but in reality, they wouldn't go for a chough. I'm telling you, this is just like Morrigan. He's been taken. Snatched." Hard to disagree when his disappearance came with the same bond-dampening effect. "I hear you, and I don't disagree. I'm just doing my due diligence, exploring all the angles. Where did he live?" "Not here. So, where?" She chewed again on that nail. "He nests in a cliff face. I've never seen the nest itself, but I can take you to the area." I checked the time. I still had a couple of hours until my meeting with Atlas. I stood. "Let's go." Chapter 18. Like Scarlet, I couldn't see the chough's nest from where we stood, but she pinpointed the direction from which he always flew towards her. Anxiety settled in my gut. His nest ran along the border barrier. It couldn't be a coincidence that 2 familiars were missing, and that both had spent time around the barrier, had quite possibly disappeared from there. Eva couldn't send Edgar the same way she'd done for Morrigan, and there was a definite possibility that he'd been taken from somewhere else, but my gut felt it was unlikely. The cases of the missing familiars were linked, so I had to explore all commonalities. I took photographs of the area before assuring Scarlet I'd look into Edgar's disappearance. We discussed my raids and my retainer, which she agreed to without hesitation, and then Eva and I headed off to the Watchtower Hotel for my planned rendezvous with Atlas and Orion. Knowing Edgar had been taken too made the Fae teen slide down my suspect list. Surely he didn't have a beef with the bird too, but I'd follow up all the same. A lot of PI work was doing the drudgery of crossing things off the list until other things shook free. Despite that, I enjoyed this part of my job, squinting into the puzzle and trying to find the pieces. As I walked down the pothole-ridden single-track road towards the hotel, I pulled out my phone and rang my granddad, one of the most knowledgeable witches I knew. "Hey, Granddad," I greeted without thinking.
"Hi, granddaughter,"
he replied joyously. It was enough to make me smile. "Do you have a couple of minutes for me? I need to pick your brain."
"There's not much left these days," he joked, "but go ahead."
2 familiars are missing, but they're not dead because their witches' bonds with them are still present, but they're muffled. They can't sense them properly or feel their emotions, well-being, or location. There was a long silence. "Granddad, are you still there?"
Just thinking, he said. Let me look into what would have that effect. I'll call you when I have something.
He rang off without saying goodbye, and that made me nervous. I'd say he had an idea of who or what might have the effect on a familiar bond, but he didn't want to tell me. Just like Yanni. There was a reason they were skirting the truth. And that made me think of one thing. A sorcerer. I couldn't think of dark magic users without grandmother coming to mind. A chill ran down my spine. Now that I knew she was still alive, her presence often felt like a cloud looming over me, darkening my world. An oppressive threat hanging over me that I could do nothing about. Oh, I wish Frasier wasn't so far away. My phone rang, and I smiled when I saw it was Frasier. I answered eagerly.
Are you okay, love?
He asked straight away.
I felt anxiety, stress, maybe foreboding.
Yeah, do you have a minute?
For you? Always.
I ran down the 2 cases for him and concluded with my own suppositions.
You might be borrowing trouble, he said. It could be another sorcerer entirely. It might have nothing to do with Dahlia.
That's not as reassuring as you meant it to be, I said flatly. At least I knew what grandmother looked like. Well, what she looked like a decade ago anyway.
Either way,
Frasier said, tone grim.
I want you to start carrying a weapon on you at all times.
I snorted. Frasier, I teach self-defense. I am a weapon. I'm not the same girl Granny Dearest kidnapped a decade ago. I can fight and I have my magic restored. I'm not weak anymore.
You never were,
he answered sharply.
You were a kid and you were a victim. You weren't ever at fault.
He blew out a breath.
I know that's hard to accept, love, but I want you to work on believing that. And I know you're tough as nails, Bea. I just worry, especially being so far away just now.
Well, don't. I've been practicing my telekinesis and my telepathy. I told him of my work with Grandad and Noor.
That's amazing. Well done. So proud of you.
My heart warmed like it had been given a quick jolt in the microwave. Thanks. If I get good enough at it, maybe I can help Maddie with the addiction. I murmured, scarcely wanting to voice my hopes aloud, lest my breath blow them away.
That would be wonderful,
he agreed. I appreciated that he never for a second voiced any doubts about me or my abilities.
I'd best go, he said reluctantly. I stepped out of a meeting with the other Selkies when I felt your anxiety spike.
Oh no, sorry.
They understand,
he assured me.
They're all mated too. I'm not the first one to dive out, he said with amusement. Be careful, Bea.
I will be. I'm going to, Maddie's house, I guess, for a housewarming later. It might end late, so I'll speak to you tomorrow, okay?
Okay. Have a good night.
You too. I love you.
I love you more.
He hung up before I could argue with his bold-faced lie, leaving me with a truly dopey smile on my face. I felt so warmed and loved that I could barely remember what fear had provoked his call. It didn't matter, though, as Eva and I had arrived at the Watchtower Hotel. The hotel was somewhat misnamed as it did not have 1 tower, but 4, giving it an old-world castle feel. As we approached the imposing building, Eva started to drag her heels. She didn't like the Fey wards. They made her feel uncomfortable. Come on. I dragged her closer. You have to stay outside, but I want you to be close to me all the same. Like Claude, the hotel had a no pets policy, which meant Eva wasn't allowed inside. I unclipped the lead from her collar so she could roam and gave her a kiss on her honey-coloured head. Don't go anywhere. She wagged her tail, the inky stain on her butt wagging too. I turned and walked through the heavy wooden door and into the foyer of the towering hotel. The interior felt like stepping back in time, characterized by dark wood, plush velvet chairs, and tapestries hanging on the walls. Orion was at the reception desk, his wings glamoured out of sight. He licked his lips at the sight of me, nerves instantly appearing. Did he think his son was guilty?
Follow me this way,
he said. He took me into a small side room used for intimate business meetings. Despite the optimistic 4th chair, I wasn't sure it could fit another person. With the broad-shouldered Orion and Atlas in the room, The space felt crowded. I didn't know if Atlas had wings, but if he did, he had them glamoured out of sight, like his father. He was slumped back in the chair, giving every appearance of being nonchalant about the interview. He was opposite the desk from me, but he was using the chair next to me to put his feet up. "I'm Beatrix Stonehaven," I began.
"I know who you are," he grunted. "You're the fire bitch."
Orion sent his son a withering glance.
"Show some respect,"
he snarled, which I appreciated. I ignored Atlas's terrible manners. "I'm the guardian of the eternal flame. Yes." The teen picked at his nails, not looking at me as he said,
"But you ran away for a bunch of years after the whole murdering granny thing."
"My parents died," I snapped back. I decided ignoring his bad manners was officially off the table. I pushed his feet off the chair next to me and he yelped in surprise. "Have some respect," I growled, "or I'll make you have some." I could do that, I realized with a chill. I genuinely could reach into his mind and force him to respect me. Fuck. I took a deep breath. "We're getting off on the wrong foot, Atlas. I'm not here to be your pal, but let's agree to be civil and get this done as fast as possible. Let's talk about Morrigan." A slow smile spread across the teen's face.
"I made her look like a dog. Made her bark instead of meow. She was fucking furious." "Language,"
Orion snapped. Atlas grimaced but didn't apologize.
"It was hilarious. Some of my best work."
I was very glad that Eva was far away from the teen. "The cat is missing," I said grimly, and I lowered my shields. Amusement struck me.
"Yeah?"
He snorted with laughter. "She stuck up a tree." "If I knew where she was," I said, patience fraying at his total lack of empathy, "she wouldn't be missing." As well as Atlas's general amusement at the situation, I felt Orion's nerves. I wondered again if he thought his son was to blame. Clearly he was well aware that his son was a total asshole. I asked a few more questions, but Atlas answered with smirking shrugs, and his state of languid amusement never faded. Not once did I feel any anxiety from him about being questioned. He told me he'd gone to the cinema with 2 friends the night Morrigan was snatched. Still irritatingly amused, he produced the cinema ticket, and the selfie the boys had taken in the cinema itself. It was with real annoyance that I concluded Atlas was off my list of suspects. I thanked him for his time, and Orion's relief flooded me. Evidently, like me, he concluded that his son wasn't to blame for the disappearance. When I exited the hotel, Eva started barking rapidly and dancing around me. "Hey," I greeted her happily. "Good to see you too." But she kept barking, determinedly. "Shush now," I instructed. "This sort of behavior is why dogs aren't allowed in." She fell silent, but her eyes seemed faintly accusing. She didn't like being left behind, so I told her all about Atlas so she knew she was better off staying far away from the little twit. If I'd known how much walking I'd be doing today, I'd have taken Rosie, though she would not have coped well with the potholes. I checked my watch and decided we'd best jog home if I wanted to have a shower before Maddie's housewarming. Chapter 19. Only when I'd locked up and walked outside to a low September sun casting pink rays on the colours did I realise I hadn't bought Maddie a housewarming gift. I was on my way to a housewarming party, so a gift was practically mandatory. I ducked back into the cottage, grabbed a cold bottle of Oyster Bay from the fridge, then decided that flowers would be nice too. I had a bunch of wildflowers blooming in the front garden. Maybe not florist perfect, but they looked pretty. I would get her something proper for the house later, something she actually wanted for her new home, though what I didn't know, since Frasier already had everything. Given that I was planning to have a glass of wine at the party, I left Rosie where she was, and Eva and I walked. As I approached Frasier's house, I realised Nor hadn't mentioned tonight at any point. Did she not get an invite? That seemed weird, but maybe instead of a full party, it would be just me and Maddie? I perked up at the thought. I knocked lightly on the front door. I'd barely drawn my fist away when the door swung open. "V, Eva, welcome, welcome." She hugged me like we hadn't seen each other in years. As we broke apart, her gaze went to the wine and flowers in my hands. She smirked. "Nothing like a housewarming present grabbed from the fridge and picked from your garden because you forgot to get one earlier." "Busted." I grinned back. "But you didn't give me much notice and they do look pretty. I'll buy you something you really want for your new digs when you figure out what's missing. Just let me know what." "My own internal flame," she said flippantly, making my smile freeze in place. Sorry. She flushed awkwardly. "Just kidding. Come into the kitchen. I'll put these in some water. How about I crack this bad boy open?" She tapped the bottle of wine in my hand. "Must be at least a week since we drank Oyster Bay together," she teased. "We're not called the White Wine Coven for nothing," I laughed. I followed her into the kitchen and blinked when I saw her vampire assassin beau there. "Lestat!" I tried to sound friendly and forced my lips into a smile as I greeted the towering vampire. As always, he was dressed in black, though in less formal attire than I was used to. Black jeans, a black shirt unbuttoned at the top, and crimson trainers. Who wore red trainers?
"Beatrix."
Lestat greeted me warmly with 2 kisses on the cheek like he was French.
"I know you do not approve of me,"
he said coolly into my mind.
"but for Maddie's sake, let's pretend a little better than this.
I grimaced and wiped the expression off my face. Oh, he was right. Maddie had been through so much. She deserved a nice night with her bestie and her beau without us squabbling. After all, she'd never been less than warm to Frasier, well, since we got together anyway. She thought he was an uppity arsehole at first, but she'd warmed to him just as I would, hopefully, warm to Lestat. She had to see something in him. I worked hard to push the image of him snapping Fran's neck out of my mind, but it wasn't as easy as I'd hoped. He might be a retired assassin, but death had been his business for many years. It was hard to feel relaxed about him dating my bestie. "Those flowers look perfect on the table there." Maddie beamed at me, pointing at the bouquet arranged artfully on the dining room table. "Come to the living room," she said, tugging my hand. "I want to show you the housewarming gifts Lestat got me." Lestat had brought housewarming gifts? He was doing better than I was. I followed Maddie into the room, only to do a double take. I'd been in Frasier's living room dozens of times, done things on his sofa and carpet, not that I'd ever mentioned that to Maddie, watched films on his television, even spilled the odd glass of wine in there. But the room I remembered looked nothing like the one I was standing in. The cream leather sofa was covered with a bright fuchsia throw, along with countless matching cushions. There were vases with dried flowers on side tables I didn't recognize. Candle holders sat on a coffee table I'd never seen before, and an array of snake and money plants added another pop of color. This wasn't a light feminine touch. This was a feminine whack you across the face touch. But it looked good. Different. Very, very different. But it looked like the kind of space you'd find in a magazine. I couldn't imagine how much it had all cost. "You got Maddie all of this?" I asked Lestat in surprise.
"I went to the shop at the top of town. Maddie always comments on liking the things in the window there."
He shrugged.
"These were all the things in the window display."
I felt my jaw hang loose. He'd bought an entire display from a homeware shop. Talk about grand gestures. "Isn't it great?" Maddie said as she flicked through her phone. "I'm trying to find music that matches the vibe of the house. What do you think? Is it more Jack Johnson or I don't know, ABBA? Or to be classical, Wagner, Chopin?"
"Yes, classical."
Lestat agreed with a nod.
"You're completely right, Maddie. I think Chopin would be an excellent choice."
My muscles tensed. Since when did Maddie listen to classical music? I already knew the answer, of course, since she had started seeing Lestat. "So who else is coming?" I asked, feeling the need to change the subject, as delicate piano music drifted from the speakers. "I saw Nora earlier, but I didn't know if you'd mentioned the housewarming to her and Ezra." "Oh no, it's just us," Maddie replied. "I'm definitely going to have a proper housewarming party at some point," she continued, "when I've got things a bit more settled. Tonight, my first night, I just wanted the people who mean the most to me." There was another strange convulsion in my abdomen. So where was Yanni? Surely she was on that list. Maybe they were just on top of each other, what with work and all.
This house is stunning,
Lestat said.
Is your sulky mate happy to move from this luxury to your more rustic abode?
My back teeth ground together. Yes, he loves the cottage, just like Maddie and I do.
It certainly has charm,
Lestat hastily said, offering me a rueful smile.
Apologies,
his voice murmured in my head. I nodded and changed the subject again. Despite the initial awkwardness, the rest of the evening picked up. It turned out the vampire had a thing for board games and had already moved a large stack into Maddie's. 2 rounds of Catan, 1 of Dobble, and a quick fire round of bananagrams later, I was heading back home. Still somewhat dubious about the relationship. Why was Maddie pretending she liked classical music when she said it was for old farts? But at least I'd learned that Lestat was nowhere near as bad at losing as Maddie was. They weren't a conventional couple, but then neither were Frasier and me. But I had seen Lestat gaze at my bestie like the world revolved around her. I resolved then and there that it was time to put my reservations behind me. It would take effort, but I was determined to support Maddie in any way she needed. And if that included letting a murdering vampire into my life, so be it. Chapter 20. The next morning I just put the kettle on when Eva bounded to the front door, tail wagging. Thanks to her early warning system, I opened the door to Ezra, making his way up the garden path. My blonde best friend looked tired and worn, yet he summoned a lopsided grin for me. "Hey, Trixie," he called as he approached. The werewolf was one of the very few people who got away with calling me that shit. Today there was a definite heaviness in the way he said my name. "Hey, Ez, what's up?" I asked, concern coiling in my stomach. Nor hadn't been joking when she said Ezra was stressed. Haggard was the word I'd use. Bags under his eyes, shoulders slumped, and nails bitten to the quick. Ezra rarely looked this run down, but given what Nor had said about him running around the pack delivering updates to anyone who'd answer their door, that tracked. He'd taken on too much. Way too much. He gave me a wan smile. "I'm okay, just wanted to talk to you about something. It's eating me up inside." I stepped back to let him into the house. That sounds serious. He shuffled past me. Without me needing to offer, he took a seat in the living room and his gaze fell on the flame. "It's looking good," he said. "Healthy, if the flame can be healthy." "I get what you mean," I replied, feeling a small sense of pride. After all, there was a bit of my soul in there. "It does look good." "How's Maddie doing with it?" he asked, turning back to me. "Is she okay?" "Actually, she's moved into Frasier's waterfront house." "Jeez." His eyebrows jumped. "She's leaving the flame, living on her own, away from you." "Yeah, she thinks going cold turkey from the flame is for the best. I'm not so sure of the wisdom of it, but if it's what she needs now all the same." I'd send her a quick text later, inviting her to come to the house for a drink. That would stop her from going cold turkey, subtly. "Do you want a drink?" I asked Ezra. "I've just put the kettle on." "Yeah, that'd be great. Tea, please." Leaving him where he was, I headed into the kitchen to fix the brew. But when I returned, I noticed the way his hands were pinned in his pockets, even though he was sitting. Even with my mental wards in place, I felt the nervousness rolling off him. Worry pinched at me. Ezra didn't do nervous. He was a look-before-you-leap guy, not an overthinker. I set the cups of tea down, turning the handle to face him. "Okay, so I'm guessing you're not here to talk about Maddie or the house," I said, sitting next to him. "So, what gives? What's wrong?" "Everything's fine," he replied. "It is, really, but I need to discuss something with you and I need you to keep it a secret from Nor." "Okay." The word came out slower than I'd intended. Ezra and I had been friends for years, and I only knew Nor because of him. But things had shifted. Nor was one of my people now. I didn't like the idea of keeping secrets from her, and agreeing to that wasn't something I did lightly. Still, Ez deserved my trust. He'd earned it enough times. "Not a bad thing," he assured me. "I just need you to keep it secret for a little while, not forever." Nervous as he was, I could feel the love radiating from him. Ezra pulled his hand out of his pocket and, with it, a small box. I let out an excited squeal, and he sent me that lopsided grin of his again.
Yeah, it's not just the pack that's been stressing me out. I mean, it has. God knows how Dad copes with their endless drivel, but, well, there's been this too.
He opened the box. Inside, just as I'd expected, was a beautiful diamond ring.
I'm ready. We're ready. I'm going to ask Noor to marry me.
The confirmation that he was planning to propose made my heart leap, somersault, and do a double pirouette. I gawped at the gem. I was sure there were technical words to describe the shape and clarity, but all that came to mind was big and sparkly. Very big. Very sparkly. Stunning. This is amazing, Ez. I'm so excited for you both. Have you told your parents? A twinkle glittered in his eyes.
Yes, Mum and Dad are thrilled. They love Noor and don't give a shit that she's not a shifter. Dad's mum was a witch anyway, so it's not without precedent either. I think most of the packs will be fine with it too. I know I'll be facing a couple of dicks who think I can't be alpha if I marry her, but Dad's not planning on leaving that role anytime soon anyway. I reckon it'll be at least a decade before he even thinks about letting me have a look in, and, well, by that point, Noor will have won them all over by being the best beta wife in existence. Wolf or not.
I stared again at the ring, imagining how Noor was going to feel when she got it. I could hardly imagine. I wasn't even the one getting the ring, and I was so excited I wanted to explode. Oh my gosh, I grinned. I have to tell someone. I have to. Can I tell Maddie? Oh, Maddie has to know. Ezra hesitated. I got that. Maddie wasn't quite herself at the minute. Bitter and dark. The news that someone else was moving on with their life might be hard for her to hear, especially when it felt like her own life was falling apart. Then again, maybe this would be the pick-me-up she needed. Before I could say as much, my phone buzzed. Frasier calling.
What the hell just happened?
Frasier asked urgently.
I felt like you were going to explode. Was that excitement or panic?
It was clear from his tone that he thought the latter. Definitely excitement, I promised. 1 minute. I put him on hold. It's Frasier, I said, looking at Ezra. He felt my excitement and wants to know what it's about. I offered him my best puppy dog eyes. If I couldn't tell Maddie what was going on, then I had to tell Frasier. Plus, he was in London and couldn't spill the beans anyway.
Fine,
Ezra sighed.
But make sure he keeps it to himself. I don't need all the sect leaders knowing before I've even got the question out.
Offering him the swiftest hug possible, I clicked the call off hold and brought the phone back to my ear. Ezra's going to propose to Noor, I told Frasier in a burst. That's what I got so excited about.
That's lovely news.
Keep it to yourself, though.
I won't tell a soul. Well, since you're not in mortal peril, I better get back to the meeting. I just bolted out of there like the room was on fire. Make sure you offer him my congratulations. Love you.
Love you more. Ha! I hung up before he could refute my statement, and then beamed at Ezra. Frasier offers his congratulations. Rather than smile, Ezra looked worse than when he'd come in, his nerves swamping me again.
Well, she hasn't said yes yet, he replied.
Oh, I'm not even sure she will. Oh, what if she doesn't? He groaned. Are you joking? I hit him lightly on the arm. Of course she'll say yes. How are you going to do it? When are you going to do it? Where are you going to do it? All the questions. With a light chuckle, he scratched his head.
That's why I'm here. I went down the rabbit hole of Googling wedding proposals. Now I think she's only going to say yes if I jump out of a plane on horseback with a mariachi band behind me playing Here Comes the Bride.
I laughed. Ez, this is Noor we're talking about. She would say yes if you proposed beside a bin lorry on a full moon while it was pouring rain and seagulls were trying to steal the ring from you.
Ezra grimaced. I think I can do better than that. I'm not sure which idea I'll go with, but at least I'm not panicking that I need to hire a hot air balloon now.
Hey, I'm not saying don't hire a hot air balloon, I countered. That could be pretty special. I cracked a grin. Point is, Noor adores you. She wants a future with you. She'll be thrilled no matter how you ask her. She wants you, not the trappings. Don't put so much pressure on yourself.
Thanks, Trixie.
His phone buzzed, and he sighed.
Well, the pack members keep getting in touch about the most minor shit, driving me mad.
What would your dad do?
Tell them to sort it themselves or come and knock some sense into their heads?
He laughed. Okay, so take a leaf out of his book. You want to be a leader, an arbitrator of important disputes, not a job's worth they run to with every minor thing. True leadership is about delegation and empowerment, not micromanaging.
You're right.
He hugged me and left, looking far more determined than when he had arrived. As the door clicked closed, I flopped onto the sofa and stared at the flame. Ezra was right. It looked good. But better than that, it felt good. And so did I. Really good. Sure, there was the Dahlia issue, but I was working with the flame to make sure I could handle whatever she threw at us. And I wasn't going to focus on what that might be when there were so many great things happening in front of me. Nor and Ezra might be getting married. Frasier was moving in with me. Maddie had a new home. And Grandad and Yanni were deliriously in love. All I needed was a way to fix Maddie so she didn't have to battle addiction every day of her life. It wouldn't be easy, but I was determined to do it. To help her. I owed her big time. I always would. She'd taken up the mantle of guardian because of me, and I would be damned if I let it be her downfall. I spent the rest of the day doing scut work for Morrigan's and Edgar's cases. I called the local branch of the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. The RSPCA rehomed animals regularly, but there were no animals matching their descriptions in their database. If the receptionist found it weird that I was calling about a wild Cornish chuff, she didn't let it show. The vet was also a total bust, as I knew they would be. Chances were good they would have called either owner if their respective familiars had been found, but I had to check all the same. More avenues closed. For completeness, I called Atlas's friends to verify his alibi on the night of Morrigan's disappearance. Both confirmed his story, and I got no sense of duplicity. After that, I printed out some missing posters with pictures of both animals and plastered them around town. Sonny even let me put a couple in his window. I called Volga and Scarlett separately to update them on all the steps I'd taken. Every time I called Volga, I heard the hope before I crushed it, and that killed me a little. I couldn't stop imagining Eva being taken and how much it would destroy me. Eva had better live forever. The alternative was simply not acceptable. By the time I slumped onto the sofa that evening, I was too tired to even think of cooking. I sent Maddie a quick message to see if she wanted to come around for dinner or a glass of wine, and tried not to feel hurt when I got a quick response in the negative. So, pizza for dinner, I said to Eva, doubly grateful for her presence. With her by my side, I didn't feel half as alone. Meat feast or margarita? She barked. You're right, stupid question, I snorted. Both. Chapter 21. One more night, I said to Frasier on the phone the next morning. He'd been networking until late last night, and we hadn't had a bedtime call. I was missing him something chronic. One more night and then you'll be back.
You have no idea how much I miss you, he replied. I'm genuinely counting the hours until I see you, and I don't even feel pathetic about it.
I laughed.
How's the case of the missing familiar going?
Well, it's worsened, I said soberly. Another familiar is missing, and it's making me think it's not a personal vendetta, but something darker. Someone targeting the Night Moon Coven members, maybe.
Well, that's not good, but I'm sure you'll solve it. You're like a dog with a bone when you get started.
Thanks?
He laughed. It's a compliment. How's Maddie doing? Did you see each other last night?
We messaged, I said, a pang tightening behind my sternum. I feel like she's shutting me out. She thinks going cold turkey from the flame is the answer. And for the record, I think that's wrong. But she needs my support just now, even if I think she's making bad decisions. I paused, and then admitted in a small voice, I'm worried she thinks going cold turkey from the flame means going cold turkey from me too.
I'm sure it doesn't,
Frasier said with a confidence I didn't feel.
Maybe she wants to spend more time with Lestat. Julietta seems to think very highly of him.
I frowned. I didn't like the way the head of the vampires had stared at the flame. Calling the look intense was like calling a monsoon a bit damp. And it was Julieta herself who said that vampires were expert liars, which didn't make me trust anything she told Frasier about Lestat.
What are your plans for tonight? He asked. Maybe you could go over to Maddie's place with Noah, do some white wine covening?
Maybe, I said. I've been thinking about it, making us a proper coven, but I'm not sure where we would start or if now is the right time with everything Mads has going on. Covens were brilliant for building power, sharing skills, doing things witches couldn't do alone. But Mum had never been part of one. She'd always put her role as guardian of the eternal flame above having a community like that, and I wondered whether it was my duty to do the same. We talked for a few more minutes before ringing off so we could each start our day. Maddie and my potential coven were at the forefront of my mind. Just because Mum had never joined a coven didn't mean the rest of my ancestors hadn't. Better to ask than to wonder. I strode into the living room with purpose, and the flame flared upon my entry. Eva lifted her head from her sprawled position in front of the warming fire, and then seeing that I was calm and there was no emergency, she sank her head back down. She's got a question for us. That's why she's here. I can tell. I just sat down, and Hyacinth was already flooding my mind with chatter. I knew blocking them out or filtering their voices so only one spoke at a time was a skill I needed to work on, but it always felt less urgent than the other more important skills I was trying to master. Besides Joan, who'd been a teenager when she was made guardian in the 1800s, the rest of them were adult souls, which meant they should have been able to discuss things maturely, respect each other, and ensure they all had time to voice their opinions. Should. It's about that comatose vampire, isn't it? Hyacinth said, continuing her unasked-for haranguing. We told you we'd help you when you were ready. You're not there yet. It's not about the vampire, Nellie cut in. Do you even try to listen to her? It's about Maddie, her sick friend. Beatrix, darling, what do you need? My mother was the only one who thought to ask before jumping in with her own ideas. I wanted to ask you all about covens, actually. Covens? Hyacinth hissed. Which one? It's the fire witches, isn't it? Are they asking to use the flame? Oh, I bet they are. They always thought they should have a stronger claim to it than I did. As if all the eternal flame does is produce fire. Her disdain dripped from her words. I'd had surprisingly little to do with any of the witches in Witchlight since my return, or other than Ernie and Nor. No, it's not that. It's... I'm thinking of starting one. A proper coven, official and everything. I wanted to speak with you all first to find out if I can form a coven. With whom? My mother asked, though I suspected she knew the answer, or at least half of it. With Nor, the light witch I was working with yesterday, I told them, and Maddie, I added tentatively. She's my best friend, and she guarded you when I... The one who used us to do her tattoo magic, Hyacinth added. The one I allowed to use the flame. My mother cut in sharply. The one who's sick, Nellie added softly. I wish she'd stop using that word to describe Maddie. The way Nellie said it, it sounded like terminal. I wanted to get back on track. I know that as a guardian of the flame, I should stay impartial to other witches, and therefore forming a coven might be seen as a bad idea, but... Says who? Hyacinth's shrill voice questioned. Who says being in a coven's a bad idea? I was in a coven. You were too, weren't you, Joan? And you, Carol, and... You were? I said in surprise. I focused on my mum's soul. But I always thought you said it was best for you not to be in one. For me, yes. Her answer came through. Your father was always so worried about Dahlia that he figured the fewer connections we had, the less likely it was that someone would give us away. What? I was genuinely staggered. I'd grown up believing the guardian had to be isolated to do her job impartially. To hear that wasn't true. My brain stuttered, trying to restart. So there's nothing to stop me from forming one, I clarified. No, absolutely not. Oh, I'm sorry you thought that was the case, Bumblebee. I'd have loved to be part of a large coven, although your father and I were more or less a coven within ourselves, especially with the flame the way it is. As you now intimately know, there are more than enough vocal opinions in the group. I never felt like I needed more. No, I always have plenty of guidance.
Don't know why you'd want a coven.
A gruff voice I'd only heard once or twice spoke up.
I was part of the biggest coven in England. Didn't help me when the witch hunters came. I know let bygones be bygones, but that's easy to say when you weren't the one tied to the stake.
Right, I responded slowly. I sat back on my heels, mind whirring. What I'd learned was overwhelmingly positive, and it made sense that my mum wouldn't have wanted to be part of a coven when Dahlia was on the loose. So I can do it. I still needed to hear them confirm the words, to make sure I wasn't getting it wrong. I could ask the others to form a proper coven with me. A proper one, not just one that gathers to drink wine and watch romance films. Yes! Numerous voices chorused. Wow. My body felt numb, like it wasn't sure whether I should be excited or terrified. But as I stepped away from the flame, it started to settle into the former. This wouldn't just change my life, but Maddie's and Nora's too. For the better. Had to be. Maybe this was what Maddie needed, and then I wouldn't need to manipulate her emotions at all. Maybe, somehow, the coven could offer her more stability, more magic. Maybe the coven would be the answer to our prayers. Chapter 22. With excitement fizzing in my veins, I grabbed my phone. Are you free tonight? I've got WWC news, I messaged Maddie. It was the kind of news that should definitely be shared in person. I had hoped that the acronym would be enough to pique her interest, but it was 20 minutes before a reply came, and it wasn't the answer I'd hoped for. Sorry, with Lestat tonight, but definitely catch up later in the week. Dismay filled me. Later in the week? Not even tomorrow? I couldn't think of a time when Maddie and I had gone a day without seeing each other since I'd moved back here, even if it was only while we were making tea in the kitchen. Now she was blowing me off, and I felt jealous of Lestat. She was choosing him over me, repeatedly. What had happened to hoes before bros? I spent a lot of time with Frasier, sure, but I wouldn't hesitate to blow him off if Maddie needed me. I wasn't even sure how to respond, so I just sent her a thumbs up, and then I messaged Nora a similar message to the one I'd sent Maddie. She, at least, would be happy about the idea of a formal coven, or so I hoped. A moment later, her reply pinged in. Totally free. Ezra's more stressed and acting weirder than normal. I think I need to give him space. Rather than worry, I read the message with a flicker of excitement. If he was more stressed than usual, maybe he was close to popping the question. How about you come over to mine tonight? Anytime from 6 p.m. works for me. Looking forward to it. I needed to crack on with my cases, and for that, I had to speak to my granddad. I'd bet Rosie that he knew more than he was telling me. I needed to speak to him face to face so he couldn't give me any half-assed evasive answers. If I was looking him in the eye, he'd tell me the truth. I was sure of it. I showered, and then Eva and I walked to Grandad's house, which is far less shack and far more cottage chic these days. I knocked on the door and he opened it, his long grey hair mussed and messy. Hey, Grandad. He beamed at me. Beatrix, he said, entirely too loudly. What a nice surprise. I looked at his rumpled hair and his hastily thrown-on dressing gown. Is Yanni in there naked? He went fuchsia. It's her day off, so I held up a hand. I do not want to know. My grandfather peered into his house. She's decent. You can come in. He stepped back to let me gain entry. I'm always decent. Yanni laughed. She was wearing a dress. It was the oddest sight. She was so often in uniform that I'd barely known she had a nice pair of legs. You look pretty, I blurted. Her cheeks warmed. Oh, thank you, dear. She stood. I'll go and give you some space. No, please don't leave on my account. You can continue your handcuff activities after I leave. Yanni's blush deepened. Handcuffs?
Ernie sounded baffled. What's this about handcuffs?
Nothing, Yanni said, and she sent me a furious glare that made me snigger. See how she likes it. Yeah, I said. Nothing. I cleared my throat. I'm here to talk to you about familiars. Another one is missing.
Another one?
Yanni said, all traces of embarrassment gone.
Who?
Edgar. Scarlet Briar's little chuff. Yanni's brows creased.
Scarlet has her fair share of enemies. No one in the Night Moon Coven likes her, or more accurately, her criminal record.
She defended herself against an abusive boyfriend, I objected.
The court ruled she went too far.
Yanni grimaced.
Would I have made the same call? No, but it's done and can't be undone.
And she's been ostracized ever since.
She worked in that shop, didn't she? With Gwen?
My granddad asked.
It's run by Gwen's daughter, Glenda, now,
Yanni confirmed.
Scarlet still works there.
Right, I agreed. And she's good at customer service. She can't have made too many enemies in that role.
I don't think this is about enemies,
Granddad said, expression dour.
But about power.
I sighed. Oh, I prefer the enemies option myself. If it's a power issue, then virtually anyone could be behind the kidnappings.
Indeed,
Granddad said grimly. I looked Granddad square in the eye. You've been doing some digging, which means you already have some suspicions. Tell me what you think we're dealing with here. He busied himself straightening pillows.
Ernie,
Yanni entreated. His hands paused on the pillows.
It's nothing good.
We can take it, I pushed. Tell me what you suspect. Tell me how people can use a witch's bond with their familiar for evil.
Evil?
Ernie sighed.
Yeah, you could call it that, I suppose. Theoretically, someone could use the familiars to hijack their connections with their witches and disguise themselves. I've been reading up on it. It's like using a perfume to cover your own scent. I'm concerned that someone is using the stolen familiars' bonds to help them cross into Witchlight, to go through the border without setting off the ill intent alarms.
I swallowed. You're thinking Dahlia?
Not necessarily,
Granddad said.
I agree that she's our worst case scenario, but there are plenty of other nefarious people in this world. People who would do anything for power and not care who or what they need to hurt to get it. I fear that one familiar stolen could be a revenge plan, but two is a plot.
How many would it take? I asked. How many familiars would you need to cover your tracks?
In theory, just one, but if the scent is particularly malodorous, more steps might be required.
My throat tightened. The sect leaders are out of town. Yanni nodded.
The village, the flame, they're more at risk than ever.
We need to take other measures, I suggested, without alarming the whole town.
I agree,
Yanni nodded.
Me, Dove and Ernie will take shifts. One of us in the cottage at all times.
Fine with me, I agreed happily. But it was time for me to dust off my mum's stuff. I could, and would, fight to protect the flame. Chapter 23. Following the somewhat dour discussions with Yanni and Grandad, I hurried home and checked in with the flame that the barrier around the village was still solid and impassable. I raised the fluctuations that Ezra and Jonah had mentioned, but Hyacinth pooh-poohed my concerns. Fluctuations happen. We're not one being, but many in a constant state of flux. Somewhat reassured, I took the time to check Stonehaven's wards, which were also in perfect working order. Dove turned up outside a short while later, and I kept her in hot tea and biscuits while she continued protection detail. I spent the rest of the day doing a deep dive into the social media accounts of various residents of Witchlight. It turned out Julieta was obsessed with her cat, who had her own account where multiple photos were uploaded daily, along with various cat memes. There was nothing about Morrigan, though. The missing posters hadn't provoked any calls, so as I was calling it a day, I texted a brief report to my 2 witch clients. I didn't tell them about our fears. They had enough to worry about already. Yanni turned up to relieve Dove, and the bear shifter promptly beat a strategic retreat to her old bedroom. She was too tired to be sitting in a cold car for hours, and I didn't blame her one whit. Nor arrived at mine shortly thereafter with a bottle of New Zealand's finest wine in hand. It was one thing when your fated mate knew what you drank, but when every single one of your friends only ever showed up with the same particular brand, it was probably time to admit you had an issue. I wasn't going to, though. You know, there's no need to bring a bottle of Oy Bay with you. I've got plenty in, I told her. You know I'm not going to drink it. Red wine only girl here, remember? She pulled out a bottle of Malbec from her bag and brandished it. I grinned. I know, but I've got a couple of bottles of red in the house too, just for you. Aw, thank you. I bounced a bit. And maybe the news I've got today will shift you over to the white wine side. After all, the mixed wine coven doesn't have quite the same ring to it. Colour me intrigued. Spill it, Bee. As I poured us each a glass of our preferred colour of drink, I told Nor about my conversation with the flame, and the real reason my mother hadn't been part of the coven. Wow, Nor whispered as she sipped her wine. The white wine coven could be legit. She blanched. I'm not sure what my family will think about that. Shit, your family. A weight of worry plunged into my stomach. Oh, I didn't think about them. Can you be in more than one coven? No, but let's be honest, it's not like I'm really in my family one, is it? Since that accidental dark magic incident, my mother won't let me do a thing. I've been an outcast for years. Which is ridiculous given that you're the strongest witch in your family. I was. She shrugged. Not sure how Farah's new magic changes that. With a crinkle of my nose, I showed exactly how I felt about Nor's sister. Farah had been more than vocal about her disdain for Nor and Ezra's relationship. How anyone could see the pair together and not know they were perfect for each other was beyond me. Admittedly, I'd only spoken to her once, when I'd all but accused her of stealing a magic cup from the goblins. But in my defense, I'd had reason to suspect her. The Cup of Completion had magical properties, including increasing a person's magic, and Farah's powers had increased from nothing seemingly overnight. It transpired that it wasn't the cup that had caused the change. It was her pregnancy. Some people get morning sickness. Others get the ability to hurl fireballs from their palms. I knew which one I'd choose. Unfortunately, my badly timed accusation had further fractured the relationship between Nor and her sister. Will she keep her new powers after the baby's born? I asked. I'm not sure. I heard some of the coven gossiping at Sunny's the other day, saying her magic has already weakened, and she'll be back to Zippo status by the time the baby comes along, but there's a good chance they were just being bitchy. There will be no bitchiness in our coven, I declared. Well, not about each other. Or other people. Unless they really piss us off. Nor laughed and took another sip of her drink. With the threat to the flame looming large in my mind, I left my glass of white wine largely untouched. I'd only poured it so Nor wouldn't feel unsociable drinking alone. But I needed all my faculties sharp, so I drank from a pint of water instead. Nor looked at the flame. It's good that Maddie can be without the flame, right? She must be beating the addiction. I thought of Maddie's enraptured face as she gazed at the flame. My stomach tightened. Maybe. I turned the conversation deliberately to Ezra. How is Ez doing? Is he less stressed at the prospect of his dad coming home tomorrow? She smiled, showing perfect white teeth. We all are. Jonah's so warm and friendly to me. He's honestly like the dad I never had, you know. When Ez and I split up, that was one of the hardest things, knowing I'd lost them too. But now and again, I'd find a gift basket on my door from Jonah and Alice. They never gave up on us working it out. I smiled. They know true love when they see it. She sighed. True love. What a thing. It's love, yes, but it's not fairy tale easy. We still bicker and argue over the stupidest things. Snorting, I topped up a wine glass. Nor, you're human. We all fight over the small stuff, but you and him, you agree on the big stuff. And that's what matters. We had a big fight over Ezra's flat, she admitted. It's gorgeous, modern, sleek. I love it. Then Ez installed this ugly as fuck rope light that's too big for the room, and I hate it. But he worked so hard on it that I feel awful for hating it, but it's so ugly that I want to set the room on fire. I laughed. Just tell him you hate it. He'll change it. For you, I know he will. Maybe. I nudged her with my foot. Can't be that bad. It's like a giant rope spider has invaded our home. She pulled out her phone and showed me the picture. I inhaled sharply. Oh God! Looks like a piratical sex swing. She burst out laughing. I know! When she left the room, I texted Ez, you need to get rid of that rope light. It's fucking awful. He replied instantly, it's cool. It's not, and if you want Nor to marry you, show her you care about making your home her home. Oh, fuck, he replied. A few moments later, he sent me a selfie with him and his drill, ready to tackle the rope octopus on the ceiling. He was a good man. What are you smiling about? Nor asked, as she sat back down. Nothing. Just got a nice message. From Frasier. Maybe. She sighed. Frasier wouldn't make you live with a rope tarantula you despised. He absolutely wouldn't. I said nothing, and poured her some more wine. No more spider talk. Let's talk about our coven, she said brightly. Are we going to make it official, a binding spell between us? According to the books I'd read and what the souls had jabbered at me, that was the best and most efficient way of solidifying the coven bond. I'm game if you are. Nor lowered the glass from her lips. I have to talk to my mum about it first. But she grinned widely, happiness and excitement glowing from her. She was in. Awesome. I picked up my glass and moved to clink it against hers, but stopped abruptly. Maybe you could spill your red wine to look like white wine? Just for the coven? Not gonna happen, Nor laughed. Not even for you. Nor and I spent the next hour getting down to business, hammering out everything from potential ground rules to coven goals. No bitchiness was written down in ink. Ours was the fact that we were a democracy. None of us would have more to say than the other, regardless of our powers. We would be bound to confidentiality, so that nothing of importance discussed within the coven could be shared outside of it. Given how I shared everything with Frasier, the idea made me a little sad. But I was sure the rule would be invoked rarely. We were just about to move on to the coven's goals when Eva began barking. A split second later, a knock exploded against the door. Beatrix! Beatrix Stonehaven! The hammering continued even as they shouted, sending my pulse through the roof. I had my mother's staff in my hands before I realized I recognized the voice. It wasn't Dahlia. It was Lestat. Whoa. Nor stared at me, eyes wide. It's Lestat, I barked, anxiety curling in my gut because his voice had been full of fear. My heart pounded so hard I could barely hear myself think as I raced to the door and yanked it open. Maddie was cradled in Lestat's arms, pale and unconscious. I don't know what to do, Lestat said, his eyes pleading with me as Maddie lay limp in his arms. Help her. Oh, please, help her. Chapter 24. I helped Lestat hustle Maddie inside. Yanni was thundering down the stairs, having heard the ruckus, and she gasped at the sight of Maddie. Put her here, I urged Lestat, tugging him into the living room, instinct telling me she needed to be as close to the flame as possible. He laid her in front of the flame, his expression anguished. What happened? Yanni demanded harshly. What did you do? He flinched. Nothing, I swear. Check her over, I haven't bitten her. Not once. I picked up her hand, not to look for bites, but to scour her skin and nails for signs that she'd fallen back into using dark magic. The last time I'd found her unresponsive like this, I'd learned from Ernie that black nails were a sign of accidental dark magic use, even though she hadn't realized what she was doing at the time. But her skin was perfectly fine. A pinkish hue. Filed nails. Nothing out of the ordinary. So if it wasn't black magic, what would cause this? Yanni was examining Maddie for bites, but she too found nothing. See? I did nothing, Lestat snapped. I tried to make her come here earlier, come to the flame, but she said she didn't need to. She said the shaking would pass like the other times. Panic flared. What shaking? What other times? I demanded, pressing my hand to Maddie's head as I spoke. Despite the warmth in the room, she was stone cold. Lestat, tell us everything. Now. Let me examine her, Nor said to the vampire. He was leaning over Maddie, holding her hand, blocking Nor's view of her, and she needed to see her entire body to judge how her aura's light was behaving. Reluctantly, he shifted back, hands wringing, anxiety rolling off him in waves and adding to my own, until I was drowning in it. It was hard to reinforce my mental shields and push the fear down. My phone buzzed. Frasier, no doubt. But I had no time to speak to him. Maddie was my priority. I sent Frasier a wave of love and reassurance and forced myself to calm the fuck down. As Nor took his place, I turned to look at Lestat. Start talking, I barked. The shaking. Tell us. His nostrils flattened as he drew a breath in.
It happened maybe half a dozen times, perhaps a couple more. Always at my house, normally in the morning after she'd stayed the night.
When she'd been away from the flame all night, I hissed to myself. She was suffering from withdrawal from the flame.
How often has it happened?
Yanni asked tightly, trying to get hold of her emotions.
Was it every single morning when she stayed over? It was early in the relationship, I think, when she realized what it was. So she started coming back here rather than staying over at mine.
So many things he'd said were worthy of expletives. Maddie had known. She'd known her withdrawal was getting worse and worse. She'd deliberately hidden it from us.
How long since she was last here?
Last with the flame? Nor asked. I pressed my lips together. Wednesday when she packed up her things to go to Frasier's. And she left early, too. I'm not sure she spent any real time with the flame that day. I'd say it's been a good 2.5 days since I've seen her sitting by it.
2.5 days?
Nor's face was crinkled in a frown. But when we were in Scotland, she was away for weeks.
The shaking didn't happen.
Ernie thinks something happened when the flame returned properly, I said. It affected her more badly. Oh shit, we need to ring him. He'll know what to do. My phone had stopped buzzing, and I had no idea where I'd put it. Oh shit, where's my phone? Yanni pulled out hers.
Ernie, you're needed at the cottage. Now.
She hung up. Thanks, I muttered. Eva lay next to Maddie and let out a low, sad whine. I turned back only for my heart to fly into my mouth with relief at the sight of Maddie stirring on the floor. Her eyes opened and flickered to me for less than a heartbeat before skimming past me and settling on the figure behind me.
I told you,
she grimaced, as if speaking were painful.
I told you I didn't want them to know. And I told you I would only keep it a secret as long as you weren't in real danger. And I did. I was terrified, Matt. I tried for almost 20 minutes to wake you up.
20 minutes? I gaped, aghast. You left her like that for 20 minutes before bringing her here. A snarl left his lips.
Her pulse and breathing were steady. I didn't want to bring her here, cause a scene and have her wake up instantly.
Which is what happened, she spat.
She pushed herself upright and wobbled slightly before steadying herself.
Well, now that I'm fine, I'm going home.
What?
My jaw hit the floor. No, you are not. Absolutely no chance. I'm fine, Bea. This is why I didn't tell you. You don't need to fuss. It's nothing.
It's not nothing,
Nor said quietly beside me. There was a tremor in her voice, but her fear was strong enough to barrel through all my newly reinforced blocks.
Your light when you were unconscious.
It changed, Mads. I've never seen anything like it.
Changed? How?
Yanni asked. Nor chewed on her bottom lip. It was flickering, constantly changing like it couldn't decide where it belonged. That didn't sound great. And you've never seen lights do that before? I asked.
No, never. It's not the type of thing I would forget.
Silence settled, but as Nor and I ruminated, Maddie stood up. Look, we know I need to check in with the flame. Now we know that the longest I can currently do is a couple of days. This is good. Next time I'll hopefully stretch it to 3. Next time? Yanni, Nor and I exclaimed in unison. More than once I've been tempted to throttle my best friend because of her stubbornness, but never like this. She couldn't be serious. There will be no next time, I said fiercely. You are moving back in here. Now. Maddie scowled. I'm not. I'm fine. I will be fine. Really? I snapped, temper fraying at her obstinate foolishness. What would have happened if Lestat hadn't been at yours when you collapsed? What have you been on your own? It's not safe. You need to be here. Maddie, you could have died. I knew in my gut that this was serious. Stop telling me what I can and can't do. Her face hardened, turning into someone unfamiliar, turning into the Maddie that snapped and snarled at me. Well, she could push me away all she wanted. I wasn't budging. I'm leaving, B. You guys are moving on with your lives, and I need to do the same. It's my body, my magic, my issue. I'll work it out. Willfully ignoring the bad things that are happening to you isn't moving on, I shot back, before taking a deep breath and forcing myself to take a softer approach. Maddie, please, take it from someone who spent a decade running away from her problems. Whatever is going on with you, you have to face it. It won't get better if you don't. I'm fucking fine! She all but screamed in my face. Apart from the shaking, the passing out, I scoffed. Which you knew full well was because you were spending time away from the flame. That's why you stopped staying at Lestat's. Her emotions radiated through the room. Fury, hurt, bubbling fear, and finally, betrayal. I can't believe you told her, she whispered, accusingly to Lestat. Tears brimming in her eyes. You promised. Mi amor, Lestat replied, eyes soft. I would rather live in a world where you despise me than in a world without you in it. I had no choice. God, he really did love her. I really was going to have to get friendly with the vampire assassin. A worry for another day. Maddie, I murmured, as she brushed the tears from her cheeks. We promised each other we'd keep things open. We said we'd be honest and wouldn't hide things from one another. Not something this big. Not something that's putting you at risk. Her bottom lip wobbled for a second, as if she was going to agree, but she shook her head, an outward sign of her inward denial. Still, her shoulders slumped, and I hoped I was finally getting through to her. As Maddie drew in a long, calming breath, I turned to Lestat. It's a bit of a circus in here, I muttered. Yanni nodded. I'll go keep an eye out for Ernie's arrival. Ernie? Maddie groaned. You called him too. You didn't need to worry him. We are all worried, Yanni snapped. All the time. These days I worry about you as constantly as I breathe. She shook her head in disbelief at her granddaughter's ignorance and marched out. Nor looked between me and Maddie. I'll keep Yanni company. She paused. And I'm calling Ez. He deserves to know what's going on too. Maddie nodded, sighing in defeat. Nor grabbed Lestat's arm. You're coming too. Give them some space. For a tiny witch, she sure packed a punch. Lestat pressed his lips together but allowed himself to be maneuvered away. I will wait outside, he promised Maddie, in the garden. If you need me, you have but to breathe my name and I'll be by your side in an instant. Her eyes softened, for the first time that night. I know. He nodded and left, leaving me with Maddie, Eva, and the flame that had started it all. Chapter 25. He really loves you, I said. Lestat? She smiled a little. Oh, he's perfect for me. The clue is in his name. I blinked, not following. Lestat? She said pointedly. Tat? I'm a tattoo artist? Right. I offered a small smile at her weak joke. Come on, let's sit on the sofa. I pulled her to her feet and pressed her into the comfy sofa. Her colour was better, but all the same, I bundled a blanket on top of her. Talk to me, I said to my best friend, as I sat next to her. When did it start? The blacking out? The shaking? The shaking has been happening for a while, she admitted weakly. Since we got the flame back, I guess. 2 months. For 2 months she'd been suffering this alone. I reached out and took her hand in mine. It was still so cold. And the blacking out? I asked gently. Well, it's never been that bad. It's just been for a couple of seconds at a time. I wasn't even sure it was happening at first. It felt like when you accidentally doze off, you know, when your head falls forward and you jerk awake. I tried to put it down to being tired, what with work and spending time with Lestat. I told myself it had nothing to do with my problem. But then I noticed how I felt better around the flame and how I would get twitchy when I hadn't seen it. But I haven't been using it, and I swear I haven't been doing black magic again either. I promise. I promise on you and Yanni's lives. A stray tear escaped down her cheek. She wiped it away mechanically. Eyes dull. For what it's worth, Lestat's been nagging me to seek help since the shaking started. He's been at it all weekend trying to find books and things that might help, but he's obviously not had much luck. Once again, I found I had to reassess my opinion of Lestat. He hadn't encouraged her to hide this, had tried to help her. This clearly wasn't a fling for either of them. What do we do now? Maddie asked in a small voice. I guess I can't go back to Frasier's. A pang of disappointment struck me as keenly as a punch on the shoulder. Hers, not mine. Her bottom lip wobbled. I really thought it was the start of something new, you know, moving away from the flame and giving myself the headspace to think clearly. I thought I might be moving on with my life, moving forward like the rest of you. You are moving forward, I assured her. No, I'm not, she said bitterly, shaking her head. I'm moving backward. I can't even make tattoo ink. I can't even do my job. I'm stuck taking calls on a pity job for Yanni. Hey, when it was my job, you said it wasn't a pity job. She smiled. I lied. It so is. We laughed a little, and that felt absurdly good. As quickly as it had appeared, her smile faded. I just feel so alone. My heart ached, and I reached out to pull her into a hug. You're not alone, Maddie. You have me and Yanni and Lestat and Noor, and you're part of the White Wine Coven. Rather than smile the way I thought she might, her face fell further. That's just drunken talk. You can't even be in a coven. You're the guardian, for crying out loud. She let out a long sigh. Oh, just another thing I will never be able to have. No, it's not, I said triumphantly. I spoke to the flame, to the souls. There is no reason why a guardian can't be in a coven. What? Her eyes bugged out of her face. But your Mum chose not to be in a coven. She wanted to minimize the risk to others if Dahlia came calling. But some of the other guardians were part of a coven. There's no reason I can't be in a coven with you. Truthfully, if Dahlia comes calling, I know you'll be by my side, come what may. Damn fucking right, Maddie interrupted fiercely. I smiled. That's why I invited Noor over this evening. It's not just a pretense, Maddie. This is it. Me, you, and Noor. We're going to form a real coven. And then, who knows how much our magic we'll be able to do together. Her eyes were wide as she stared at me. And for the briefest moment, I saw hope glimmering within them. Then, in a blink, it was gone. Her head fell. Why the hell would you and Noor want to be in a coven with me? I'm a hot mess. I'm practically powerless, and I have no lineage to draw upon. When we found out I was a witch, your Mum asked every single coven in town to take me in, to teach me, but they all refused. I'm dead weight. You are not, I said fiercely. You're loyal and clever, and your tattoos made a huge and real difference in people's lives. You used to be so skilled at alchemy. I still remember the potion you gave me when I left. It vanquished a freaking demon, Maddie. You have power. We just need to work out how you can use it safely. That wasn't me, that was the flame. I was working with it with your mother's guidance. Alone, I'm in shambles. Maddie shook her head. You'll be stronger just a pair of you. Your magic's formidable. Yours could be too. You just need to have more faith in yourself. I put my finger against her chin and tipped her head up so her eyes were looking at me. Maddie, love, believe me. The only coven in the world I want to be in is one with you. I promise. You are my coven. You have been since we were children. You're my best friend, and the only person I trusted to look after the flame when I went away. Please, Maddie, you can't say no. It's too late. We're already in it together. We'll always be in it together." Tears trickled down her cheeks, and she whispered brokenly, "God, you make me think it is possible." She sniffed. "I love you so much, do you know that? And I'm sorry I'm such a mess. I'm sorry I've put you through this. Stop apologizing, I love you too. I know it's hard. I know it feels like sliding back, but you need to move back in, okay? So you're around the flame until we work a way around it." "A way to fix me," she said. And the bitterness hurt my heart. "You're not broken, Maddie. You're just a little lost. Feels like the same thing." There was one loud knock at the door, and in strode my granddad. He looked a little like Gandalf, complete with an actual woolen cloak. He was just missing a staff. I blinked. "Well, that's a look, Grandad." He didn't smile at me, but instead pulled out a book from his voluminous robes. "I have the answer to Maddie's problem, but I'm not sure either of you will like it." Chapter 26. "What do you mean?" I asked my granddad. "Now is so not the time for riddles." I eyed the mantle he was wearing. "Even if you are dressed for it." "The cloak is magically imbued," he explained. "It's for protection, not a fashion statement." "It's a bit of both." Maddie disagreed, "but the fashion part is painful." I grinned. It was nice to see some of Maddie's fire returning to her. "Can we focus?" Ernie huffed. "I have the answer." "So you said you want to clue us in?" I asked. "I will, but Noor should be here for this. It'll take the three of you to do it right." I straightened. "What does she have to do with Maddie's problem?" "The problem? Nothing. The solution? Everything." He whirled around, cloak flaring dramatically, and stalked back out to grab Noor. "He could have brought Noor in with him the first time around," Maddie muttered. "Well, then he wouldn't have had an excuse for the dramatic cloak thing," I pointed out, making her snicker. There was hope in her eyes. Real hope. I hoped to hell Grandad could put his money where his mouth was. If he let her down, we'd both be devastated. My grandfather returned a few moments later with Noor, Ezra, Yanni, and Lestat. We were back to being a circus. Noor looked curious, so he clearly hadn't explained what was going on. Ezra crossed to Maddie, pulled it into his huge arms, and crushed it to his chest. "You should have said something sooner," he chastised. "But then I couldn't suffer in silence like a martyr," she joked with a wan smile. Ez huffed. "You're no martyr. We'll see to it," he promised fiercely. He gave her a kiss on the forehead and one last squeeze, before setting her back on the sofa and going to stand by Noor. He enfolded the small witch in his arms, and she sank back into the hard lines of his body like she was made to fit there. "Having everyone here will save on having to offer multiple explanations," Grandad said by way of explanation. "I've been scouring my books, and I found one tiny oblique reference to someone else suffering similar symptoms to our Maddie." The hour made my heart happy. "Took me a while," he continued, "and I apologize for that, but I have not long got off the phone with Priestess Adele from Helloburn Harbour." "Adele?" I said in surprise. "Well, what's she got to do with it?" "Well, not her personally," Grandad said, "but when I explained our problem with Maddie—" "Hold up," Maddie said. "She knew I was struggling when we visited. If she had the answer then, why didn't she tell us?" "She didn't know she had the answer then," Grandad said excitedly, "but her flame did. The records I found suggested that her eternal flame was once guarded by not one guardian, as has always been the way, but 3. A coven of witches. It transpires that one of them had suffered exposure to the flame without a proper bond to it, and her soul was ravaged, her magic weakened. She was dying. In desperation, the 3 of them conducted a secret ceremony, binding themselves to the fire, which is why we need Noor as well. Bee and Maddie alone can't form a coven. A coven of 2 has no stability. It's like a tug of war. The power can't spread evenly." He looked at us.
Think of nature. The strongest shape is a triangle. It spreads weight evenly. But 2 points always form a straight line, and lines can wobble, fracture. You need that third point at the center to create balance, to anchor it. Plus, there must always be an unequal number so there can be a majority vote on any major decisions.
My heart was hammering, and my mind was racing. Could I make Maddie and Nor fellow guardians? I would be giving up part of my identity. I would be sharing my power. I would be saving Maddie's life. Then there was the fact that Maddie and Nor had turned to dark magic once already, and I'd be lying if I said that didn't give me pause. There was real risk here. If one of them were twisted by the power of the flame, if they used it for evil. No, neither of them would. Never. I blew out a breath. They were different people now. We all made mistakes, and they both paid for theirs. And I had to save Maddie. In the end, it was a no-brainer. Course, I said. Course, I'll do it. Nor stepped out of Ezra's arms. Me too. Behind her, Ezra looked conflicted. Nor's family wouldn't like this, and neither would the Pax. Nor would be officially out of her family's coven and into ours, and she'd have access to the eternal flame to boot. If the wolves needed more reason to dislike Nor, this would be giving them further ammunition.
Has to be your call, Grandad told me. You're the guardian. Only you can willingly cede part of your control.
I said I'll do it, I said, even though my gut was churning. And I meant it. Was I doing the right thing for Maddie? Yes. Was I doing the right thing for the flame? I fucking hoped so. My phone rang. Frasier calling. Oh, poor Frasier. He had to be frantic. It's Frasier, I said to the room. 1 second. I swiped to answer. Now's not a good time.
No?
And his voice was sharp.
I've walked out of a basement meeting because your emotions are all over the show. Now may not be a good time, but give me a rundown, Beatrix. I deserve that much. You're yo-yoing with me here. I'm freaking out.
I winced. I'm sorry. You're right. Maddie has been ill. Shaking. Passing out. She's back home with me. To save Maddie, we think she needs to bond with the flame. And Nor, too.
Bloody hell. I leave Witchlight for 3 days and all hell breaks loose. He sighed. It's huge, Bea. Are you going to do it? Give up soul guardianship? You need to think carefully.
I have been, but the truth is Maddie's been acting as a guardian for far longer than I have. That's kind of the problem, so it only seems fair that it's also the solution. If I hadn't run away, Mads wouldn't be in this predicament. So, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do whatever it takes to help her. Across the room, Maddie's eyes filled with tears, and she sent me a wobbly, appreciative smile. I've got to go, I said to Frasier.
All right, I believe in you. Whatever decision you make is the right one. Keep me up to date, counting the hours until I return to you tomorrow. Love you.
Love you. We hung up. Sorry, I said sheepishly to the room. My emotions have been a bit all over the show this evening. Frasier was worried.
Understandable,
Yanni said, impatience cracking in her voice.
But can we move along with helping Maddie? She's suffered enough.
She has, I agreed. We all turned back to Ernie. What do we do? I asked.
Well, Adela wouldn't tell me that, he admitted, after she communed with her flame and found that it was indeed true that 3 souls had bonded themselves to it at once. She confirmed that much, but insisted that only you 3 should learn of the mechanics, whereby multiple souls bind to the eternal flame. If someone else were to learn of it.
I thought of Dahlia. If she learned she could bond with the flame, nothing would stop her, and other sorcerers from gunning for Witchlight. Adele's secrecy was wise and warranted. How will she tell us what to do then? I huffed. Maddie isn't well enough to travel to Scotland and back. Grandad smiled.
Luckily, we have technology on our side. I have her phone number.
Oh. That was a bit of a letdown. With him bouncing in with a cloak, I'd half expected him to create a 2-way mirror with a bubbling cauldron of Eye of Newt. but sure, a mobile phone worked. He looked around.
It has to be just the 3 of them in the house. The rest of us need to go home and leave them to it. We can visit again in the morning.
Lestat's jaw worked, but he nodded his agreement. I met Yanni's gaze from across the room. Neither of us had forgotten the missing familiars, and the danger that represented to the flame. If we were adding more guardians to the flame, which seemed like a good idea, there was a risk it might also temporarily weaken us, or the flame. If something struck tonight, we would be vulnerable. Yanni's grim expression mirrored my own. She had come to the same conclusion. Meeting my eyes, she did a little circle with her finger, and I nodded. She'd stay on the perimeter, guarding far enough away that she wouldn't interfere with the magic, but close enough that she could summon the troops and come running if needed. Tension left me. With the giant bear shifter guarding us, what could go wrong? Chapter 27. Everyone cleared out. Lestat and Ezra were both unhappy at being forced to leave their other halves, so they headed off to Smuggler's Rest together for a few drinks to calm their nerves, though I promised I'd message when it was done. Grandad joined Yanni in her car parked on the street outside. He was excited about his first stakeout, which had made me and Yanni exchange amused looks. Stakeouts were boring as fuck, as he was about to learn. Left alone, Maddie's insecurities resurfaced. "I'm not sure about this," she said when it was just me, her and Nor. And, of course, Eva. Eva padded over and settled her head in Maddie's lap, and Maddie started stroking automatically. "I can't ask you to do this," Maddie whispered. "You're not asking," I replied. "I'm insisting. Firmly. I won't let you die, Maddie." "I might not die. We don't know that." "You're light," Nor said softly. "It's flickering like a candle in the breeze. I'm scared for you, Maddie. I'm scared that it will blow out at the slightest thing. This isn't an option anymore. It's a necessity." Maddie gulped hard, unable to deny the truth, even to herself. "We talked about forming a coven," Maddie began, "but this is way more than that. And we were joking about the whole white wine coven thing." "Maybe we were at first," Nor agreed, "but B and I, we hammered out some rules. This is real for us. We want it to be real." Her bottom lip trembled. "I've been part of my family's coven since birth, but it wasn't a choice. It was a birthright thrust upon me. And my family haven't trusted me since I had that incident. I've been sidelined for years, and I'm sick of waiting for them to realize I'm a good person who can be trusted." Tears welled in her eyes. "For goodness sake, Beatrix trusts me enough to bind me to the freaking eternal flame, whilst my own family won't trust me to light so much as a candle during a ceremony. I'm done. I made a mistake. Yes, and how I regret it. But they won't let me move on. So, this is me moving on. With you both." She reached out and took one of our hands in each of her own. A tear slid down Maddie's cheek, and my own eyes burned. I dragged my sleeve across my face, annoyed at myself when my hand shook. "I'm sorry," Mad said quietly. "I'm sorry you felt that way for so long." Nor squeezed her hand, thumb brushing back and forth over Maddie's knuckles, like she was afraid to let go. "For a long time," she continued, "Ezra was my crutch. I spent so long with the wolves that they felt more like family than my own. But in doing that, I forgot who and what I am." She straightened, shoulders squaring. "I'm a witch," she declared, "a light witch, and proud to be. But I need a coven that trusts me." "We trust you," Maddie said, her grip tightening in Nor's. A smile lit up Nor's face, bright and disbelieving. "I know you do. I'm not sure why, but I trust you too. Both of you. Oh, this feels like Hecate's design to me. You're fated to be a part of my life as much as Ezra is. I feel the same." I shifted on the sofa, the leather creaking softly beneath me. My heart was hammering, loud enough that I was sure they could hear it. So we're really doing this? We're all on board? There won't be an opportunity to change our minds? Both women nodded. All in, Maddie said with the ghost of a smile. All in, Nor agreed. All in, I confirmed. Heart thundering. I pulled my phone out with fingers that felt clumsier than unusual and scrolled to the number my grandfather had given me, taking a steadying breath before I hit call. Adele answered a moment later. Hello? Hi, Adele, it's Beatrix Stonehaven, Maddie Greenridge and Nor Nasser. Hello, ladies, I've been expecting your call. How are you, Maddie? I've been better, Maddie admitted, voice still thick. So I hear. I'm sorry things have got so bad, and I'm sorry I didn't know about the Coven of Three beforehand. It's difficult with so many souls, you don't know them all by name and not all choose to pipe up. And some never pipe down, I groused, glancing towards the hearth, where the eternal flame crackled softly, no doubt listening. Adele laughed. That too. She sobered. Let's get down to business, ladies. It's simple but multi-layered, and you must do it in the correct order. First, you must form a blood covenant. Then, Beatrix must offer your souls up to the eternal flame as her sisters, and you two have to give your souls freely. Simple, she says, I muttered, rubbing my thumb against the edge of my phone. Well, not simple. Adele agreed with a chuckle, but not too complex either. Do any of you know how to create a blood covenant? It's not the normal way to do such things, but your binding to each other must be tighter than usual. Your souls drawn together so closely that when Beatrix offers you to the flame, it has no choice but to accept. At her words, the eternal flame roared in the grate. But I didn't look at it, didn't reach out to commune with the souls. I didn't need to. I already knew what Hyacinth would say, and I was ignoring her. I know what to do, Nor said confidently. A bowl of offering, but with blood, instead of salt. That's right, Adele affirmed warmly, and with promises spoken aloud. All right, ladies, I leave you to it. I hope it goes well, and may the souls bless you. And ladies, trust what it takes. My scalp prickled at her words. The last my mum had spoken to me before she died. I could still hear the rasp of her voice, the look of fear and desperation in her eyes. No one should see that look in their parents' eyes. No one. I pushed the moment out of my mind. I needed to be present, not lost to the past, as I began my future. With the others gone, the cottage was quiet in the way it only ever was at night. And when Adele hung up, the witchlight seemed to exhale and settle into itself. They too accepted what was coming. The eternal flame burned low in the grate, steady and watchful, rather than demanding or berating. Somehow I knew that Mum was at the forefront, watching over us. Mum is here, I murmured to Maddie as Nor left to fetch a bowl from the kitchen. She cast a nervous glance at the flame. Iris, please don't let me balls this up. The flame flickered, an array of colours flashing across it, before settling on purple, the colour of protection. She's got you, I confirmed. Nor returned a beat later with a bowl that reminded me of cakes and pancakes and better times. She set the simple ceramic bowl on the floor between us. The bowl was unadorned, half filled with water that caught the firelight and fractured it into soft, wavering reflections across the ceiling. Before we begin, she said calmly, I need us to be absolutely clear on what we're doing here. Maddie and I gave her our full attention. This isn't a simple coven creation, Nor began. It's much more than that. It's a binding. Once we're joined, there won't be any separating us. Each of our magics will fuel the others, making our collective magic grow and strengthen. But no one is surrendering their will. No one is the coven leader. We are simply part of the same coven, together equally. If there are disagreements, they'll be dealt with needing a 2-vote majority. The words settled in the room. Heavy, but not as uncomfortable as they could have been. It made sense. As much as I love both girls, it wasn't realistic to go into this thinking we wouldn't argue at some point. We would disagree and a majority would rule. Simple. I nodded. So did Maddie. Good, Nor said formally. Then we proceed. I swallowed hard. This was going to change everything. And there would be no going back. Chapter 28. Nor turned, inclining her head towards the hearth. We acknowledge the presence of the eternal flame as our witness, Witchlight, and all the souls contained therein. Be welcome. The flame shifted, colours deepening briefly before resettling. Warmth brushed over my skin. Familiar yet restrained. It wasn't trying to stop us, and that was as good as a blessing in my book. Nor nodded once in satisfaction and turned back to us. A coven is not just about power, though the boost to each of us will be noticeable. It is about trust, choice, honesty. Here you agree to be seen as you are, not as you sometimes pretend to be, to yourself or others. Her gaze met mine first. Beatrix Stonehaven, state your intent. My throat tightened, and my mind went blank. What the hell was my intent? The answer came instinctively, to keep the Witchlight safe, now and forever, and to keep these women safe too, to be true to myself, and to be the best version of myself. In the end, there was only one intention that mattered the most. I intended to stay. No more running away. I will keep you in the flame safe to the best of my ability. I won't promise perfection, I said quietly, or that I'll always get it right. I swallowed and met Maddie's eyes, but I promise I won't walk away ever again. Something raw flickered across Maddie's face, and her eyes filled with tears. She nodded, but said nothing. Nor turned to her. Madeline Greenridge, state your intent. Maddie huffed out her breath. I'm not perfect either. Hell, I'm barely even stable, she admitted bluntly. Then she lifted her chin defiantly. If this coven only wants people at their best, then I'm not your girl. But if it wants people who will work hard to achieve their potential and fight to protect this flame and this village, then I'm in. I'm all in. Nor held her gaze for a long moment before nodding, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. Damn right, she murmured, and the clear break in the ceremony made us all let out a nervous giggle. I, Nor Nasser, state my intention. I choose this coven, Nor said solemnly, not because it is easy, not because it is safe, but because it is right. And I will not shy away from doing what is right. I strayed once and I will never do so again. I choose this coven. I choose you girls. And I choose this path. She reached for the other item she brought out from the kitchen, a sharp paring knife. There was nothing ceremonial or fancy about it. I'd used it to cut up an apple yesterday, and now I was going to use it to cut my skin. Blood is a conduit by which we will be bound, Nor warned us. Unlike normal covens, ours will be permanent until death. If either of you wishes to stop the ceremony, now is the time. Speak now, or bind yourselves forever. I swallowed hard, but didn't speak. I looked at Maddie and she pointedly pressed her lips together. We both looked at Nor. The silence was heavy. When Nor was satisfied that none of us were going to back out, she nodded and held the blade out to me, hilt first. I didn't hesitate. I took the blade and pressed it to my fingertip, making a small, sharp cut. Ouch. Blood welled, but I turned my finger over so it didn't drop. I cleaned the blade on my jeans, which might not have been the most sensible option, and passed it to Mads. My bestie mirrored my actions, jaw set, eyes steady. That stings more than I expected, she muttered. 3 drops each into the bowl, Nor instructed, as she too cut her own finger. We guided our hands over the bowl. The drops of blood fell into the water and bloomed like ink. After all 9 drops had fallen, we moved our hands away from the bowl. Now, Nor murmured, we intermingle. You and Maddie first, then me and Maddie, then me and you, B. As instructed, Maddie and I pressed our cut fingers together. Warmth spread instantly, blood smearing between us. The air shifted, subtle but undeniable, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Eva let out a low whine. Maddie and Nor pressed their fingers together, and the sensation doubled. Nor pressed her finger to mine, and it felt like my head was in a vice. The pressure around us was extraordinary. Eva howled. Then Nor dipped her hand into the bowl and traced a slow, deliberate circle through the water. By blood freely given, she said tightly, discomfort showing in her voice, and by will freely chosen, we stand not as witches alone, but as sisters of the white wine coven. Nor smiled triumphantly. As we will it, so mote it be. The pressure vanished, and I gasped in relief. The flame flickered once softly and settled. Nothing exploded. Nothing burned. Yet the moment hadn't needed bells and whistles. I felt it already, a quiet thread tightening into place, warm and steady. Maddie and Nor's presence brushed against my magic. My soul, not invasive, not overwhelming, but undeniably there. Beside us, Eva thumped her tail against the floor and sneezed. Maddie laughed, shaky but genuine. Bless you, Eva. That counts as her seal of approval, right? Definitely, I confirmed. Eva proved the point by putting her paws on Maddie's lap and lapping at her face. She giggled. God, the sound of it. When had I last heard her giggle like that? I smiled indulgently as Maddie squealed, laughing, and pushed Eva away. That's enough kisses, Eva, or Lestat won't want to kiss me. Nor was smiling too. I'll take Eva's approval over Seraphina's any day, Nor said dryly. What will she say about all this? Seraphina, I asked. Of a new coven formed without her permission? Nor winced. Oh, she'll have plenty to say. I grimaced. Well, that was tomorrow Beatrix's problem. What next? Maddie asked. I looked between them. I guessed I was up. Forming the coven had been the easy part. Now, I had to help bind a part of their souls to the flame. And we had to trust what it would take. Now you offer a part of yourselves to the flame. Eva, go sit on the sofa, girl. I wasn't sure what the situation was with the dog's soul, so a little space seemed sensible. Maddie, Nor, and I sat on the rug together in a horseshoe, with me in the centre as we faced the flame. How does this work? Nor asked. This is your show, B. I'm going to speak to the flame, but... I licked my lips. You have to commit to it, I explained. Truly commit. You can't be afraid of which part of your soul it will take from you. What'd it take from you? Maddie asked. Telling them felt like laying my soul bare, but they deserved to know. It took my guilt, for leading Dahlia home, for being kidnapped, for being a dud, for not being enough. Then it took my guilt for running away, for leaving you, for leaving the flame, for Kaz. All that guilt, it was crushing me. Oh, B. Maddie slung an arm tightly around me. You weren't responsible for Dahlia's actions, and you were a kid. Anyone would run away from what you experienced. I know, it's easier now to think about. I see it a little clearer without all that guilt getting in the way. Maddie's shoulders relaxed. So it was good what I took from you? Yes. I nodded. I think so. What did it take from your mum? Nor asked. She said it took her longing for a large family. She'd had 3 miscarriages before she had me. And after me they had another loss. It was hard for her then to accept that we would be a family of 3. Such a small unit when she wanted half a football team. Then Nan and Nellie died and Mum bonded with the flame. Finally, she was content with what she had. That's a gift, Nor murmured. I nodded. It is. Nor blew out a breath. Okay, so we trust what it takes. I'm ready, I believe. Whatever it takes for me, it'll make life better. It will. Maddie? I looked to my friend. Are you ready for this? To be an actual guardian? Her eyes glimmered with pure joy. And I knew this moment was her childhood dream come true. She'd been hoping to be an actual guardian since we were children. Maybe that was why the flame had been able to latch onto her so thoroughly. Whether she was of the Stonehaven line or not, she'd been offering herself to it every day since we were kids. Yeah. She flashed me a grin. I'm ready. I reached out with my magic to the flame. Blessed be Beatrix Stonehaven, my mother said. But her voice was choral, speaking for them all. My scalp prickled again. Blessed be. I bring my coven to you, to all of you. They wish to become guardians of the eternal flame. The three of us. Together. Then let them offer themselves to us, and we will judge if they are worthy. That made me gulp. There was a chance they wouldn't accept the girls, no matter how tightly we bound ourselves to each other. Nor, you go first, I said. Speak to the flame and offer yourself up with no reservations, no hesitation. Nor turned to address the fire, full of a kaleidoscope of colours. I offer myself to you. I commit to you, she promised the flame. I commit to this life as your guardian, to your wisdom, your ways, and I trust you to take what you need from me. My soul is yours, whichever part you need. The flame leapt as Nor gasped, and for a moment the array of colours consumed her eyes. She blinked, and her normal soulful brown eyes were back. It's done, she whispered. I'm bonded to the flame. I can feel it. Feel them. You're next, Maddie, I murmured. I could read the doubt on her face as she battled to believe she was worthy. You can do this. This should always have been yours. I believed it utterly. She had protected the flame when I abandoned it. If anyone else deserved to bond with it, it was Maddie. Tears wove down her cheeks, and her breathing was so shallow I feared we might lose her again. But her voice cracked quietly from her throat. I've always committed, always trusted, always been yours. It was true. So true that an ache spread through my chest and extended past me into the flame, which flared and crackled with all the colours of the rainbow. My mother's voice was triumphant as she said, It is past time that we return the generous gift you have always given. You are ours, yes, but from this day, we are yours too, Madeline Greenridge. Maddie's eyes lit with the full colours of the flame, and Nor gasped. It's done, Maddie sobbed. It's really done. I'm a guardian of the flame. I pulled her into my arms, and Nor joined us, and suddenly we were all sobbing and laughing at the same time. It was there already, an invisible, unbreakable tether between us. It wasn't dissimilar to my bond with the flame, always there to call upon whenever I needed it. How do you feel? I asked Maddie anxiously, wiping the tears of happiness and relief from my cheeks. Amazing, like I'm not about to pass out. Maddie grinned. That's great, I laughed. And you, Nor? I feel more, Nor said slowly. I can feel the power of the flame hovering on the periphery, like I only need to reach out to have that power at my fingertips. Well, that's essentially how it works, I explained. It's like a huge power source that can amplify your own magic. You have to practice not to draw too much. Practice with small magic you already know well. Oh my God, I can make my inks, Maddie said, with sudden realization. And the tears were back. I can get my life back. My tattoo shop, it's a dream come true. Already she looked better. Her skin warmer. Nor, can you check Maddie's aura? I asked. My friend studied Maddie and a huge smile spread across her face. It's stable, no flickers at all. Great, I said, with true relief. And how are you feeling? I asked, besides more. Nor considered the question. Amazing. I feel like I did what was right for me. I believed and I followed my path and I really don't care what anyone else thinks. Why don't I care? She asked. Her brow crinkled like she wasn't sure if she should be pleased or upset about the new development. I always care. I tie myself up in knots caring. I bet that's the part of the soul the flame took from you, I said. It's taking the burden of expectation from you, the pressure of believing you have to always do the right thing. Oh my God. Her hands rested on her chest. You're right. I never knew I could feel like this, like the only person I'm bound to is myself. I feel so free. It was her turn to cry, but it was happy tears, and that was a huge relief too. What do you think the flame took from you? I asked Mads. I'm not sure yet, she said, picking at her nails. I don't feel any different. Maybe it just took my addiction. Maybe. I'm sure you'll work it out, and the main thing is, you're safe. The reality of the moment hit me. For weeks, since seeing the black encroaching on her nails, I'd been worrying about Maddie. And now that churning in my gut could finally settle. She was no longer addicted to the flame, she was a part of it. Tears filled my eyes, and then we were all bawling with happy, relieved tears. We clung to each other. The white wine coven. Together now until death do us part. And I couldn't be happier. Chapter 29. The next morning I went down to the kitchen. I wasn't the first one there. Maddie had her running trainers on, and her skin was flushed with exercise. It was like a switch had been flipped. Her skin looked healthy, her eyes sparkled, and brewing on the kitchen side were some of the magical components for her tattooing ink, and more besides. She had some protective potions brewing, and healing potions too, just like she used to do with Mum. Joy bubbled in my chest, and before I could stop myself, I threw my arms around her. Sweaty mess that she was and all. She hugged me back. Hey, sleepyhead, she said, but gave me a kiss on my forehead. The easy affection was such a contrast to the guarded, snappy Maddie from the last several weeks that a hard lump rose in my throat. I cleared it with an awkward cough as I released her. You know I'm not a morning person, I mumbled. I know. She flicked the kettle on. Let's make you a coffee so you can manage a conversation. I couldn't argue with her sass. Didn't even want to. Maddie, you look amazing. Thanks, I feel, oh God, so much better. You look it. Where's Nor? I asked on a yawn, noting the frying pan in the sink that suggested Nor and her scrambled eggs had already been and gone. She left early, Maddie confirmed. She wanted to go and speak to Ezra. Without the weight of worrying about the pack's opinion of her, she said she wanted to have words with him about their future. Good words or bad words? Good, I think. She's going to suggest moving in properly with Ez. She spoke to your mum this morning, and Iris said that only one of us has to live in the cottage. With the connection to the flame secured wherever we are, we only need one resident guardian, same as normal. Which leaves Nor free to move out with Ezra if you're still happy to have Frasier live with you here. I grinned. Absolutely, that's a relief. I was wondering if we'd all need to live together forever. Nope, she said happily. But I'm moving back here for a few days until we're certain. I'm okay. I'm excited for Nor and Ez, though. This could be what they need. Nor was always worried about the pack accepting her. Well, this is brilliant for them. Yeah, Ezra is ready for the next step. Albeit his next step was a little different. The urge to tell Maddie that Ez wanted to propose was strong, but it wasn't my secret to tell, so I shoved it down. Frasier's back today, right? Maddie asked, as she pulled down a mug and dumped some coffee grounds into it. I grinned. Right. Can't wait. I bet. Lestat has messaged me this morning already, but I told him I need some space, to come to terms with the coven and being a guardian. She bit her lip. That's fair. You've had a lot to deal with. Yeah, I just need time to process. There was a knock at the door, and Maddie went to answer it, bouncing on her feet as she went. I continued making my much-needed caffeine injection. I poured plenty of milk into the coffee so I could gulp it down quickly. I was downing my coffee like it was water when Yanni joined us in the kitchen. She threw her arms around me in one of her classic bear squeezes that was as likely to make you feel loved as it was to fracture your ribs. Thank you, she breathed into my ear. You saved her. She saved herself, I disagreed. She is right here, Maddie harumphed, a smile playing on her lips. You look amazing, Yanni said to her granddaughter, making Maddie pat her pink-tipped hair. Why, thank you. The police chief's face sobered. I wish you'd told me what was going on with you sooner. The shaking, the blackouts. Maddie winced. I'm sorry. I thought I was doing the right thing. I didn't want to worry any of you. We were worrying. We love you, Yanni growled. We're here to love you through thick and thin. I never want you to hide something like this from me ever again. Do you hear me, Madeline Greenridge? I hear you, Nana. Same for me, I added softly. I wish to hell you hadn't been going through that alone. I wasn't alone, Maddie protested. I had the stat. She chewed on her lower lip. I'm sorry, I didn't realize how much I was worrying you both. I thought I was hiding it so well. You weren't, but I'm glad you're better now, I said. And we finally, truly have a proper coven of our own. The White Wine Coven. Yanni grinned. Is that what you seriously called your coven? Serafina won't love that. I winced. Well, she'll have to get over it because it's done now. Maybe you could drop the wine when you tell her, Yanni suggested. The White Coven does sound like something she'd approve of, Maddie agreed. But then our initials would be WC. And we can't have that because it would sound like we meet in a toilet. Water closet is such a weird way to say loo, I snickered. But yeah, no, let's keep the wine. I'm not ashamed of who and what we are, and we're girls who like white wine. Well, except Nora, she prefers red. She'll still drink white, so it's fine, I argued. So, Yanni said, looking around, you're still going to be living here then, Maddie? Are you sure I can't tempt you to live with me for a bit? Just so I've reassured myself that the shaking and blackouts have stopped. Maddie chuckled. Trust me, if Frasier Bank's waterfront mansion wasn't enough to draw me away, then my childhood bedroom, with blue tack posters and you and Ernie banging in the room next door, was never a viable option. Ernie and I don't bang, Yanni said, with an air of prudishness that quickly descended into a grin. We make love, sensually, experimentally, enough. Maddie's response was so predictably her that I was grinning again. Our Maddie was back. Oh, the young think they are the ones that invented sex, Yanni grumbled with a roll of her eyes. But they were full of barely suppressed delight at Maddie's sassing. Now, as for work, if you need a day off to process everything, you take it. We'll just go back to diverting calls and getting Sam's help. She tried to sound casual about it, but I knew how hard it was, juggling all the calls while in the field. No, I'll come into the station. Maddie grimaced. I'll need to rebuild my tattooing business, and in the meantime, I absolutely love working with you and Dove. I'm sorry I've been such a terrible team player. I wasn't in the right headspace, but I am now, and I'm going to keep on helping you for a few hours a day at least. I can offer you some time in the mornings, and I can do my tattooing in the afternoon. I'm sure I'll have time for both. She winced and looked at her Nana sheepishly. I'm sorry I haven't been very reliable lately. Don't apologise, Maddie. You had so much to deal with, and addiction isn't a choice. Yanni wagged a fierce finger at her granddaughter and tried to lighten the moment. I tell you what, I'll be glad to have the sect leaders back. Some of those damned seconds don't have a clue what they're doing, ringing me up every 20 minutes to check what their own damned laws are. And the immortals are the worst. You'd think they'd have more time than the rest of us to read up, but apparently they don't think it's worth the effort. Not when there's someone like me on the end of the line. She harumphed. Vampires were the only truly immortal sect living in Witchlight, although the Fae came close, with many types having lives so long they might as well have been unending, and the Fae were notoriously difficult to deal with. Which reminded me of a certain brownie who owned a bakery, had lied about being able to drive, and had refused me entry to his home. Now that Maddie was safe, I could give the missing familiars my full, undivided attention. Last night, after the bonding, I told Maddie and Nor about my granddad's fears, about what the missing familiars might mean, that someone with ill intent was planning to cross the border barrier. We had agreed that one of us would remain at the cottage at all times. If Nor was already gone, then I guess it was a coin toss between me and Maddie. You working this morning? I asked Maddie.
No,
Yanni answered firmly for her.
She officially has today off.
Nana, Maddie began to protest.
Yanni held her hand up. No, you need this. And I need to give you this. Just take the damn day.
She gestured to the tattoo ink, gently simmering.
Build up your stock so you're ready to work. In the meantime, I'll be fine. The leaders are due back at lunchtime.
I'm counting down the hours, I admitted wryly. I set my empty coffee cup into the sink, on top of the frying pan. If you're happy to stay here with the flame mads, I'd like to go and see a certain brownie, about some familiars. Chapter 30. The bakery had already borne the brunt of the brunch rush. Buttery, flaky croissant pastry was scattered on the shop floor, along with enough jam to suggest that the person who had been eating it was a child. Claude wore a tired, slightly shell-shocked expression. Busy morning? I hazarded a guess based on what I hoped was Nutella on one wall.
A toddler morning,
he explained faintly. Ah, enough said. Well then, now is the perfect time to chat. I lowered my mental shields. Yanni told me you can drive and that you have a car. Tell me why you lied to me. Panic was the first feeling, sharp and heady enough to make my gut clench. He licked his lips and had the grace to look bashful. Nerves hit me next, followed by a quiet confidence. He sighed.
Customers keep asking for deliveries,
he admitted.
I keep them at bay by saying I can't drive and I can't afford to pay a delivery driver. If they knew I could, that'd be it. I'd be working all hours of the day and night. It's bad enough I get up at 4 a.m. every day to bake, but I'd be delivering until midnight.
Just say no, I suggested. He stared at me. I'm a brownie. His tone was so incredulous it bordered on rude. But I got his point. The Fae race lived to serve. If a task was required of him, he'd do it, even if he didn't want to. Like delivering baked goods late into the night. He was telling the truth about his delivery concerns, I could tell that much. But it also felt odd, like he was only telling part of the truth. I was just about to press him further when my phone lit up with a text message from Frasier.
1 hour away. Counting the seconds.
XX. Frasier was nearly home. I let out a squeak, turned on my heel, and pelted out of the bakery. I grabbed Eva from her position of waiting faithfully by the bush outside, since Claude wasn't a fan of animals. Frasier's nearly home, I explained to my dog, as we broke into a jog. I thought he'd be arriving in Witchlight later on today, and I still haven't had a shower yet. I need to shave. Eva barked and happily turned in a circle. I wasn't the only one who'd missed the love of my life. After all, he fed her scrambled eggs. We jogged all the way home. I was just slowing when I heard a scream come from inside the house. Maddie's scream. Maddie! I shouted and ploughed into the house, only to skid to a stop when I saw Maddie's beaming face. She didn't look upset. In fact, she looked delighted. And she wasn't alone. Noor and Ezra were there too, and Noor had a rock the size of Gibraltar on her ring finger. I let out a happy scream, and then I realized that was the exact sound Maddie had made. You proposed! I threw my arms around Ezra, and you said yes! I dragged Noor into a hug too. Noor was beaming from ear to ear. Actually, I asked him, but then he pulled out this stunning ring, and then he asked me. She looked at Ezra with utter adoration. He removed the spider monstrosity for me, and finally we're on the same page about our relationship. No more second-guessing ourselves. If the pack don't think I'm right for Ezra, well, that's their problem.
Damn right,
Ezra growled.
Anyone who doesn't think you're the right one for me is a fool. And I'm no fool.
Thank Hecate, Noor said. This is amazing, Maddie said, and pulled us into a group hug. A moment later, she wrinkled her nose. Bea, don't take this the wrong way, but you smell a little. Maybe you shouldn't have hugged me after my run. I groaned. Oh, I know, sorry, I jogged home too. I need a shower. Frasier's on his way home.
That means Dad is too,
Ezra said happily, looking relieved. He looked at me.
You want to meet them at the barrier?
Sure, just let me shower. Give me 10. I pounded up the stairs and had the fastest shower in the history of humans, complete with shaving the salient areas. I dressed and hastily brushed my red hair, chucking it up while it was still dripping down my back. "Let's go," I said, and Eva barked again in excitement. "I'll stay here and guard the flame," Maddie said, and squared her shoulders, looking proud that she could. "You lot go." I wasn't in the mood to argue, the urge to see Frasier rising in me like the tide. I wasn't sure if it was a nascent bond forming between us or just the natural bloom of young love, but I needed to see him so badly it was almost an ache. I despised being apart. "I'll drive us in, Rosie," I offered. I looked around for my car keys, which had definitely been on the kitchen side. "Eva," I snapped, "where'd you put the keys?" She looked at me for half a beat. "Do you want Frasier home quicker or not?" She turned and trotted to some shoes resting by the back door. She snuffled in them and pulled her head back out with keys in her mouth. She offered them to me daintily. I took them, trail of spit and all. I didn't bother reproaching my retriever. At this point, hiding my car keys was as much fun to her as going to the beach, and nothing I said ever changed her little stunts anyway. I just had way more spare sets now. Annoyingly, I still hadn't found my main set yet. No doubt it would turn up when I did my laundry. Eva loved to bury keys in stinky clothes. We walked outside, and Ezra looked at my piece of shit car, expression dubious. Then he looked at his truck, which only comfortably held 2 up front, and certainly couldn't hold 3 and Eva. "It'll be fine," I promised hastily. I unlocked the passenger side door and clambered into the driver's side, giving him no time to argue. Ezra grimaced but folded himself into my rusty vehicle. Nor, being tiny, made it look easy to climb in. I fired up the motor and we shot off towards the barrier. I was almost vibrating in my seat, and I wasn't the only one. The atmosphere in the car was anticipatory. They were looking forward to telling Jonah their news, getting the Alpha's official blessing. And I was looking forward to Frasier's lips, and his hands, and his... Eva was looking forward to belly rubs and scrambled eggs. I drove us all the way to the barrier, and we pulled over on the side of the road. We got out and waited for them in the fresh air. "No bird song," I noticed with a frown. "Do you hear that?" I asked Ez.
"What?"
"Exactly. The birds, Ez. Why aren't they singing?"
"Let's give them a minute. I bet they fall silent when we arrived. Be quiet and they'll start again."
We were quiet. 1 minute. 2. 5. The birds didn't start singing. We were all frowning now, but then representatives of the other sects joined us. The other leaders must all have contacted their seconds and requested prompt extraction. Orion parked behind us, and the witch second, Fenella, behind him. The vampire second, Frederick, rudely parked right in front of us, blocking us all in. Figured. No one else got out of their cars, but now I didn't blame the birds for their silence, not with all sorts of monsters prowling amongst them. "The barrier," Nora murmured, eyes wide. "By Hecate, it's like nothing I've ever seen." I smiled. "I know."
"I can't see it,"
Ezra complained. "It's like every colour all at once," Nora tried to explain. "Like a rainbow that moves and dances, but with every shade of every colour moving all at once. It's psychedelic?" I suggested. Nora laughed. "Yeah, a bit. My goodness, it's stunning. The lights are the souls freely given. We're part of that, Maddie." She squeezed my hand. "Thank you for giving me that, trusting me with that. I won't ever let you down. I know you won't." Out of the periphery of my eye, the swaying colours of the border barrier stilled. It was odd enough that I turned my head to look at it. But before I could examine it, a car burst through. A black people carrier. And it was carrying Frasier. Chapter 31. The others got out of their cars, and the leaders each went towards their second. Frasier hadn't called his second. He had me. I flung myself into his arms and gave him a quick smack of the lips. which I longed to make linger, but we had an audience, so I didn't. His arms locked around me like he thought I might evaporate. He smelled like Hotel Pine soap and home. My shoulders dropped without my permission. I hadn't realized how tightly wound I'd been until that second.
You okay?
He murmured into my drying hair. Better now, I said truthfully. Dad, Ezra said, joy and relief mixing in his voice.
Miss me?
Jonah asked, teasing.
Oh, you're never allowed to leave again,
Ez said, half joking.
It turns out I'm not ready to be an alpha.
Jonah smiled indulgently at his son.
Yes, you are. You just don't know it yet.
He pulled his son into a hug.
Oh, it's good to be home.
Jonah paused mid-hug as he caught sight of Noor and her glittering ring behind Ezra.
She said yes,
Jonah crowed, and he picked Ezra up, all 100+ kilos of him, and spun him around.
I said yes too,
Ezra said wryly. We kind of asked each other, Noor added.
Amazing news. Congratulations.
Frasier waded in to congratulate them, and even Serafina offered cool felicitations while Julieta looked on, a bored and couldn't care less expression on her face. Alistair looked like he'd rather be anywhere but here, but we were all spread on the road so they couldn't move until we were done. I looked at the barrier at just the moment it stuttered. The colours didn't fade. They didn't dim. They froze. Every strand of light was locked in place like someone had pressed pause on the world. The air thickened. The fine hairs along my arms rose. A low hum crawled up my spine, the wrongness of the moment clawing down my throat, choking me. Then, as if nothing had happened, the swirling dance resumed. The hair settled and I shook myself. I was tired, excited to see Frasier. It was an overreaction. That was all.
Did you feel that?
Jonah's voice came quietly at my side. I turned to him sharply. Not an overreaction then. Fuck. Not feel. See. The barrier, it paused. You felt it. He nodded, lips pressed together.
I told you the barrier has been having glitches. Just a heartbeat of something off. I thought I was imagining it at first. That's why I didn't bring it to you sooner.
His gaze flicked to the barrier again. The way he looked at it was measuring, assessing. The way he looked at prey that might be hard to bring down, or a predator that was prowling too close. It was a look that said he was still debating his next move, and that move could mean someone's death. It was a sudden reminder that the alpha was not a man to mess with. I licked suddenly dry lips. You said there were weird fluctuations, right?
Yes, that's why I told you and Ezra before I went. I just wanted you to be aware that there might be a problem.
Is there? He shook his head.
I don't know.
I thought of the missing familiars, and my gut clenched. The silence in the trees earlier. The way the birdsong hadn't resumed. The way my shoulder blades crawled. I frowned, looking at the werewolf. How can you feel it? The wrongness, the fluctuations as you called them.
That's what they feel like to me.
I shook my head. Not fluctuations, but stutters. It's like the barrier freezes for a moment. I looked at him again and pressed. How can you feel it? He hesitated, then gave a small, self-conscious shrug.
My mum was a witch.
I blinked before my mind dredged up one of my conversations with Ez. Well, that's right. Ezra did mention it the other day. I didn't know that, though, growing up.
That doesn't surprise me. She died well before you were born. But it was quite the scandal back in the day. My alpha werewolf father falling for my hedge witch mother. And my father faced many of the same objections as Ezra and Noor. Despite all that, my parents' union bore nothing but strong werewolf children. The issue now is that the staunchest of the pure-blood wolf supporters fear that introducing yet another witch into our lineage will dilute the werewolf line further. They say if Ezra marries Noor, my werewolf line might die with me. Are you concerned about that?
He laughed.
You only have to throw a stick of witchlight to hit one of my family members. Even if Nora and Ezra do produce witch children, the line is far from dead.
And would you care if they had witch children?
He shrugged. Not in the slightest. Hell, they might not even have kids. It's not everyone's cup of tea. All I care about is their happiness. And look at that.
He gestured to where Nora and Ezra were still the centre of congratulations, both beaming.
They're happy.
Yes, they are. And you?
Me?
He looked taken aback.
I'm delighted to be home and looking forward to seeing my wife.
My skin coloured. Oh, sorry, I meant, what sort of witch are you? You can sense something wrong with the barrier.
Yes, loosely though. I don't know what's wrong or why, just that something is. I just feel a blip. What magic I have isn't anything to write home about, but I've always been sensitive, I guess you'd call it. Mum used to say I had good ears for magic. Couldn't do much with it, but I could hear when something wasn't right.
My chest tightened. All right, so talk to me about these glitches in the Matrix.
Blips. A few over the past couple of weeks. Nothing big enough to trigger alarms, just enough to make my teeth itch. It's like something pressing against glass.
He murmured quietly.
Not breaking it, just testing it.
He grimaced.
At first I figured it was maintenance or strain or issues with you or Maddie. I don't know, stuff I don't understand. But I thought...
He trailed off as Alice drove up in her truck.
Never mind,
Jonah said, with eyes only for his wife.
Today is a day for celebrations. Let's talk about this another time. Tomorrow?
Sure, I said, letting it go with effort as Alice came to claim her husband. She laid a smacking kiss on him that he heartily reciprocated, making me look away even as a smile curled on my lips. It was lovely that they were still so in love. One by one, the cars peeled away until it was just Frasier, Eva, and me.
All right?
Frasier asked, his arms wrapped around me as I continued to watch the dancing barrier. I don't think so, I admitted. Something's wrong with the barrier.
What?
I shook my head. Hell if I know. Jonah seems to know something's up. I'll talk to him about it tomorrow. Then I guess we can dig into it. Come on. Let's go home. I forced a smile. I'm so happy you're home. I want you to see Maddie. You won't believe the change in her. Frasier took my hand, and we turned away from the barrier. I didn't look back, but the fine hum under my skin didn't fade, and the birds, still, didn't sing. Chapter 32. Frasier and I indulged in long hours in bed, then made our way downstairs for some sustenance. Evening had drawn in while we reacquainted ourselves thoroughly, but Maddie was still working away in the kitchen, brewing more magical ink as her phone blared some rock music. Hey, I said. Everything going okay? She grinned at us. Hey, lovebirds, I didn't think you were going to come up for air. She turned the music down a little. Good to see you, Frasier. Bea missed you. She winked. And I guess I did a bit too. Absolutely, I agreed. I know it was only a few days, but I guess I've grown accustomed to you. I teased my mate.
Me too.
He smirked at me.
I found it hard to sleep without your dulcet snores acting as white noise beside me.
Hey, I don't snore.
Sure you don't.
He winked, his smile indulgent. You snore really loudly, Maddie agreed, like a freight train. Frasier was studying my best friend, and he held out his arms to her.
It's good to see you looking so well,
he murmured, giving her a squeeze. She offered a sheepish smile. Yeah, apparently, everyone was super worried about me. I honestly thought I was hiding my struggles well.
You were not,
he confirmed dryly. On the kitchen counter, Maddie's phone burst to life, playing the tune to the Addams Family. Lestat. She reached over and hit dismiss. Frasier's eyebrows rose.
Trouble in paradise?
She chewed her lip before releasing it with a sigh. I think I know what the flame took from me. What? I asked. My love for Lestat. Her shoulders dropped. I just don't feel like I love him anymore. And the more I think about it, the more I worry about what that means. It took your guilt and all of Nora's fucks to give, and it took my love for Lestat. Your guilt was crushing you. Nora's anxiety was crushing her. But it took my love. Trust what it takes, right? So what does that mean for me and Lestat? Although I don't love him now, I don't want to be alone forever. And I know what we had was real, even if I can't feel it anymore.
If it was real, Frasier said, you can rebuild it. Same as if you had amnesia.
Right. But the issue is, why did the flame take it from me? She was back to chewing her lip. The phone rang again, and she hit dismiss again. Even if you do feel differently about him, I said, you can't just ignore Lestat. He deserves more than that, and trust me, running away isn't the answer. She sighed. You're right, I know you're right, but it's not a conversation I want to have. I don't feel the love in my heart, but my head still wants to honor all of those whispered promises. She closed her eyes. Oh, why couldn't it have been easy?
Trials make us stronger,
Frasier said sagely. Sure, but your trial's being apart for 4 days and mine is having my heart ripped out. She flinched. Oh, sorry, that's bitchy and whiny. I didn't mean it to be. It's hard, and I wanted for this one thing. I wanted the flame to just take my addiction, you know? I wanted it to be easy. How does the addiction feel? I asked. A whisper of anxiety shivering through me. I had thought the guardianship would end any negative issues for Maddie. If it hadn't, though. Oh, that's absolutely gone, Maddie assured me hastily. There's no crazy urge making me want to run to the lounge. I feel 1,000,000 times better. That's a relief, I admitted. It's been tough, but come what may, you know we love you, right? I know. She smiled gratefully. Problem is, so does Lestat. He proved her right by turning up an hour later while we were having Indian takeout with a few beers. Even the white wine coven didn't drink Oyster Bay with Indian food. I answered the door to his miserable visage. Hey, Lestat. The brooding vampire looked dejected.
She's not answering my calls,
he said tightly.
What have I done wrong?
Despite myself, my heart squeezed. He might have been an assassin, but I had come to believe he truly loved my bestie. Nothing, you haven't done anything wrong. Oh, come on in. You deserve an explanation. Maddie gave her boyfriend an awkward smile when he walked in, but made no move to hug him or greet him. He sat awkwardly on the seat opposite her. Frasier stood.
Well, we'll leave you two to...
No, Maddie interjected, voice panicky. I mean, this is your living room. I don't want to kick you out. This won't take long. Lestat winced.
Madeline,
he began.
I do not know what I have done wrong.
Nothing, she assured him. Absolutely nothing. She licked her lips. You know that I bonded with the eternal flame?
Of course.
Well, as part of that, it takes a piece of your soul. A small, very specific part. For B, it took her guilt. For Nora, her too many fucks. For me... She trailed off.
For you what?
Lestat asked impatiently. For me, it took my love for you. Lestat looked like he'd been slapped.
It took our love just like that?
He glared at the eternal flame dancing happily in the grate, as if it was innocent in all of this. Your love is your own, Maddie said uncomfortably, but it took my feelings for you. The memories are there. I know what I felt, but I just don't feel that way anymore.
But I still love you.
Lestat sounded agonized. I understand that, but... Well, I'm really sorry, but I just don't love you. He flinched. He looked away and his jaw clenched, his fists opening and closing, as he battled his emotions. As always with him, I felt nothing. I didn't need to. I could see it in his face and in his body. His despair and anguish were absolute. Next to me, Frasier shifted enough to tell me he was ready to intercede if the need arose. If Lestat's anguish turned to anger.
You don't mean that, Lestat said. I know what we have is real. It's forever love, not a flash in the pan, not a fling. You're my forever, Madeline.
I'm sorry, but right now, you're not mine. She stood. You should go. This is hard for everyone. You should have time to process it. We can talk another time, okay?
Okay.
He laughed bitterly.
No, Madeline. I am not okay.
Don't call me that, she said. Only Nana calls me Madeline. Makes me feel like I'm 6 years old and in trouble for sneaking an extra biscuit out of the biscuit tin. Maddie or Mads? He blinked.
You never said it bothered you?
No, I thought you'd want someone a little more refined than me. Madeline sounds like someone fancy. Maddie sounds like a hot mess, but the truth is I'm not refined. Not distilled or perfected. Lestat reached for her, but then dropped his hand.
You don't need to be perfect. Not to me. I love you.
You love the version of me I presented to you, she said sadly, and she's as fake as my favourite Prada bag. It's not your fault, she added. I misrepresented myself to you, and I think it's better for everyone if I stop. She bit her thumbnail. I don't like classical music either. He blinked.
Nor do I.
You don't? She laughed. And we spent how many hours listening to Chopin? His own lips curled.
I suppose we were both playing pretend to a degree.
I'm an assassin, Maddie. I wanted to be more for you. More cultured. More refined. She shook her head. I didn't need you to be more. I just needed you to be Lestat. Someone who loved me. Someone who loved me.
Loves.
He corrected.
I love you still.
He stood.
This is hard. I do need time to think. I'll leave you to your meal, Maddie.
He looked at her.
This isn't the end for us, I'm sure of it. I will take you on as many dates as we need for us to find each other again. I will not let you go as easily as that.
He swept her a courtly bow and paused.
I don't usually bow,
he confessed. A peal of laughter rang out from her. Then don't start on my account. He straightened.
Right. Well.
He looked at her hesitantly.
Sleep well. I'd like to speak to you tomorrow, if I may.
You may, Maddie agreed. We all watched as the vampire swept out. Frasier turned to me.
If you confess you don't like Oyster Bay, B, I don't know what I'm going to do with the shipment in my garage.
I laughed, but Maddie didn't. Her gaze remained fixed on the door the former love of her life had stepped through, as if something might yet call him back. But nothing did. Chapter 33. I was fast asleep when shock and grief hit me like a sledgehammer. I sat bolt upright, and next to me, Frasier also sat up.
What's wrong? You okay?
He asked, still half asleep. No, I choked out. No, something is wrong with Nor. I knew it was her somehow, and I grabbed my phone and rang her. It's Jonah, she answered on a sob, dispensing with the niceties. He's dead. My hand tightened on the phone. There was a dull ringing in my ears. Jonah. He couldn't be dead. He was stronger than an ox. We'd spoken only yesterday. He couldn't be dead. I don't understand, I said dully. A heart attack. He was a big man and ate a lot of red meat too. My thoughts were slow and inane. I shook myself, trying to kickstart my brain. Jonah was dead. No, not a heart attack. He was murdered, B. Her anguish rolled through me again through our bond, and I couldn't deny the words she was saying, even though I wanted to tell her she was wrong. That Jonah couldn't possibly be dead because I could feel her grief and knew she wasn't mistaken. His throat was cut from behind. Yanni's here now. I frowned. Easier to focus on the attack than the fact Jonah was dead and gone. Jonah was a werewolf, An alpha werewolf with heightened senses. There was no way someone could have snuck up on him. A chill crept up my spine. He had trusted whoever was at his back. I threw back the covers. I'm on my way. Okay. Nora half sobbed. Okay, thanks. Ez is in pieces. He needs you. I'm on my way, I repeated before I hung up. I turned to Frasier. Jonah's dead. Murdered. Frasier shook his head in denial.
No, bloody hell. I'm coming too. Jonah was the first one to welcome me into Witchlight Cove. The first one I counted as a friend.
And his grief was there too, swimming into mine. I didn't cry. Couldn't. Wouldn't accept it was real until I saw his body. We dressed in silence, both shell-shocked and in denial. When we came down the stairs, Eva was up, her cuddly bunny abandoned by the fireplace, and her tail was between her legs. She let out a sorrowful whine. My dog was smarter than some humans. She knew something was wrong. Jonah is dead. My voice broke as I said the unbelievable words my brain couldn't quite comprehend. Eva threw her head back and howled. The sound wasn't loud, but low and mournful, and somehow that was worse. Maddie clattered down the stairs, her phone white-knuckled in her fist. I just spoke to Nor, she said, eyes wide and glassy. Jonah, it can't be real. I crossed the distance to her and we clung to each other for a moment. Her tears welled and fell, and she let them slide down her cheeks unchecked. We have to go, I said. We have to go for Ezra and Nor. Yes, she nodded, brushing her tears away. Yes. Let's go. Frasier drove us in his far nicer car, the plush leather seats warming our skin, even as our hearts felt cold. The drive took an instant and an age, and then we piled out into chaos. The house had police tape around it, and Yanni and Dove were working the scene. Yanni's jaw was tight, and she was holding her emotions in a fierce grip, but I knew that, like me, she had always liked and admired the werewolf leader. Dove's eyes were red-rimmed, but also clear and businesslike. You go to Nor and Ezra, I said to Frasier and Maddie. I'm going to speak to Yanni. Jonah was dead. Maddie nodded, head tilted so she couldn't see the body on the back lawn as she moved forward. Frasier put an arm around her, and the two of them headed into the house. I walked up to the tape. Yanni, I called, and I hated how pleading my voice sounded. Talk to me. She came to the tape. She didn't tell me this wasn't my scene or my business. She just ran it down. Jonah got up for his early morning run, same as he always does. Looks like he was coming in when he was attacked. His hands had partially shifted into claws. Any blood on them? She nodded with fierce satisfaction. Yes. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine the scenario. Jonah walking up to the back door like I had done mere days ago, ready to walk into the heart of the home, into the warmth where the Arga rested. Instead, he'd been attacked. He'd had time to shift his hands to claws, to fight to protect himself. Yet his throat had been cut from behind. Someone had attacked from the front, perhaps, and he thought he had an ally at his back. Someone he trusted did this, I said, voice low. Someone he let get close to his back. Yanni's expression was grim. I reached the same conclusion. We were talking yesterday, I told her quietly, of his heritage. His mum was a witch. Surprise flickered in her eyes. Well, yes, she was, but he didn't often talk of her. She died when he was a teenager. His heritage was an issue for him for a while, but the complaints stopped when it became clear how strong he was. It wasn't that he was ashamed of his mother, but we didn't mention her often. It was easier if he didn't remind them he was half witch. I licked my lips and voiced the apprehension creeping along my spine. He told me at the barrier that something was wrong with it. We were going to discuss it more today. He was going to tell me something important. You think someone needed to stop him? She asked grimly, dropping her own voice carefully. I nodded. Yeah. Maybe.
Who was there for that conversation?
I was at the barrier greeting the leaders of the sects. Their seconds were there too, generally. I swallowed hard. Remember Morrigan and Edgar, and what Ernie said about using the familiar's bonds? Her gaze sharpened on my face.
You think one of the other leaders is responsible? Stole the familiars, used their magic to come back into Witchlight with ill intentions.
My pulse was racing. Maybe it could be completely separate. Someone already inside Witchlight Cove could have attacked Jonah, but the timing, the barrier, it froze, stuttered.
He trusts a sect leader at his back, she murmured.
I nodded tightly. Yeah, he would. I chewed on it, tossing it around in my brain. It was so much easier to focus on the mystery, the whys and hows, than to face the reality of Jonah's death. I looked beyond Yanni to the body lying beyond here. The shock when I saw Jonah's glassy eyes hit me hard. And I pictured Mum and Dad's eyes with that self-same glaze of death. Yanni moved to block my view.
Oh, don't look, Bea. You don't need to look, honey.
She did. It was her job. But it wasn't mine. My job was to be there for my friends. I regretted more than ever my decade-long absence from here. I regretted not spending more time with Jonah, with Alice. I should have made more time for them sooner, but you never know when the end is coming. Had I known, I would have done things differently. Hindsight is a bitch. No, I said softly. I don't need to look. But I'd already seen too much. Those eyes would haunt me. Eyes that had watched me learn to ride a bike, watched me climb a tree, cheered me on sports days. The lump in my throat was so huge, I thought I might choke on it. I made my way to the front of the house to see the others, to comfort them, to grieve with them. I bolstered my shields before I went in, or I'd end up a crying mess on the floor with the force of all their grief. I wasn't sure I still wouldn't. I pushed the door open and went in. Chapter 34. Shock and grief pervaded the room like air. It was everywhere and all-consuming, being sucked in and out by us all. Maddie was cradling Nor. Frasier had an arm around Alice, and Eva had her head on Alice's lap, offering silent support. Ezra paced, tension in every line of his body. He was Alpha now, I realized dully. Ezra was Alpha, and yesterday he'd said he wasn't ready, and Jonah had assured him he was. Hot tears stung my eyes, and I tried to blink them away, tried to focus on Ezra and Alice, on supporting them. Not that Ezra looked like he needed support. The werewolves had an automatic transference of power, and there was something more to Ezra now. He'd always been tall and muscular, but he seemed bulkier than usual, or perhaps his presence somehow felt more solid. His new position had settled like a heavy cloak, weighty and pressing. He had presence, just like Jonah had done. In the coming days, Ez might face challenges to his rule, cowardly challengers who would attack him at the height of his grief. I hoped, for his sake, that his promotion was accepted easily, and he was left alone to grieve before he was thrust into dealing with the reality of Alpha life. The air smelled faintly of Jonah, a hint of aftershave that I realized was his. A sound must have escaped my throat because all eyes shifted to me. "I'm so sorry," I said, knowing firsthand how little those words helped. But I had nothing else to offer. I looked at Alice, Nor and Ezra as I said the words, so they knew my sympathies were offered to them all. "Thank you," Alice offered a wan smile. "It's awful. Just awful." Her eyes filled with tears again. "I can't believe it. It's just a horrid nightmare I'll wake up from." She looked at her son. "But it isn't, because I can feel Ezra's power. Ez is Alpha, and that means Jonah is truly gone." She began to weep again, and Maddie gave Nor another squeeze and went to comfort Alice. Nor stood and went to Ezra to stop his endless, restless pacing. This tiny woman, 5'4", held up a small hand to the Alpha's chest, and he froze mid-step. She cuddled into his arms, and his body folded around hers. I felt the weight of my decades-long absence. Felt like a spare part suddenly. No one needed me here. I should go, speak to Yanni, force myself to look at the body. I should... Alice looked up, red eyes raw. She met my gaze and silently held out her arms to me. I went to her instantly, offering comfort, and receiving it too. My heart ached for all of them, and yes, for me too. Whoever had killed him was evil. Jonah had been the best of men. A wonderful alpha. Strict, yes, but fair. I had just seen him yesterday. That was a part my brain refused to accept.
Someone killed him, Ezra said, on our land, inches away from his own back door. When I find out who, I'll tear them apart with my bare hands.
I half expected the soft and gentle matriarch to chastise her son, but Alice nodded. Good. No one disagreed, and I certainly wasn't going to tell Yanni. I remembered that feeling too, the urge to hunt down Dahlia and kill her. The only thing that had stopped me was my own weak incompetence, the lack of magic with which I had to face her. It would have been a suicide mission, yet, in the darkest days, I contemplated it for that reason, if no other. In the end, it was only the flame that had stopped me, and the knowledge that I would be handing it over to her, betraying everything my mum had worked for as guardian. The flame... Holy fuck! The flame! No one is guarding the flame, I blurted. We're all here, all of us. My voice wobbled as my mind raced. The stolen familiars, the need to mask their intentions. If someone's making a play for the flame, now is the perfect time. Fuck.
You think someone killed Dad to draw you away?
Ezra asked. I don't know. Maybe. My heart thundered, but my gut said I was on the money. Maybe Jonah had been killed to stop him from talking about the barrier, telling me whatever he had been about to tell me. Or maybe he'd been killed as a distraction to get us out of Stonehaven Cottage, leaving the flame vulnerable. Maybe he'd been killed for both. I've got to go home. I stood. I hope I'm wrong. I really fucking hope I'm wrong.
I'll come with you, Ezra said. If there's even a chance Dad's killer is at yours, I'm coming with you.
I'll come too, Maddie said. And me. Nor stood. No, I said firmly. It could all be a wild goose chase. You should both stay here with Alice. Stay safe. They hesitated, torn between duty and love. Give us a 20-minute head start, I said to Maddie. Then tell Yanni our suspicions. If the killer was there, Ezra deserved those 20 minutes. Maddie grimaced but nodded. Okay, you've got 20. Don't waste it. We left. Ezra stood into his truck, and Frasier, Eva, and I climbed into his car. The short drive home was tense. Frasier didn't flick on music, and we were both in our own minds, worrying about what we'd find when we returned home.
If it's your grandmother,
Frasier began. I'll kill her this time, I said fiercely. His hands tightened on the steering wheel, but he said nothing. We both knew how powerful she was, how many people had died last time. We could be riding to our deaths. But at the same time, I was stronger than ever, stronger than Mum had been, and it might not even be her. The flame could be completely fine. Jonah's death might have nothing to do with the familiar's disappearances. I was still reassuring myself when we drew up to Stonehaven Cottage and found the front door wide open. Shit, I swore. Frasier did a handbrake turn, and we skidded to a stop. We leapt out of the car and towards whatever, or whoever, the fuck was waiting for us. The home showed no signs of a break-in. A chill ran down my spine. Whoever had got in had stolen a set of my keys. I thought I'd misplaced my favourite set, or more likely that Eva had hidden it. But what if someone had stolen them? That's why they hadn't turned up. The door was open and unlocked, but nothing awaited us. Frasier, Eva, and I cleared the cottage room by room. It was empty. I'd locked the front door, I was sure of it. Someone had been in my home, but they were long gone. I went to check on the flame. It looked okay, if a little agitated, leaping and falling far faster than normal. Something about it felt different. I reached out to it. What happened? I asked aloud. Did you see someone come in? They were shrouded, Nana Nellie said. Shrouded in darkness. We couldn't see them. But we could feel them, Hyacinth said, her voice a shade away from hysteria. Them? I asked aloud. Definitely 2, Nellie said. Maybe more. What did they want? What anyone always wants, Hyacinth snapped. Power. Okay, but you're fine, right? They didn't hurt you? Didn't use you? Hyacinth snorted. What use is having 3 guardians if you all run off and let someone walk right up to us? Where were your wards? I blinked. They were set. I reached out to feel them and found them in tatters, with more holes than Swiss cheese. The edges of the wards felt black and curled, like the edges of paper kissed by flame. I swallowed hard. For once, Hyacinth was right. I should have been there. We'd all left the flame unguarded. No matter the fact that it had been the murderer's plan all along, I was to blame. For the first time since bonding with the flame, guilt rose. Oh, now, Nellie snapped at Hyacinth. Look at what you made her do. The guilt is back. She can't see clearly if she's obscured by guilt. That's why we took it the first time around. Hyacinth sniffed. Wait until she hears the rest. The rest? I asked, stomach plunging. Well, Nellie began, someone accessed the flame. And someone stole from it. Stole from it? Stole what? I asked in panic. Haven't you noticed? Nellie sneered. They stole a soul. Your mother's soul. Horror gripped me. No.
What is it?
Frasier asked.
V?
My mum. She's gone. Chapter 35. I asked Eva to sniff the house up and down, but either the intruder didn't have a scent, or they'd masked it with magic. Eva found nothing. Frustration gnawed at my guts. Once again, I had absolutely nothing to go on. Barely a handful of minutes later, Yanni walked in, looking cross.
Tell me what's going on. You 2 drove out there like bats out of hell. I'm not stupid. You have a lead.
Maddie hadn't even managed to give us a 15-minute head start. The bear shifter had already figured something was up. She was canny like that. I winced and filled her in on everything. After the initial shock, I checked with the flame that the barrier around Witchlight was still okay, and thankfully it was. I then painstakingly rebuilt the wards around the cottage. Yanni's jaw was tight. You thought the killer was here, so you dashed off without me? We didn't know the killer was here, I pointed out. You suspected, and you came here to potentially face a sorcerer alone. Not alone. I gestured to Ezra and Frasier. I brought backup.
Backup didn't save your parents,
Yanni snarled. When I flinched, she closed her eyes.
Sorry, it's been a horrible morning. Jonah's death, it has me on edge.
Yeah. Have you found anything helpful on the scene so far? She shook her head.
The ground's too dry for footprints. No signs of a car being parked. No one saw anything.
Someone local, I surmised. Someone who approached on foot.
She snorted. Everyone in Witchlight Cove is local if you're willing to walk long enough.
It was true. Our village was small. You could traverse from one side to the other, even the more remote cottages, in under 30 minutes on foot. Any other evidence on scene? I asked. Did you find the murder weapon?
No, killer took that with them. We have their blood under Jonah's nails. If we have a suspect, we can get a match, but we don't have anything else. No witnesses, no other physical evidence, no surveillance.
Yanni shook her head in frustration and looked at Ezra.
Come on, we should get back to your mum. Whoever was here, they've been and gone. They got what they came for.
Ezra gave me a longer than usual goodbye hug. You'll be a great alpha, I murmured to him. But he shook his head and walked away. All trace of yesterday's exuberance gone. It was so damned unfair. He should be planning a wedding, not a funeral. I need a shower, I said to Frasier. Need to clear my head. It's a fucking mess. He kissed me.
Okay, I'll run out and get us some breakfast. I'll lock up behind me.
He looked at Eva.
You're on guard, okay?
She barked 3 times. She was on guard. Eva took her place by the window, looking out, and I went to shower. The water couldn't wash away the layer of grief and fear clinging to me. Mum's soul fragment had been taken, stolen for who knew what purpose. I'd failed her again. And I still couldn't believe Jonah was gone just like that. He hadn't been ill. He'd been vital and strong and full of life. And now he was gone. It was so wrong, so unfair. And I worried for Ezra, who not only lost his father, but also inherited a new title, a new role. And he just got engaged. Now Jonah would never see him married. I cried as the water fell over me, for Jonah, for my mum, for Ezra, and for myself. My tears mingled with the warm water, washing down into the drain like I wish I could expunge my feelings. I took my time, and I felt a little bit better when I climbed out, albeit my head hurt from the crying jag. I dressed and made my way downstairs to where Frasier had laid out boxes from the bakery. My brain stuttered when I saw the pretty boxes. How could I have forgotten? Claude. The brownie was the only loose end I'd had. He'd lied about not being able to drive, and when I called him on it, he'd been full of panic. When I pressed him, he told me a truth, that he didn't want customers to know he could drive. But it hadn't felt like the full truth. He was hiding something, I was sure of it. And I was going to find out what. I grabbed a Danish pastry. I need to talk to Claude, I said, urgently, to Frasier. Can you stay here? Keep an eye on the flame. I'm anxious about leaving it. I'm sure Maddie won't be too long anyway, but this can't wait. I swallowed a good portion of the pastry in one go. He might be nefarious, but Claude made great pastries.
Of course I can stay,
Frasier promised.
You go do your thing.
You're the best. I kissed him quickly. Eva, let's go question that lying brownie some more. Something is off. Eva let out a growl, and then ruined the effect by wagging her tail. Fueled by the admittedly delicious Danish pastry, I jogged the short distance to Claude's. You're coming in with me this time, I said to Eva. I want him off balance. Come on. The morning rush had once again gone, and he was alone. I need to speak to you, I snapped, lowering my shield and bringing Eva in with me. The brownie eyed the dog, but dismissed the idea of complaining. Not again, he sighed. You weren't telling me the whole truth the other day when we spoke. Why did you lie? What are you hiding, Claude? The panic was back, hitting me across the face with the breadth of it. I didn't, he stammered. Yes, you did, and you are. And now Jonah Bentley is dead, and I'm all but certain it has something to do with those missing familiars. Tell me what you know willingly, I said harshly, or I'll rip it out of your mind unwillingly, like I did with Kaz. The threat was mostly empty. I didn't want to do that ever again, but Jonah was dead, and I'd do pretty much anything to find his killer. Besides, I'd had lots of training with the flame since then, and I had a much better grasp on what I was doing. Better, but not good. Enough to risk it. For Jonah. Eva let out a low growl, and Claude started to sweat. I was driving the car that night, he blurted. I often drive after work. Clears my brain. I drive on the outskirts of town, late at night, so no one will see me and ask for deliveries. That was true. What did you omit? I pressed. I know you're lying. What did you see, Claude? What did you see that night at the barrier? He licked his lips, and his fear hit me. Oh, he'll kill me. I leaned forward. Who? Tell me who. His lips trembled, and he pushed them closed. I slammed a hand on his newly clean counter. Damn it, Claude, tell me. Jonah is dead and you're helping his killer by staying silent. Claude swallowed. Fine. Fine, for Jonah. He cleared his throat. I saw Alistister snatch the cat. He swooped down from a tree, grabbed the cat in his arms, and flew away. Not a car. Morrigan had been kidnapped with wings. Fae wings. My heart thundered. Alistair, who'd found a weak excuse to come into my house. Alistair, who could easily have flown to Jonah's house. Alistair, who was a master of illusion and could make Jonah see enemies in front of him while he sliced his throat behind him. I closed my eyes at the visual. I couldn't stop. I had the who and the how, but I didn't understand the why. Why would Alistair do this? Do any of this? I didn't realize I'd asked the question aloud until I opened my eyes and saw the brownie shake his head. I don't know. In that, at least, he was finally telling the truth. Chapter 36. Eva and I jogged to the Watchtower Hotel. I should call Yanni. I should call Frasier. But I didn't do either of those things. I needed Frasier with the flame, and Yanni had to go through due process. She had to follow procedure. I didn't. It's me and you, girl, I said to Eva. You ready? She wagged her tail and barked. Then she put her nose to the ground, sniffed a bit, pointed directly to the hotel, and barked again. I closed my eyes as I remembered her frantic barking the last time we were at the Watchtower Hotel. Well, shit, you smelled the familiars here last time, didn't you? She barked again. I had put her barking down to her general anxiety of being near the Fae, but I bet my bottom dollar she'd been trying to tell me that the familiars were here this whole time, and I'd ignored her. So sorry, girl, I said. I didn't realize you were trying to tell me. Come on. This time you're coming into the hotel with me. No more leaving Eva outside. It had been a mistake at Claude's and a mistake here. She trotted in, tucking herself close by my side. Orion was at the front desk, and he paled at the sight of Eva. No dogs in the hotel, he said instantly. Eva ignored him, came closer, and sniffed. She turned and barked at me. Hush, you stupid animal, he snapped. We have guests. What you have, I said quietly, is cat hair on your trousers. Take me to the familiars. Now. I have no idea what you... Don't bother. You were anxious when I was questioning Atlas. I thought it was because your son was the suspect, but it's because I was in the same building as the familiars the whole time, wasn't it? He blanched and looked around anxiously. Shh. I will not shush. Tell me what you know or I'll scream from the top of my lungs and all your guests will hear me. He cringed. Alistair will kill me if... Alistair killed Jonah Bentley this morning. Did you know that? His eyes widened, and his genuine shock and dismay washed over me. No. No, I swear. I had no idea. Where is Alistair? I pushed. He's at home. He's not due into work until midday. I relaxed. Okay. Take me to Morrigan and Edgar. Who? The familiars. Oh, right. They're in 107. This way. He led me along the ground floor corridor. One of the first ground floor rooms we encountered was 107. Alistair, or Orion, had shoved the familiars in the first free room they'd stumbled into. Orion used a keycard to unlock the door and let us in. I stopped the instant I crossed the threshold. Morrigan lay on the floor of a cage, her fluffy chest barely rising and falling. In another cage, Edgar swayed on a perch, eyes closed, feathers looking dull and all but lifeless. I looked around, but there was no small flame dancing, no riot of colour hidden somewhere. I'd found the familiars, but Mum's piece of her soul was nowhere to be seen. Eva let out a growl at the sight of the familiars, the sound not one of threat but of disgust. One I agreed with wholeheartedly. How dare they be treated this way? The floor around them was covered in runes, and I stopped Eva before she could step too close to them. Careful, I told her sharply. Runes. Stay back. Stay. I pulled out my phone and dialed my granddad. Thankfully, he answered right away. B, I'm so sorry to hear about Jonah. Just like that, my throat closed. Thank you, I croaked. I cleared my throat. Alistair killed Jonah, and for some reason I can't work out, he stole Mum's soul too. More shock flooded me from Orion, and that answered that. He hadn't been with Alistair when he stole Mum. Oh, goddess. The shock in Granddad's voice told me that Yanni hadn't yet told him of the theft. Oh, that's awful. How?
How was she separated from the flame?
I don't know, I admitted. They couldn't see what was happening. The flame said the interlopers were shrouded, but I need your help. I found Morrigan and Edgar, the missing familiars, but they're in a bad way. They need healing potions, and they're in cages at the Watchtower Hotel, but the floor is marked with runes.
Don't step in them,
he said urgently. No, I said dryly. I figured that much.
I'm on my way. I'll bring some potions to help the familiars, but you stay the hell away from them until I can break the runes safely.
Relief washed through me. Ernie would know what to do. He would save them. I was sure of it. From behind me, a cold voice said,
What is it with you and your fucking family?
I whirled around to see Alistair walk in, and Orion slip out, that little sneak. Today the Fae leader was all in black, and his wings were out. He looked like a dark angel, there to tempt and destroy.
You're a pain in my arse, Beatrix Stonehaven. I had nearly weakened a section of the barrier to allow entrance to a colleague, and then you came home to Witchlight and made the damned barrier stronger than ever. We had to come up with a new plan. Now here you are again, sticking your nose into places it doesn't belong. Just like Jonah.
It was almost a relief to know I was right. You killed him.
I did.
He smirked.
What, no desperate pleading to tell you why?
I know why. You heard him tell me he had concerns about the barrier.
That's part of it. He saw me once trying to siphon power off the barrier. I lied to him, quite convincingly, told him I was scared of the vampires staying at my inn and that I needed more power for our wards.
His lip curled in a sneer.
Jonah let it go. He understood doing whatever it takes to protect your people.
You're not protecting anyone.
I'm protecting myself.
You attacked Jonah from behind. You're nothing but a fucking coward.
I'm not a coward, I'm pragmatic. Sometimes you need to make difficult decisions. Killing Jonah was one of them. I needed something to pull you all away from your house. And it worked, didn't it? I even called the tip in to Yanni myself. Put on a sweet little voice like an old lady out walking her dog.
And Jonah?
Jonah was easy. All too easy to craft his worst fears. I showed him the illusion of his son and his wife dying in front of him. He ran to them, and as he was nearly next to them, I slit his throat.
He grimaced.
The fucker had a second to shift his hands and plunge his damn claws into my leg. I half thought I was going to bleed out before I flew home.
He complained. I would never tell Ezra, I thought, that his father's last moments had spent in gut-wrenching fear that his wife and son were dead. I'd take that to my grave. You're such a bastard, I whispered. And because he was, I didn't hesitate. I reached out to him with my magic, and where my telepathy with Ernie had been a careful scalpel, this was a sledgehammer. I forced Alistair to like me, to trust me, to want to speak only the truth to me. And I regretted it not a whit, because the flame had said they. There was no way that included the shaking Orion. His shock at Jonah's death had been real. He might have known of the familiars snatching, but he hadn't known about Mum either. Alistair's partner in crime was someone else. And there was only one person I could think of who would want Mum's soul. I looked at the Fae and demanded, "Where is my grandmother?"
"She's in the room next door,"
he said, smiling. Chapter 37. By the time I ran next door, Dahlia was gone, as was her luggage, and all traces that she'd been there, other than a note with my name on it resting innocently on the dresser table like it wasn't an atomic bomb. I pocketed the envelope before anyone else could see it. If Yanni saw it, she'd take it as evidence, and I'd never know what my grandmother had written to me. I didn't give a damn about what she had to say, but I did give a significant damn about my mum's soul, which she currently harboured. Ernie burst into the hotel shortly after that, with Yanni hot on his heels. She arrested the now tractable Alistister, and he confessed to all of his crimes without hesitation. The police chief deliberately didn't look too closely at me during his villain monologue. Yanni hadn't been there when I used my telepathy. Magically coerced confessions were a murky area, but if she didn't know magic had been used, then she didn't need to report it. So I kept my mouth shut, and she didn't ask any questions about why Alistair was so happy to spill his guts. My grandfather trembled upon seeing the runes on the hotel floor. He turned and looked at me, and I knew instantly that he'd recognized the rune work as Dahlia's. My granddad worked for an hour to undo the runes and free the familiars from their cages. With the help of his restorative potion, the animals were looking far better, and Volga's and Scarlet's joy at being reunited with their familiars was a silver lining on an otherwise horrific day. Now I was home with Eva, Frasier, Maddie, and a much-needed glass of wine. Nora was with Ezra and Alice, though she said news of the arrest had spread like wildfire, and it had given Alice some comfort to know who'd killed her husband, even if she still remained in the dark on the full motive for the murder. "All right?" Frasier asked softly, concern in his grey eyes. I forced a smile. "Yeah, I'm okay." "I'm not," Maddie said bluntly. "I'm miserable." "Yeah." I sighed. "That too." The doorbell rang and I tensed. "I'll get it," I said hurriedly before one of the others could offer. Still, Eva wasn't barking, so chances were good it wasn't Granny here to tell me what fine teeth I had. It was Lestat. He carried a bouquet of flowers, a riot of colour. He thrust them at me. "I bought these for Maddie. I know she doesn't feel the same about me, but I heard about Jonah. I just wanted to offer my condolences." I assessed him and saw nothing but honesty. "Come on in." I passed the flowers back to him. "Give them to her yourself." "Right. Sure. Thank you. I will." He followed me and I sat down while he held the flowers out to Maddie. "I'm sorry you've had an awful day," he said. "I know you like colourful flowers. I thought you might like this to brighten a dark day. I know it's nothing, but "It's not nothing," she interrupted. "Nothing is not showing up. It's not nothing." She said, "Come on, let's put these beauties in some water." "Do you have a vase big enough?" he asked. "Well, I'm not really a vase girl," she confessed, "but I have a pretty pint glass with skulls that will look brilliant with these." He smiled and followed her out. I stood too. "Just going to the bathroom," I mumbled. I locked the bathroom door and then, finally, I could breathe. With shaking hands, I took the envelope out of my pocket. It had been burning a hole there for the last hour, and I couldn't bear to wait a minute more. My fingers trembled as I opened the letter from Granny Dearest. "Dear Beatrix, I must say you've grown into something rather extraordinary. It takes strength to carry a legacy. Yours is not an easy one, any more than mine is. I wonder what truths Ernie has told you and which he has let slide away. Has he told you what your true heritage is? You're more than a guardian of a mere flame, Beatrix. Far more. Do ask your clever grandfather a few more questions. He may even tell you the truth. By now, I imagine you've already noticed something missing. You're perceptive like that. It is a small thing, really. A single thread drawn from a tapestry. Oh, but oh, my darling girl, what a thread it is. Your mother is safe with me. Entirely safe. For now. You see, darling, souls are delicate things when separated from their anchor. They can fray, fade, be unmade, permanently. It would be tragic if something were to happen to her, wouldn't it? After all you have done to keep her close. You and I are going to work together, Beatrix. At last, as we always should have done. When I require something of you, you will provide it. No delays, no defiance, no clever workarounds. Because if you attempt to outmaneuver me, I will let your mother fade. And there will be nothing left of her for you to save. Be a good girl, with all my love. Granny. I gripped the edge of the sink, breathing rapidly. She was trying to blackmail me, trying to sow dissension, trying to get me to distrust my grandfather. I hated that it worked. If you'd like to hear about Heather's latest gossip, new releases and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe.